The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be said by Lucy Mest, James Ciccone, Sophia Radosevich, got it right, and Jules Cranston from Challenge School, Aurora, Colorado.
Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very well done. Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd. Representative Byrd is excused. Bockenfeld. Bockenfeld's excused. Basenecker. Rep. Basenecker. Basenecker's excused. Bottoms. Bradfield. Bradley. Brown. Catlin. Doherty. DeGraff. Degree Kennedy. Dixon. Duran. English. Epps. Evans. Frizzell. Froelich. Garcia.
Here.
Gonzalez Gutierrez. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez. Hey.
Excused.
Hamrick. Hartsook. Herod. Holtorf. Judah. Representative Judah.
Excused.
Joseph. Kip. Leader. Lindsay. Linstead. Luck. Lukens. Lynch. Mabry. Marshall. Martinez. Morrow.
Here.
McCormick. McLaughlin. Michelson Janae. Ortiz. Rep. Ortiz is excused. Parenti. Representative Parenti. Puglisi. Ricks. Sharbini. Sirota. Representative Sirota.
Thank you.
Sirota's excused. Snyder. Soper. Story. Taggart. Titone. Valdez A. Yes. Velasco. Vigil. Weinberg. Weissman. Wilford. Wilson. Winter. Woodrow. Rep. Woodrow.
Excused.
Young. Representative Young.
Excused.
And Madam Speaker.
Here. With 61 present for excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a pleasure to serve with you.
And a pleasure to serve with you.
So I was not successful throughout this entire week. So all of my other attempts have failed. So let's try in honor of 4/20/23 that we seen across the street yesterday. So with that, I move to pass the journal of 4/20 be approved as corrected by the chief clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
You don't like 4/20. Okay.
Seeing no announcements or introductions, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Resolution 1005.
House Resolution 1005 by Representatives Lynch and Holtorf concerning the 75th anniversary of the Roundup Riders of the Rockies.
Representative Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move House Resolution 23-1005 and ask that it be read at length.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our resolution.
Whereas the Roundup Riders of the Rockies, also known as 3R, was founded in 1948 as a nonprofit organization dedicated to the perpetuation of the Western tradition associated with the relationship between the American cowboy and his horse. And whereas for 75 years, 3R has promoted the scenic and tourist attractions of Colorado as members participate in an annual week-long 100-mile trail ride during the third week of July in a different location each year. And whereas the idea for this tradition first arose in 1948 while founder Frank H. Ricketson and Joe Decker were returning home to Colorado from California after a trek with the California Rancheros Visitadores and of Santa Barbara, California. And whereas Rick and Joe both recognized the bountiful beauty to be admired in the state of Colorado, found in the forest-laden hills, lakes, streams, and 14,000-foot peaks, and decided to organize a horseback ride through the forest near tourist centers. And whereas, as the story goes, the name of the organization, the Roundup Riders of the Rockies, was born even before the two founders settled their boots on the Denver ground. And whereas what began as an idea quickly grew into an incorporated body, preliminary meetings were held with similarly civic-minded citizens. The articles of incorporation were filed on June 18th, 1948, and Rick Ricketson was elected as president, Joe Decker as vice president, Al Gold as secretary, and L.W. Van Vliet as treasurer. And whereas the first registration of riders took place on July 10th, 1948, and 18 members signed up for the inaugural trail ride during the second week of July. And whereas growth after that first year was gradual but certain, with membership limitations set at 35 members for future years, allowing each of the riders the privilege of sponsoring a first-year guest, known as a colt, for the ride. And whereas the pinnacle event of each year is the 100-mile Big Ride, a challenging experience that emphasizes horsemanship, sportsmanship, and camaraderie among warm and enduring friends. And whereas traversing roughly 20 miles per day is arduous, and midway through the Big Ride, the riders pause for a layover day, providing an opportunity for some to rest and for others to participate in contests like trap shooting, a trail class, and a rodeo with games to highlight the prowess of the riders and the horses. And whereas the week ends with all of the riders gathering at Colt Mountain, where the first-year recruits are officially inducted with a deeply moving and heartfelt ceremony that concludes with the colts catching the spirit of the ride. And whereas after 73 consecutive years of annual rides, the 2020 Big Ride was canceled due to COVID-19. And in 2021, the members were excited to be back in camp and enjoyed renewing friendships in light of the separation caused by a trying year. And whereas today, Roundup Riders of the Rockies members come from 15 different states, ranging from Connecticut to California, and this diverse group includes ranchers, farmers, businessmen, physicians, law enforcement officers, retired members of the United States Forest Service, attorneys, university professors, veterinarians, military veterans, and other professionals. And whereas a number of Colorado elected officials have had the honor of participating in the Big Ride, which elected officials include individuals such as former Colorado Governor Richard Lamb and former Representative Patrick Grant, while House Minority Leader Representative Mike Lynch and Representative Richard Holtorf are current members of 3R. And whereas, as a way to give back to their communities, 3R members were instrumental in establishing the Citizen of the West fundraiser, which fundraiser supports the National Western Scholarship Trust that annually awards over 80 scholarships to undergraduate and medical students from rural Colorado and Wyoming. And whereas the Roundup Riders of the Rockies also founded the Heritage and Trails Foundation, which organization helps provide funding for trails and numerous equestrian-related projects throughout Colorado for public enjoyment and use. And whereas 3R is strongly dedicated to the promotion, advancement, and prosperity of the state of Colorado and to the preservation and utilization of our public lands and trails for the benefit of all citizens. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the state of Colorado that we, the members of the Colorado House of Representatives, commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Roundup Riders of the Rockies, recognize the horsemanship, sportsmanship, and dedication required to be a member, and experience gratitude to the riders for their appreciation of Colorado's natural beauty and for their efforts to see all citizens of Colorado benefiting by the preservation and utilization of public lands.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the permission to wear our hats. Well, this is a cool day because everybody asks me, Mike, why do you wear your cowboy hat down there? You know, there's not a lot of horses, not a lot of cows, not a lot of things in Denver that justify wearing a cowboy hat. And we all know you don't leave the building long enough for it to shade you from the sun. And my response is usually, I've got to remind Denver, I've got to remind others in this state that there's something outside of these urban corridors. And also, I wear it because I'm a Roundup rider. And this is a group that cares about this state, cares about the characteristics of our beauty. This is a group that I'm a member of because I get to go to the outer reaches of this state on the back of a horse. And it's hard for us when we're dealing with all of these public issues to remember why exactly people came to Colorado. Why did anybody ever stop here and not keep going where there's an ocean? This group has impacted my life in such a way in the areas of service, in the areas of loving this state, loving the beauty that it beholds, and being able to see it on the back of the horse. This group cares about this state, was established to try to draw people here, to try to show folks the beauty of this state. Now, they need to slow down a little bit because I think we're doing good. We've got plenty of folks, but for this organization to go on for 75 years, we have one member that actually has ridden this ride for 52 years. That's how much these fellows love this. It's an opportunity for people to talk about and become friends that share one common bond, and that common bond is the outdoors, the love of a horse, combined with the love of the natural beauty of Colorado. And I cannot be more proud to be a member of this organization, and I'm so excited that it's made it for 75 years, and here's to another 75.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to all the people that are here, to all the Roundup Riders that have come to the state capitol. Now, I'm a colt. I'm wanting to be a yearling, and I don't know, they said we have to see how we ride this summer. But the reason that I was so happy to become part of this organization is because this organization stands up and supports our Western way of life and horsemanship and what was, the Wild West and the bond between man and horse. And that is special to those of us that are cattlemen, cowboys that grow up out on the land and on the open range. I'll tell you, that 100-mile ride, that's work. 20 miles a day, that's work. And I've been riding since I was 5, and we ride 5, 6, 8 miles out, 2, 3, 4 miles back. A lot of times now we bring the stock trailer and we bring the horses back after we ride out, but to ride 20 miles a day for 5 days is work. And your horse and you have to form a special bond. And to see the beauty of Colorado a horseback, ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing better. There's nothing better to know that Colorado is a Rocky Mountain state. Colorado is a Western state. Colorado has deep roots in Western heritage. And this organization is the epitome of that. And so it's a privilege for me to be here, standing by the minority leader and honoring this organization. And I do hope that we can continue for another 75 years and beyond. Thank you for the time, and thank you, Madam Majority Leader and Speaker, for letting us wear our hats up here. I know you have to get any props in the dais have to be approved ahead of time, just so we know. And we cleared it. It was a hard sell, but here we are with our hats on to honor all these cowboys from across many states here, and especially the guy from New Mexico down there. I'm looking at you. He probably drove the farthest. Thank you.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of House Resolution 1005. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Speaker Pro Tem Kennedy is excused. Representative Herod is excused. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Resolution 1005 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Morrow, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker. Just a moment.
Yes. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for third reading of bills final passage.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for third reading of bills final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1267.
House Bill 1267 by Representatives McCluskey and Soper, also Senator Roberts, concerning increased penalties for speeding violations on highways with steep downhill grades and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1267 on third reading final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1267 on third reading final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 12 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1267 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1076.
House Bill 1076 by Representative Doherty, also Senator Marchman, concerning workers' compensation and in connection therewith, increasing the duration of benefits based on mental impairment, removing the authority to petition over artificial devices, allowing an employee to request a hearing on the loss of total temporary disability benefits under certain circumstances, updating provisions related to independent medical examinations, increasing the amount of attorney's fees that are presumed unreasonable, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1076 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1076 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 17 no, 3 excused, House Bill 1076 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1138.
House Bill 1138 by Representatives Amable and Soper, also Senator Rodriguez, concerning procedures related to adult competency proceedings.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1138 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1138 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representatives DeGraff? Please close the machine. With 54 aye, 8 no, 3 excused, House Bill 1138 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1174.
House Bill 1174 by Representatives Amable and Brown, also Senators Baisley and Roberts, concerning homeowners insurance and in connection therewith, requiring certain reports related to the cost of reconstructing a home, increasing the notice requirement before an insurer can cancel or refuse to renew a homeowner's insurance policy, creating guaranteed replacement cost coverage in homeowners insurance, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1174 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1174 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 17 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1174 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1274.
House Bill 1274 by Representatives McCormick and Catlin, also Senators Roberts and Will, concerning an appropriation for Species Conservation Trust Fund projects.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1274 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1274 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1274 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 39.
Senate Bill 39 by Senator Buckner, also Representative Amabile, concerning measures to reduce family separation caused by a parent's detention and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 39 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 39 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Parenti. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 2 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 39 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 151.
Senate Bill 151 by Senator Fields, also Representatives Judah and Ortiz, concerning the continuation of the Health Equity Commission and in connection therewith implement a recommendation contained in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Senate Bill 151 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 151 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 151 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 12.
Senate Bill 12 by Senators Winter F. and Henriksen, also Representatives Catlin and Froelich, concerning the enforcement of safety requirements for interstate motor vehicle carriers and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 12 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 12 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote? Representative,
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 ayes, 6 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 12 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 206.
Senate Bill 206 by Senator Winter F., also Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Sirota, concerning information about radon and residential real property transactions.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 206 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 206 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez. Representative Parenti. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 11 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 206 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 204.
Senate Bill 204 by Senator Pelton B., also Representative Puglisi, concerning the correction of a defective date reference to properly reflect the legislative intent that agricultural equipment that is used in any controlled environment agricultural facility be exempt from the property taxation for only 5 years.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 204 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 204 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 1 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 204 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Members, we are on third reading. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over House Bill 1078 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1078 will be laid over until tomorrow.
You're ready. You'll be ready tomorrow.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1252.
House Bill 1252 by Representatives Leader and Kipp, also Senator Exum, concerning the implementation of measures to advance thermal energy service.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1252 on third reading, final passage.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1252 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representatives Bradley, Catlin, Holtorf. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 10 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1252 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 17.
Senate Bill 17 by Senator Winter F., also Representatives Wilford and Joseph, concerning the addition of qualifying uses of paid sick leave and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 17 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 17 on third reading, final passage. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor and a pleasure. And I'm sorry, I've got a lot of coaches back here.
Honor and a pleasure to serve with you as well.
I spoke on this particular bill in second reading, and I'm going to say very similar things. Sick leave, by adding all of these additional categories, is extremely problematic, and it will cause for sick leave program to be expanded and expanded and expanded. And I will again continue to say, we do not give employers of businesses enough credit. There are a good number of these particular items in sick leave that we do automatically as companies. We have bereavement policies already. We don't need to include this in the state sick leave program. We already do this. When we have snow days and our employees can't get to work because of the fact that they have children, we work with those employees and say yes, just asking them if they can make up for it at some point. We would really like them to make up for it. We just can't keep adding to programs, because at a certain point, we're going to be in a situation on sick leave, like in others, that we're going to have to run another bill or another proposition within taking it to voters to say, we've got to expand the budget on this because we underestimated what this sick leave policy was going to cost us. Sick leave is just what it says. It's sick leave for us as employees of companies, and it should go no further than that. And at some point, we do need to trust companies, both small and large, that we treat our employees with the absolute respect and give them the time they need if they have a problem at home or if they have a death in the family. I would ask you to vote no on this bill. It is taking it far, way too far. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you, too.
Colleagues, I would like to speak up on this bill. We had a lot of conversation around this only yesterday. And I think yesterday I expressed my concern and my very grave concern about the stance that we sometimes take in this chamber, that businesses, business owners, managers don't care about their employees. And we attempt to legislate from that stance. I feel that it's very important to give people the benefit of the doubt. But further, having been a manager myself and known how much I cared about my employees and the things that I did to make their lives better, as Douglas County Assessor, I created a volunteer hour program so that my employees had at their disposal 25 paid hours a year to volunteer. And that meant that they could go and spend time in their child's classroom. They could be the class mom or dad. They could participate in parties. They could help on those days when they needed parents to come help tutor. That happens. That was an important benefit for my employees, and they were always happy to come back and report on what they had done. What I'm trying to get to here is business owners and managers have a vested interest in making sure that their employees are happy in their jobs now more than ever. Now more than ever, when it is so difficult to hire people, when it is so difficult to retain those superstars or even your steady eddies. It's so difficult. I would really love for us to be able to understand that here in this chamber. Employers are all, we can broad brush them, and that's what I'm kind of doing, but we can also broad brush in the negative sense as well. And I ask that we be cognizant of that. There are going to be some bad apples out there. But the vast majority of employers and managers are going to do the right thing by their staff. They're going to work with them. And mandating how sick leave is used is very concerning to me as a former employer and manager. Without a doubt, sick leave should be used if you're sick, if your child is sick, if your parents are sick, if you have to care for a family member, if you have to go to the doctor. But your child's school being closed is really not one of, that doesn't fit the definition of illness. Or the need to evacuate your residence doesn't fit the definition of illness. I spoke yesterday on a different bill, about when my family was evacuated due to the Hayman fire. I actually went to work. And I had people say, "Why are you here?" And I didn't have to be there because I could have taken time off. But it was better than sitting around the hotel room looking at the four walls. But it's important that employees have these options. They may not want to take sick leave. Maybe they want to reserve their sick time for when they are really sick. I've also had employees, especially those of you who have had small kids, you know they get sick a lot. So maybe you don't want to use your sick time for that. The bottom line is businesses have to remain in business in order for people to be employed. And if we keep mandating to businesses and driving wedges between businesses and their employees, that is going to have a chilling effect on the business community in this state. I ask for your no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, esteemed colleagues and members. Oftentimes, as we legislate, we think about the people in our district. We think about our constituents. We want to help our constituents. We think about the people that are the laborers, the workers. But there's another component that often gets overlooked. In our economic system, you have to have industry. You have to have healthy industry. You have to have economic activity. You have to create conditions that make for a healthy economy. You have to allow for service sector and production sector to do what they do, either provide services on the service sector side or provide goods on the production sector side. In the free enterprise system, that transfer and movement, in theory, is supposed to be free, with limited restriction and limited influence or resistance. I have watched in the last 3 years this chamber. I've watched us promulgate policy that causes disruptions, and not just from this chamber and the Capitol and the legislative body, maybe more so from other bodies, the three-legged stool, executive, legislative, judicial, that hampers the economy, that restricts the economy, that hurts the ability for the economy to be healthy and vibrant. Now, I work in a sector.
Representative Holtorf, I'll give you some latitude, but please bring it back to the bill.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
I work in a sector, a small business sector, that needs employees at work to take care of the cattle. Animal husbandry is 24/7, 365. The cattle need to eat every day, just like you need to eat every day and your kids need to eat every day. When they get sick, who's going to take them to the doctor? In my case, it's a cowboy who wrangles up the sick calf or the sick cow or the sick bull and gets them in the corral so we can treat them with veterinary medicine. We have a veterinarian in the chamber. She understands the role of veterinary medicine better than any of us, to take care of and treat the livestock that we care for. When we create conditions that allow for people not to be at work, for a myriad of reasons. And we can think of 1,000 reasons why we don't need to be at work. I got 10 reasons right now why I don't need to be here talking to all of you at Buffalo Springs Ranch as the wheels are trying to come off the wagon back home. We got marital problems, kid problems, family problems, house problems, all kinds of problems. But I will tell you, Madam Speaker, when you give more reasons for people to have reasons to use their paid sick leave other than what it was originally designed for, so when you're sick, you can be gone and still be paid, then it's not sick leave anymore. Let's call it what it is. Create another category, folks. Maybe we can think of 4 or 5 more categories of reasons why we can't be at work or have people show up to work. Because we can all think of reasons. We've been doing it just to bring this bill to town. Next, the dog's going to need to go to the vet. I don't know. The car's going to be broken down. That'll be sick leave, paid sick leave. I don't know. As we stretch and stretch and stretch this thing out, what do you do to businesses? Because if I don't have cowboys on the ranch to take care of the cattle because they're all on sick leave, then the cattle aren't getting taken care of. Our work ethic is every day. There is no weekend. There is no walk away from work, turn off the light, and forget about it till Monday at 9 or 10 o'clock. Anybody that runs a small business is married to their business. The restaurant that has to get up and turn the lights on and make sure people are going to show up to work so they have staff to cook and clean and serve. The coffee shop that needs people that are baristas to make the coffee and brew the coffee. Those things that you enjoy here in the big town. The people at the gas stations that have to open up the gas station if you don't have self-service, and we don't have that everywhere, although it's almost everywhere now. Or the service shop. They need mechanics in the service shop to work on the cars that you need fixed, or the trucks. But you give more people reasons to not be at work. That's not paid sick leave. That's some other kind of paid leave. That's why I object to this program, Madam Speaker. It expands. It's expanding this thing to something that was never intended to be used for it. And next year, next session, we can think of more reasons. Let's have another bill. Why stop at just these things? Let's keep going. But what do you do to the productivity of this country? You've got to have output. You have to have high GDP. For those of us that took economics more than twice and had a hard time getting a B. Okay, yeah, that's undergrad and graduate school, I know. I wasn't the best student, Madam Speaker.
Back to the bill, Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am, but I did get through the curriculum. I always got distracted. I don't know what it was, Madam Speaker. I'd kind of just go another way, but then I'd come back and pass that test. But let me tell you something. It's not funny when we continue to do things that hurt businesses and small businesses. We continue to focus on the labor class and we forget about the employer class. And it's not equitable for those of you that like to use that word, equity. No, it's not fair. It's not a fair playing field. I will tell you, the business world and small businesses grow weary and tired of all the things that we're doing in this chamber to not help them. It's not what you're doing for us, you see, for those people that are in business and small business. It's not what you're doing for us, it's what you're doing to us Let that sink in. It's not what you're doing for us, it's what you're doing to us. And this is one of those bills that does something to us, and it doesn't help us. And I can stack the deck of bills up like that this session and the past 3 that do the same thing in almost every class in every area.
Representative Holtorf, you have 1 minute remaining.
That's good, ma'am, because I was getting a little excited about this problem, this conundrum. I ask that you vote no on this. I ask that you stop bringing this stuff to town. I ask that you think about small business and give us a break. COVID wasn't even 2 or 3 years ago, and you're still beating on us like a 10-pound hammer on top of a nail.
Representative Holtorf, please.
Time's up. Vote no.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a bill that's, I would say, has a significant impact on my district. When I was out knocking on doors, talking to the community, listening to their concerns, this is one of the top issues that they would always speak to me about, because I have a lot of small businesses in my district. And the refrain that I heard over and over and over and over again was, we want to take care of our employees. Our employees are the lifeblood of our business. But the issue is, when sick leave is mandated for an ever-expanding list of situations, eventually the ultimate cost of that on the business is increased cost for labor. And when the cost of labor goes up, what that ultimately means is sooner or later the business isn't going to be able to hire more people. In fact, you might have the opposite situation. I had a lot of small business owners tell me, as the cost of labor goes up, because of all of these different things that the state is mandating that I provide to my employees, eventually what happens is I have to start laying off employees. I can't hire as many folks as I want. And that hurts the employees. That hurts the folks that have worked for my small business that unfortunately I can no longer afford to retain, because the labor cost has forced me to actually have to downsize my workforce. And I heard story after story after story of small businesses in my district telling me that they weren't sure if they would be able to expand, they weren't sure if they would be even able to maintain their current labor force, and that their concern was that they would have to lay folks off. I saw it in the different community structures in my district. I saw community places like churches and rec centers. I saw the number of folks that were attending those places actually go down as folks moved away because they had lost their job, couldn't get another job, and so had to relocate either to a different part of the state or out of the state entirely. And as I asked those questions, again, the common refrain was, as an employer, we want to take care of our folks. If we don't take care of our folks, if we can't retain those individuals, that costs us. It costs time. It costs money to train a new person to do the job. When somebody walks out the door with 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 years of experience, you are losing a tremendous amount of soft skills, of expertise, of experience. And employers don't want that to happen. But unfortunately, when bills like this increase the labor cost, increase the expenses that a business has to put out in order to hire employees, that's the negative effect that happens. A lot of times when we have these conversations, I'm afraid that we're having a little bit of a false dichotomy. On one hand, we talk about health of the employee, their mental health, their family health, physical health, behavioral health. So we talk about health on one side, and we contrast that with the economy, or we contrast that with somebody trying to make a profit or trying to run a business. And I'm a little bit concerned that that's a bit of a false dichotomy, because we heard in this very chamber that a budget is a moral document. And if a budget is a moral document because of how it appropriates funds, money, revenue, then I would also argue that the ability to run a business, to make a profit, also takes on moral characteristics. And I've seen that in my district. Because when these small business owners are stressing out all night and all weekend long about, am I going to be able to have the doors open on Monday, that takes an impact on their health. When the employees who are wondering, will I have a job in 2 months? Will I have a job in 3 months? Because I know the business is struggling due to the increased costs. When I hear those concerns, to me, that takes on a moral and health characteristic, because that has a negative impact on their physical, mental, emotional health and well-being. And unfortunately, it's a refrain that I've heard over and over and over again as I've talked to the small businesses in my district and the folks who are employed by those small districts who are worried about their ability to be able to put food on the table for their kids, to be able to heat their homes, to be able to drive to the store, because they are concerned that the job that provides those things is potentially in danger, because that job is having to continue to absorb ever-increasing costs as a result of mandates like this. And as I read through the bill, of course, everything that's listed in this bill are things that we want to do. We want to take care of employees. I've been a supervisor for well over a decade before I got elected here. And it was critically important to me that I took care of my employees, that I made sure that my employees had that good work-life balance that would enable them to keep coming back to work to do their job, and that I work with them. I'm reminded of a saying that I'll roughly paraphrase here, which is that when charity is compelled, eventually charity becomes resented by the giver of that charity. And I'm afraid that's what this bill does. I'm afraid by continuing to mandate good things, absolutely good things, I'm afraid it actually breaks down the ability of our communities to collaboratively work together voluntarily, because in fact, what's happening is they're just being mandated to provide all of these things. And when somebody is mandated to provide something, a lot of times their enthusiasm and their desire to provide that goes down a little bit. And so while I completely agree with and support the things that the bill talks about, if you have a problem at school, if there's a loss of heating, loss of water, you have a death in a family, those are absolutely things that employers and employees should be working together to ensure that that employee has the time off to be able to go take care of those. Nobody's arguing that. Nobody's debating that. But it's the mechanism by which we accomplish that very worthy goal. And I'm afraid that the mechanism by which that goal is achieved through this piece of legislation unfortunately has negative consequences, negative second, third, and fourth order effects. I'm afraid that it sets up that false dichotomy between health and being able to run a business. Because to me, both are moral things. Both of them touch on the health of employees. And I'm afraid that ultimately it hurts small businesses, which I'm sure we've all heard the phrase, small business is the backbone of the economy. When that backbone of the economy is jeopardized, and when folks can't get a job with their local small business, when that local small business says, I'm not going to go into business, I'm not going to be able to sustain this business, I'm not going to be able to grow this business because of the labor costs associated, then I'm afraid that that has a negative emotional, mental, and health impact on the community. And so while I completely support what the bill is trying to do, unfortunately I can't vote for it because I think the manner in which it accomplishes those very worthy things will have negative impacts on our communities, on our workforces, and that's something that unfortunately I can't support. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to serve with you.
And a privilege to serve with you.
The burghers of the Middle Ages were the non-gilded small business owners, the middle caste of society that really made society run. Personally driven by external locus of control, and from the burghers of the Middle Ages sprung the bourgeoisie, and hence the ideological targets of bills like this. Because they bridge between the serf and the natural superior. So this is why we treat CEOs like Scrooge McDuck sitting on a pile of gold, and we treat politicians like rock stars. This is government being done.
Representative DeGraff to the bill.
Thank you, ma'am. This is government, to my colleague's point, compelled charity isn't charitable. And to this bill specifically, if a good intention was a good idea, it wouldn't need a gun. There's a lot of unintended consequences of bills like this. When you expand the criteria and make it mandatory, then the criteria of those leave. Then you might as well just say, now you're going to mandate, and you're going to say, instead of having 7 days of vacation and 7 days of sick leave as a benefit, as an insurance to those rainy days, then you might as well mandate and say, okay, now the employer just has to give that number of days as paid vacation, and it no longer becomes an insurance policy. It no longer becomes a rainy day. It's just a guaranteed, it's a given. And you're writing checks out of the employer's pocket. And I get it. The majority sees the employer as just a bottomless pit of money, or on a pile of money, excuse me. But if you want to take...
Representative DeGraff, I don't think anybody has said that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
But if you want to make the difference where you can, if you as a body, if this body wants to make a difference where you can, let's look at the Tax Freedom Day. Tax Freedom Day a couple years ago, because the chart that I found didn't go this far, was in April. 29%. So 29%. So that means 1%. 1% is 3.65 days. So this body, by lowering taxes, which would have to be done by not spending crazily, not spending all the money that we can, we could leave money in Tabor. You could leave money in Tabor. That money could go back. That would effectively be a paid day of vacation. So when somebody has to take a non-paid days of vacation, it would suddenly be a paid day of vacation because you left money in Tabor and it went back. So one day, if you lower the percentage of taxes of the citizens of Colorado by 1%, you would be effectively giving them 3.65 days of paid vacation. And that's within the purview of this body. Now, reaching into the market is not in the purview of the market and not in the purview of this body, and it has, well, I'm not sure the consequences are unintended, so I won't say unintended consequences, but it has consequences. So you have the means in the body to lower taxes by 1%. That would require less spending. That's all it requires, is less spending. So where would we find the authority for government to do less spending? I'm not seeing a whole lot of interest in less spending. I'm just seeing a lot of interest in reaching in and requiring businesses to provide something in order to cover for the legislation, in order to cover for the fact that we continue to move that tax day farther and farther out, which requires the citizens of Colorado to work more and more days to reach the Tax Freedom Day. More and more days. Every time you spend money out of this body, it's going to reach in and it's going to require the citizens of Colorado to work longer for Tax Freedom Day. 1%, cut it 1%. Give everybody in Colorado 3.65 days of paid vacation.
Representative DeGraff, back to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you want to make an employee where this becomes a voluntary thing, then the economy can be made more robust by cutting the cost of energy, also within the purview of this body. You make energy more affordable, make the economy more robust, make workers harder to find. Employers will have to go out of their way to offer benefits. But instead, we choke the economy, make margins smaller, make it harder to employ people. So we make a demand on the employers, and then we force that business out of Colorado. So there are unintended consequences. There are consequences. I won't say unintended. There are consequences to legislation like this. So if you want employers to take care of their employees, you make employees more in demand. It's easy. If you want employees to have more paid vacation, you cut the tax. And you get the boot of government off their neck. You're going to make it more difficult to employ people with this good intention. You're going to make employees a bigger tax on the body. So essentially saying, if you have 7 days of sick leave and then all of a sudden it becomes a mandatory leave, then that employee costs 7 days extra of labor. 7 days out of the bottom line, and no longer a matter of charity. It's demanded. It's enforced at the barrel of a gun.
Representative DeGraff.
Ma'am, that's true. It's a law. Laws that are enforced by law enforcement. These are things that businesses are forced to do. So if you want to do this within the means of the body, you lower the taxes. You lower the taxes, you make a better economy, you make fuel prices lower. Stop paving the road to hell with good intentions, these type of good intentions. You're driving the businesses out of Colorado. And then pretty soon, all these employees have nothing but unpaid leave. And they're just sitting there looking at all the 365 days of unpaid leave ahead of them. And you can say, yes, we got you that unpaid leave. The majority party got you that unpaid leave, 365 days of it. You go enjoy it. Vote no on this bill.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Y'all, I own a small business. I have several friends that own small business, and I was lucky enough to serve on my local chamber. And I happened to be talking to one of my mentors who was watching us here. He tends to watch quite a bit. He's retired now. And we were talking about small businesses. And at the end of the day, especially in rural Colorado, I've said this numerous times, we're a family. Even within our businesses, we celebrate holidays together, we celebrate birthdays together, we go through hard times together. We are a family. I think the majority of small business owners and business owners together, we need our employees. We rely on our employees. But it gets harder every day. Because at the end of the day, like one of my colleagues said before, the goal of owning a business is to make a profit. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think some people don't realize how hard it is to get the lights turned on in the morning, to get the doors open in the morning. How many people in here have had to make a payroll to make sure that those employees that you care about, that help you, that you need, that most of the time you consider family, get paid? That way they can feed their families, get them clothed, get them to school, be part of a thriving community. I'll say it again, I need and respect my employees. I know darn well that I couldn't get the job done without them. Your employees make you. They make you who you are. And I would say the majority of employers want to do best by their employees. But after talking to my mentor, He has no problem with the legislation. We make accommodation all the time for emergencies, issues with children. That's just something we do. That's humanity. That's human nature. But on the other end, the employers that do this, they feel like this makes them a bad actor. They feel like they're pushed into doing something that they're already doing. They believe that this blurs the lines. And I don't want to see that happen. And are there bad actors out there? Yes. But I would say it's probably a small minority. I've had constituents reach out, and believe it or not, we always make the joke for the millions of people watching. Well, people do watch. And I just think that in a way that the good-hearted business owners that really do care, that consider their employees family, they kind of take this as a shot at them. They're being pushed into doing something that they're already doing. And that's kind of a hard pill to swallow. And with all the issues that businesses are facing, I think this just piles one more thing on them. Because at the end of the day, if there's bad actors in business, there's bad actors as employees. And I don't think anybody in here would disagree that there is people that is going to take advantage of some of the things that we've talked about today. All of us get up, and every once in a while, we don't want to come into work. I think that's human nature. I think that's something that we, as people, we do. But if we're going to hold employers responsible, we also have to look at the fact is it can be taken advantage of, and it probably will be taken advantage of. So a small business owner, I'm just standing up here to say that most of the small business owners I know, we do care for our employees, and we thank them every day, and they are family. So just think about some of the message that we send out here. Even though we're trying to do good things, and I agree with some of my other colleagues, I don't think that there was any ill intention in this. I think that at the end of the day, the bill sponsors want to do something good. But don't forget, when we send messages out of here, a message can be construed many different ways. And a lot of small business owners have taken this as a shot at them. And that's why I stand here, and I'm speaking for those small business owners that have reached out to me. And for those reasons, I will be a no vote, and I urge you to do the same. And I urge you just to remember that even though we might be trying to do good, we have to also look at the good actors and how they respond to some of the things that we say in this chamber. Thank you for your attention.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise in opposition to this bill. I think small businesses take care of their employees. They're different than large corporations. A lot of them treat their employees like family. In Douglas County, this is the backbone of our community. Small businesses are what makes Douglas County so amazing. And there's so many different ones that I've gotten to be a part of. My husband and I own a small business out of Douglas County, and I work in a small business out of Douglas County. We've talked ad nauseum about the effects of COVID on small businesses, forced mandates and shutdowns, and these people are just trying to get their businesses back on track. I had to take a 10% decrease in COVID so that my small business could stay on track. Small businesses in Douglas County want and do take care of their employees. I've been at my company for 24 years. Over the course of that, I've had 5 children, and I lost one. And they were very compassionate to me after the loss of our daughter. I've had to use sick leave. I've had to cancel my patients on snow days. I've had to reschedule them at the end or the beginning of another day, or come in on a day off to accommodate those patients, because if I don't go in and see those patients, then my small business cannot survive because I can't charge for the patient care. And if we add and expand this policy, and we have another therapist in the small business take the time off, then no one's seeing patients. And what happens to our small business if that occurs? It's not fair to my small business to add to the sick leave policy because I chose to have children. There have been many days, snow days, whatever. My husband's a laborer. He can't take my kids. I have to figure it out. Where is that accountability? We've all juggled it. I'm a mom of 4 boys. At one point, they were 6, 4, 3, and a newborn, and I worked. When schools were closed, I had to figure that out. That wasn't up to my small business to figure out. They didn't ask me to have 4 children. How is that fair to them? What we're gonna do is we're gonna have small businesses not employ women who have children because of implementation like this. We're gonna have small businesses that say, whoa, I don't know if I can employ you, because that becomes a risk to my small business. It's not fair to my patients to leave them stranded. I've had to load up my children, put them in a back corner with puzzles, lunch, breakfast, whatever it took, because I was a single parent, because my husband's a laborer. I made it work. It was stressful. It wasn't easy, but it shouldn't cost my small business to take care of my children. I showed up for my patients with 4 little boys in tow. 4 little boys in tow, so that my small business didn't get affected because of the choices that I made. My husband employs 5 employees. He's had them for 20 years. Sometimes they have to go back and forth to the country they're from. Sometimes they need to be off. They've worked with him for 20 years because he treats them like family, because he gives them that time off when they need it. He doesn't need a policy to tell him to do that, for goodness sakes. He doesn't need a law to tell him to do that. He loves his employees. We treat them like they're our family. I've been to many restaurants in Colorado, rural areas and urban areas. I've seen many minority-owned businesses that bring their kids to work in restaurants while they're working in restaurants so that they can do their homework. They don't have babysitting. They don't have sick leave. They're keeping their businesses afloat, and their children have to come with them. But they're living the American dream. It's not fun to load your children up and take them to work, but it's our responsibility as parents to do that. Like I said, I've been with the same company for 24 years, and I have raised 4 children with illnesses, and myself being sick, and snow days, and everything in between. They've been great to me. They didn't need a policy to be great to me. They didn't need a law to be great to me. They're great to me because they're small businesses and they care about their employees. And what are we saying to them? Now we're gonna mandate you because you don't care enough? Come on. We're going to expand policy that will threaten the very backbone of our country. Adding all these categories of sick leave is problematic, costly to small businesses. We already have a policy that allows an employee to take up to 40 hours a year of paid leave for the death of a family member. Why do we need more mandates on small businesses? They are the lifeblood of our economy. They make up over 99% of all firms and providing more than half of private sector jobs. Locally owned businesses circulate 3 times more money back into the local economy than absentee-owned firms or corporate chains. I just wanted to make that really clear. They're the backbone of our country. They love their employees. We have to stop attacking small businesses. We have to want to see them thrive. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 17 on 3rd reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 22 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 17 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 99.
Senate Bill 99 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Kipp and Frizzell, concerning funding for special education services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 99 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 99 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representatives Holtorf, Luck, and Winter. Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 6 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 99 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Representative Morrow, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of the House Bill 1288.
House Bill 1288 by Representatives McCluskey and Amabile, also Senator Roberts, concerning fair access to insurance coverage for persons unable to obtain insurance coverage for their real property.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1288 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1288 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 15 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1288 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Morrow, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order to consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1101.
House Bill 1101 by Representatives Vigil and Bacon, also Senators Winter, F., and Hendrickson, concerning support for transit and in connection therewith, increasing the flexibility of the Ozone Season Transit Grant Program and increasing opportunities for transit agency participation in regional transportation planning.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move that the House adopt the first report of the second conference committee on House Bill 1101.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Members, we went back to conference to be sure we could agree on the terms of the study that we will be pursuing and looking at in regards to the transportation districts. If you recall, the crux of 1101 was to extend the grant program for free fare days. We got an amendment in the Senate about changing some transportation districts. However, we went back and forth to change that amendment to a study, and then the study, we were able to land on terms in which we could all agree on, as well as things that we could all agree on the things that the study would entail. So we encourage an aye vote.
Representative Vigil?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1101.
We're all
We're
good.
on that. Okay.
Assistant Majority Leader had already
Okay,
done the
that's what I was-
motion.
that's what I was-
Thank you, Rep. Vigil.
That was the implied question mark. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Representative? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report of the second conference committee on House Bill 1101. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representatives Bachenfeld, Hartsook, Mabry, Martinez, Winter. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 15 no to excuse, the conference committee report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1101 as amended by conference committee report.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, still opposed to this bill. I just thought I'd lead with that. So for the same reasons, because similar to the displaced emission buses, the rolling traffic jams, $250,000 more than a diesel, half the range, half the useful road time with a 4-hour charge, requiring a $1 million charging station. This means that one $750,000 diesel does the work of about $5 million worth of displaced emission buses. So the $4.25 million difference in material, manpower, and energy is the equivalent of about 100 sedans. And they're usually carrying about 5 passengers. So that's why I call them rolling traffic jams. So a bus doesn't really remove traffic from the road so much as it crams 100 of them into a very small traffic snarling hazard requiring the subsidization of about $2 per passenger mile. When we looked it up, it cost about $2.30 per passenger mile. About 30 cents per passenger mile is paid by fees, which this bill is looking to eliminate, so then it becomes the full $2.30 per passenger mile. So we'll just go with $2 per passenger mile, most of which is not useful miles. So usually the buses when you have to get to it, it's taking you in the direction that you don't necessarily want to go. Worse, those 100 vehicles are trundling in the same direction, which is not nominally the desired direction, and the biggest detractor for a public transit is your most valuable commodity, time, and then often safety. Plus, from the 70% discussion before, which means that 70% of that discussion is about 70% of the ozone and pollutants that we complain about here, as we've discussed in energy and environment, wafts over like the 99 red balloons from on the trade winds. So we get all of the pollution dumped on us from creating by shifting our manufacturing overseas, where there are few, if any, restrictions. Back to the country where they drive a need for more transportation equity. I mean, that's a good reason right there. Equity is that for those who can make it to the bus stop or are robust enough to handle the risk of an undesired encounter, et cetera. If we're concerned about the energy and environment, I'd suggest at least a study into ditching buses altogether and allowing Uber and Lyft fees as tax credits or deductions, because they go in the right direction for less money. take roads off. So I think you should vote for this bill. I'll vote no. This program was posited to reduce ozone emissions during July and August. The ozone is produced when unoxidized hydrocarbons react with strong summer sunlight in the UV. Some areas have ozone season during the winter, and the shift was requested to accommodate, although that concentration was later informed to be in regards to cattle operation and not traffic, which won't be helped by bus traffic. It isn't anyways. Current catalytic converters knock down about 98% of the emissions on cars that already burn cleaner due to fuel injection to eke out every bit of power possible. Thank you, free market. Diesels have a different pollution footprint, and when asked about the anticipated benefit of the program, none of the agencies knew, none of the agencies had any considered it, and none of them had any idea what metrics would be or how to achieve them. However, this is no reason not to spend another $17 million per year on transit mode used by about 3% of our population, especially since the other option would be to utilize free market operations like Lyft and Uber and picking up the aged, infirm, and veterans and small mammals at endangered species at their door for half the cost and allow citizens to retain more of their earned income. And we already discussed that earlier. Citizens keeping their income is obviously not an option. One goal of these programs is to purchase more displaced emission buses at $250,000 more than a diesel with half the range, half the useful load time, and a 4-hour charge. So normally when you take money by force instead of an exchange of value, it's called robbery, but in this case it's called legislation, which has effectively become a synonym. Fares cover only about 13% of the cost, but not discussed in the biggest detractor, which is time. It's somewhat ironic that our health policy still recommends social distancing and masks, but our transportation is more of a sardines in a can vibe. And then we're going to get the population density here with SB 213 here pretty soon, trying to cram as many people into a small area as possible to make bus traffic more viable. Also, from a previous environmental discussion, we already talked about that. But we were told that let's see, what was it? The buses were absolutely life-sustaining for LGBT, veterans, American every type of descent, and probably some endangered wildlife, so that's why it's important. And then you can also say transportation equity, which is pretty key. So I doubt lack of participation will be tolerated, and that's why the governor's going to present SB 213 so we can cram as many people as possible.
Representative DeGraff, we are on House Bill 1101.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So with all those facts, I wonder you might be wondering why I'd suggest an aye vote for the majority, not for the minority. Despite the demonstrated contribution of U.S. hydrocarbon production being less than 1/100th of 1% of all atmospheric energy, we were categorically informed before all the committees categorically declared that these lumbering mobile traffic jams rolling in the wrong direction would not only be safer and traffic calming, which is different because I see people trying to swerve into traffic to avoid them, but that these programs would reduce droughts, floods, heat waves, cold snaps, arson, and invasive beetles. Since this service is only subsidized at $2 per passenger mile, the committee determined that it should be expanded and establish the right or power of any regional transportation to continue the annual levy and any prior mill levy in perpetuity. The bold steps taken by this body in granting a sacred cow not only a right to life but a right to live forever is not to be overlooked and proves the adage of Milton Friedman that there's nothing so permanent as a temporary government program. Damn the facts, full spending ahead. It's clear that we need to spend more money in these challenging financial times. So while completely unsupported and likely counterproductive for environmental impact, might seem like that's a deal breaker, but again, this program does avail us the use of many woke buzzwords like transportation equity. Plus, bloated, inefficient, and lumbering in the wrong direction is the perfect picture of our growing bureaucracy, which is why I think the majority should vote yes and the minority should vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the repassage, of House Bill 1101 as amended by the conference committee. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 18 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1101, as amended, is repassed. Madam Majority Leader. Oh, co-sponsors. Sorry, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we have some business. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1013 as amended, 1017 as amended, 1057 as amended, 1069 as amended, 1086 as amended, 1088 as amended, 1147 as amended, 1220 as amended, 1254, 1258 as amended, 1265 as amended, 1269, 1272 as amended, 1290, 1298, 1300 as amended. Senate Bills 2, 5, 44, 67, 72, 82, 157, 160, 161, 165, 166 as amended, 177 as amended, and 196 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1281 is amended and Senate Bill 16 is amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1294 be amended as followed and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 7 and 205 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The Speaker has signed Senate
Signing
Bill.
of bills, resolutions, memorials will be printed in the journal. Message from the governor.
Honorable members of the Colorado House
Message
of
from the governor
Representatives.
will be buried in the journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be added to the special orders calendar at 11:02 a.m. House Bill 1286, 1223, 1210, 1254, 1255, 1282, 1277, 1258, 1290, 1057. Senate Bill 147, 187, 149. Senate Bill 149. Senate Bill 187. House Bill 1068. Senate Bill 49. Senate Bill 175. And House Bill 1292.
Madam Majority Leader, I believe that was House Bill 1069, not 1068. Is that correct?
Correct. House Bill 1069.
Thank you. And that was at 11:02?
Correct.
The bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar at 11:02 a.m. Representative Tatone. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Tatone will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for bill to be read at length. The committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the request of the Majority Leader, and the court rules relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 60 until Monday, April 24th.
All right, Senate Bill 60 will be laid over till Monday. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1286.
Senate Bill 1286 by House Bill 1286 by Representatives Armagost and Duran concerning changes to penalties for the offense of cruelty to animals for working animals that are used in connection with governmental entities.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Majority Leader, whatever.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1286 and the Judiciary Report.
All right, to the Judiciary Report.
Madam Chair, in Judiciary, we ran one amendment that restructured the bill so it would only address restitution when a working or service animal is permanently injured or killed.
All right, any further discussion on the Judiciary Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. All right, the aye has it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so for those of you that were here the other day when this was presented in committee, it was a very good opportunity to really see and hear how it impacts not so many people when a working dog is injured or killed. In Colorado, in the last year, we've lost two. We lost one a few months ago with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. That was Canine Graffiti. And then a year ago, we lost Canine Jinx with El Paso County Sheriff's Office. In committee, we had both the handlers and family members testifying in what that loss looks like and how much that impacts people. So with this bill, we wanted to increase the penalty, not only the penalty, but the restitution. And with everything happened with the other House bill.
Members, can you please take your conversations off the side? It's really getting difficult to hear down here. Appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So getting to understand what the impact is, not only to the agency, the handler, and their family members, it's an extreme loss emotionally. The bond that they have as not only a partner and a force multiplier and a life-saving actor in a law enforcement agency, but also as a member of a family for the spouse of the handler and the kids as well. It's a pretty big impact, a huge impact when they have to lose or otherwise there's harm caused to those animals. So with that, we were looking to raise those penalties with the CCJJ altering some things in the felony outlook on things. All we're doing with this bill is adding restitution to the already labeled penalties in the outlook of the crime. So with the cost of the animal, to get a dog, for instance, patrol ready, you're looking up in that first year to get the dog patrol ready, upwards in the $200,000 ballpark. So the cost of that agency within the first year to replace that animal costs that much money on taxpayers. So that's really all we're doing with this bill is raising that penalty by putting in a restitution for people to have to pay if they cause that harm or death to a working animal. So I strongly encourage and I vote. Thank you.
All right. Before I go to Madam Majority Leader, I want to remind everybody to keep the conversations down. It's difficult to hear. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to say good bill, vote yes.
All right, good. Any further discussion on House Bill 1286? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1286. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. House Bill 1286 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1223.
House Bill 1223 by Representatives Bacon and English concerning the creation of a task force to establish shared guidance for entities to utilize in prioritizing grant money to achieve maximum impact to reduce negative outcomes for youth.
Representative Bacon. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. I move House Bill 1223 in the committee reports.
All right, let's start with the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. In appropriations, we just were able to fund the program. We urge an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report. Representative Bacon.
Thank you, and we'd like to thank the members of the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report for hearing us out as we changed a few things in the bill to better accommodate the agencies who are really excited to be a part of this work. We will be talking about a few things that we learned in committee that we will bring amendments to, but again, in committee, we added some language about how to gather the data, when reporting will be done, and again, clarifying language for some agencies. We urge an aye vote.
All right, any more further discussion on the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. All right, the committee report is adopted. All right, to the bill. Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L010 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, the amendment has been moved and displayed. Go ahead, Representative English.
Okay, this amendment just essentially is adding rural K through 12 communities.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you. I'd like to say this amendment comes after talking to the Rural School Alliance. We heard in committee that we wanted to be sure that our rural communities were also included, at least clearly, to broaden the scope. So this is one of our two amendments to do so. We urge an aye vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on Amendment L010? Seeing none, the question before, Representative, it was just a high five. All right, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L010. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill. Representative English.
I move Amendment L009 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, the amendment's moved to display.
And-
Go ahead. Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair, sorry. The three target communities selected pursuant to this subjection must represent to extent practicable geographic and urban and rural diversity. So again, this is inclusive and we ask for an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion on Amendment L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it. Amendment L009 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members. We had a great conversation in committee about what an opportunity this may be to really bring our agencies together to create shared goals on how to solve for our youth violence as well as youth suicide rates. And so what this bill does is say, across the agencies, we all have data. We need to create a statewide heat map to not only be able to identify places that might have disproportional representation in this, but also how can our agencies actually create shared goals and outcomes to solve for it? And so this program, this interagency task force, will only exist for 2 years, but the goal is for them to make 3 to 5 year goals. Again, we want to note that unfortunately, we have heard just so much about the factors our youth are coming up against that makes them turn to violence or suicide. And so we think in talking not only to schools, but to Department of Public Safety and Behavioral Health, as well as the ECE community, we can get at some of these root causes. We also wanted to note that while there may be concerns about these issues in urban communities. These issues don't just exist in urban communities, and we wanted to be very clear that we hope the state looks actually at the across the four corners to create these zones as geographically diverse as we can, because even though some of our communities are small, they may have a disproportionately high rate of something such as suicide. And so we feel like it's good governance for the agencies to actually talk to each other, not only to find deficiencies, but to be better situated to solve problems. We urge an aye vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Surprise, surprise. Madam Speaker, Chair.
It's fine.
There's a promotion, right? Madam Chair, I rise in support of this particular legislation. I really want to thank the two bill sponsors because I think it needs to be noted, as I've promoted closing the rural-urban divide for years up here, this amendment that you saw and the bill now is working towards that effort. Honestly and sincerely working towards that effort. So how do you do that? You talk about rural Colorado. You talk about the needs of the rest of Colorado. I heard Four Corners being mentioned. Yes, there are Four Corners, and they're very diverse and different. If I think about the district I used to represent, House District 64, in southern and southeastern Colorado, we had the highest suicide rate. The highest. And it was rural Colorado, not urban or big city Colorado that had that rate. So yes, it matters. When you're looking at where grants are being applied, how grant money is being distributed across the great state, it's not just supposed to be in the urban epicenter, in the concrete jungle or the I-25 corridor, because the state is very large, vast, and diverse, and has different needs. So the one thing that this bill is going to do, as I understand it, it's going to allow for those things to be looked at and to make some prioritizations. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of Native American and Hispanic, Latino populations in southern Colorado. Surprise, surprise. Southwestern, southern, and southeastern. Now, a lot of times, you'll go out to the country, if you get as far as I've gone, and you'll pull up to a old farm, you won't think anybody lives there. And then people come out. You're like, whoa. Those are the kind of people that I want to represent, and those are the kind of people that may be helped by this type of legislation. Those folks that are forgotten, that are isolated, that aren't being considered. So that is why I rise in support. I thank the bill sponsors, and I thank the Assistant Majority Leader for understanding the importance of closing the rural-urban divide. Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1223? Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, Holtorf for the win. Boom. Thank you. No, this bill is a very important bill, and inclusion is very important. And if we can identify those populations to where those grant dollars are properly allocated to the communities that is actually doing the work and need those funds to help our young people, I am honored to be a part of this bill, and we ask for a yes vote.
All right,
Thank
is there any
you.
further discussion on House Bill 1223? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1223. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it. House Bill 1223 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1210.
House Bill 1210 by Representative Dixon, also Senator Hansen, concerning carbon management and in connection therewith, ensuring that carbon management projects are eligible for grants under the Industrial and Manufacturing Operations Clean Air Grant Program and providing for the creation of a carbon management roadmap.
Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1210 and the E&E and Appropriations Committee reports.
All right, to the transportation report. You don't have an appropriations report.
Energy.
Oh, the energy environment report.
Thank you. I move Amendment L12 to the E&E Committee report. And ask that it be displayed. Yes.
All right, the amendment has been moved and displayed. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment is just a further continuation in the very thorough stakeholding process for this bill, and it just makes a few clarifications. So it adds a bit of protections for making sure that there's community health protections in the grant program. It also clarifies the definition of enhanced oil recovery to be more scientifically accurate, and it clarifies that the tracking of emissions should track both carbon as well as carbon dioxide and co-pollutants to make sure that it's not letting things fly under the radar.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you. All right, like any good amendment, there's a lot to unpack here. So amend the committee report, page 1 after line 10, page 3 of the printed bill, strike lines 18 through so we're going to go to page 3 of the bill, and we're going to substitute, and they're going to strike 18 through 21. So I'm just thinking out loud here, doing my my page count, just like we used to do with publications. And enhanced oil recovery. So what we're going to change means carbon management proposals that facilitate the extraction, refinement, or delivery of fossil fuel energy sources, including petroleum, natural gas. So if I'm thinking correctly, we're going to limit, we're not going to allow carbon dioxide to be used for enhanced oil recovery. I think that's how I remember it. So the new definition will means all existing and potential technology to recover oil beyond traditional primary methods, including the use of carbon dioxide or other fluids, so that would be fracking, to increase the ultimate recovery of hydrocarbon. I like that they used hydrocarbon there instead of fossil fuels. Fossil fuels that's kind of a euphemism. So enhanced oil recovery means all existing potential technology to recover oil beyond traditional primary methods, including the use of carbon dioxide and other fluids, to increase the ultimate recovery of hydrocarbons. So that, I'm a little confused, and maybe the sponsor can tell me, because I thought that was going to be, because before it means the carbon management proposals that facilitate the extraction, refinement, or delivery of fossil fuel energy sources, including, so that before it was going to be carbon management proposals that facilitate the extraction or refinement, so that would be like injecting carbon dioxide into the ground, literally injecting money into the ground, into a hole in the ground, pumping money into a hole in the ground to extract hydrocarbons. But now we're going to expand that, means all existing potential technology to recover beyond the traditional primary methods, including the use of tech or other fluids, to increase the ultimate recovery of hydrocarbon. So what this is doing is calling fracking, any type of fracking, as part of enhanced oil recovery. So now we got to find enhanced oil recovery, because I thought that was precluded under this bill.
I think that's what's in the amendment, Representative DeGraff.
Well, it is in the amendment, thank you. But in the actual bill, because if enhanced oil recovery, enhanced oil recovery. So let me go through the rest of this, and then I'm going to ask the sponsor where because I don't want to spend your time looking up this. Division of Carbon Management Projects, 2 tiers, ensuring that all project goals can be validated, recommendations, including the roadmap where practical, quantities and type, the number of, so maybe if somebody has the digital copy, they can help me find enhanced oil recovery in here, because I thought that was one that was verboten. And if that's verboten, then that would all of a sudden mean this bill would take it and I'm not saying that it does. I just wasn't prepared for this this amendment, so it's kind of a surprise. So if somebody can pull up 1210 and find, or maybe the sponsor can, that would be awesome also. Carb loading. All right, so that's going to be my question to the sponsors. Is that done? And then, so did you want to answer that now? My question to the sponsor is, because I thought enhanced oil recovery was something, because in here, I thought enhanced oil using carbon dioxide to pump it into a hole to push out natural gas or oil or anything like that was not allowed.
Representative Dixon.
Thank you for the question, Representative DeGraff. So the definition that's currently in the bill is somewhat broad, and it was something that kind of flew under the radar in our initial drafting, and I didn't realize just how broad it was. But basically it means that when we're carving out these EOR projects in the eligibility for the grant program and in the roadmap, that with this initial definition, the definition is so broad that it carves out a lot of potentially interesting carbon management projects. So I wanted to narrow it to just mean what people mean when they say EOR, which is basically, well, EOR more generally is all these enhanced processes to recover oil.
Okay.
But in this context, it is, as you said, taking carbon dioxide, injecting it into the ground, and forcing oil out using that pressure.
Okay, this is
Representative
much
DeGraff.
better. Thank you. Means all existing potential technologies to recover oil, I'm assuming that means oil or natural gas, but oil, beyond traditional primary methods, including the use of carbon dioxide or other fluids. So why other fluids when we're talking about carbon dioxide? And that would be traditional fracking. Am I right?
So yeah, this is a great question. So this definition came from sort of a collaborative process with DNR, COGCC, and some environmental and labor people, just to make sure we were all on the same page about this. And so the question here is whether we want to define EOR, in statute as something that's more narrow than how it's used in the industry.
Okay.
So this definition is intended to be basically what the industry means, and the only parts that are applicable in this bill are the ones that have to do with carbon.
And so when banning EOR,
Representative DeGraff, hold on a second. Members, it's really loud in here. I can't hear what's happening in the well. So could you please take your conversations off to the side?
we could talk like this. We could talk.
Thank you. Go ahead. And,
this is for
this
Mike.
dialogue is a little unconventional. So, Representative DeGraff, are you want to respond?
Thank you. So we're not looking at banning EOR. We're just looking, this will just take EOR off the table for the grants of this program.
Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for speaking out of turn. So the bill as it stands carves out EOR from the grant program eligibility and from the roadmap, and this amendment doesn't change that. It just narrows what it is that we're carving out. And you can go talk to industry representatives. They don't really have much of a problem with this because EOR is already profitable for them and they don't feel that they need to be included.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you very much. That was my concern because so colleagues, we're looking at the use of the enhanced oil recovery by all means, and that just expands, as the sponsor was kind enough to explain, other fluids. This is not, this program is about grants being issued, so it's not about banning, because if you were to ban EOR, then you would be also banning fracking in this. But by the bill, this is about carbon management, so I will we're looking at who's eligible for grants. So EOR, enhanced oil recovery, is not eligible for a grant. So any type of EOR is not eligible for a grant, but as the sponsor explained, the only EOR that's applicable for this program is the fluids that are the carbon dioxide into the ground. Then we're looking at page 4 of the report, and that is strike line 1. Strike line 1. Page 4, oh no, page 4 of the report. That is a very long report. And I don't seem to have page 4. Okay, so we're going to substitute, okay, page 9 of the bill, line 9. So we can just skip through that. Page 9 line, and strike carbon and substitute carbon dioxide and co-pollutants. Carbon dioxide, so strike carbon, page 9, line 9, strike carbon and substitute carbon, carbon dioxide, and co-pollutants after captured. Strike carbon and substitute, okay, carbon dioxide, and co-pollutants after captured. Okay, well, I do like that part because that is taking out carbon dioxide as a pollutant. So that is helpful. That makes it actually a little bit more accurate. So, all right. So I don't see anything here. Just a little bit of a clarification. Amend.
All right,
dated March.
Representative DeGraff, you need some more time to look at the amendment. We don't need to have you look it over at the podium.
Well, that's kind of what we're doing. I'm helping my colleagues through this. So I think we're, oh, okay. So on page 1 of the report after, and I'm going to try to elaborate a little bit more on this because my colleague and sponsor have come up with an amendment to present to this. So now I guess I'm on the hook to talk for a little bit. So something about a horse. I'm just going to say something about a horse.
Well, I will interrupt you just to tell people to keep your conversations down again. Don't make me use the gavel, because I'll use it.
That would make more sense.
Go ahead, Representative DeGraff.
All right, so one part I skipped about this. Oh, no, that was page 3, lines. Okay. So I think the minority leader is going to request a recess while this amendment is worked out, just to the printing.
Representative Holtorf, do you want to?
Saved by the bell.
Do you want to jump in there?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things with respect to this type of legislation and all others that I want to, and I've highlighted for several years up here, carbon management, carbon capture, carbon sequestration, carbon removal, CO2. I have debated and discussed up here that in rural Colorado and in agriculture, we are one of the biggest carbon sinks, absorbing, sequestering, removing carbon dioxide from the Colorado's atmosphere in every county of Colorado, and it's agriculture that does it. And we get no or very little constructive credit. Now, I know, colleagues, as we're busy doing the work that we do, you're asking, what is that rural legislator talking about? Again. Well, let me share something with you. The growing season starts in April and ends in October. All over rural Colorado, farmers are out there planting, sowing the ground, planting their seed, and raising crops. Now, for those of us that took earth science in 5th grade and 6th grade, what did we learn? Remember that class from way back when? We learned about oxygen and carbon dioxide and how plants absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? When I plant a circle of corn, let's say it's a 100-day crop, and I put it in the 1st of May, for 100 days, that crop is going to grow. And do you know what that crop is going to do every day it's growing? It's going to absorb carbon dioxide. And as it grows in its growing cycle and grows from a little sprout like this, a little sprout to a big, tall, healthy plant over its growing season, the carbon dioxide absorption accelerates. It accelerates. So if you look at the graph of the absorption of that one circle of field, it's an exponential graph. The absorption is exponential. Now, what nobody has done in this state and across this country, unfortunately, which drives me absolutely crazy in the green energy environment and this carbon sequestration world, is said, how much CO2 does agriculture absorb in every state in the union? How much CO2, and you heard earlier, if you in appropriations, me talking about the Republican River and the 500,000 acres of farmland, most of it to corn and alfalfa and wheat and milo and rye. Oh, by the way, you can go rye in the wintertime. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. What I have advocated is I want full accounting. I want accountability for the contribution your Colorado farmers are making to this green energy movement every day, because Colorado, we were green before you even knew what green energy was. And we still, in 2023, are not getting constructive credit for our contribution to helping the planet. Now, the more crops you grow, the longer the growing season, the more absorption and sequestration. So what I believe I have done here, with the approval of the bill sponsor, and I have to hand her this. I think that's what we're talking about. Let me know. Is in this particular bill, 1210, on page 4. But before I do that, I'm going to move L013 to House Bill 1210 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Amendment to the bill. Is it to the bill or the committee report? We're on the committee report right now.
Wrong. I got ahead of myself.
Yeah.
I'll withdraw it. All right. Madam Chair, I'm going to withdraw that motion because I was told that I got the cart ahead of the horse.
All right.
So
With the
I think
amendment
I've
to
made
vote.
my point. I'm going to get off the dais, and then I'm going to come in and we're going to talk about this
Okay.
at the right time.
All right. Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L012? On the amendment? Okay. So seeing no further discussion on Amendment L012, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L012. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the ayes have it. Amendment L012 is adopted. Okay, now we're to the committee report. Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report as amended. Oh, okay. All right. All right. So there is further discussion on the committee report. Representative DeGraff.
My apologies. Thank you for your patience and your professionalism. All right, so I'm going to the committee report. And on the committee report, this would normally go in the report, but since the committee report was amended, I would like to move 004 to HB 1210 and ask that it be displayed.
All right, Amendment L004 has been displayed. Go ahead.
So this would go to the committee report, but for expedience, I'm just going to skip to line 4, which is on, refers to page 4 after line 20. And my, did you get one? Substitute this. It's basically okay. My apologies. It's basically substituting in the committee report, but if we could skip over that exercise, what it's doing is after line 20 on page 4, it is adding a line, which is L, and consider that how much we're putting into this, how much money this is going to cost, because we were looking at, during the committee hearing, they were talking about carbon sequestration costing $100 per ton after a few years when it gets lower than that. Now they've said, well, with federal subsidies, it's not actually $100 a ton, or it'll be less than $100 a ton, but they used $100 a ton, and saying that we needed to sequester 10 gigatons per year, and that's pretty ambitious, because 10 gigatons, one gigaton at $100 would cost $100 billion. So if you want to write $100 billion, you write 100, and then you write 9 zeros after that. So then you would have $100 billion. Now, that's okay, because that's just money from the taxpayers, so we don't have to worry about that money. But anyways, the purpose of this is to sequester carbon dioxide, and if you look at most of what this is carbon dioxide sequestration is, it has to work, it has to be effective for 100 years. So it's going to come out, and then it's going to eventually, so we're going to spend $100 billion per gigaton to remove out of 3,100 gigatons, which is approximately 0.3%. So we would spend $1 trillion per year. That would be $1 trillion per year. So we really need to be thinking about where we could make this more effective. And so I thought, well, shoot, I keep hearing about with recycling that if we don't recycle plastic, that it's going to be in landfills for hundreds of years. Well, here we're looking at sequestering carbon at $100 per ton for 100 years. So this is just to add durable, what I would call durable, because we want to keep the language right, because durable and economic, post-market sourced hydrocarbon sequestration. So durable post-market. So this would be taking material that we've already used, and that we're going to use it to help the environment. So the way we're going to help the environment in this case is we're just going to ask everybody to throw away their plastic and stop recycling it. And the reason for that is because 1 pound, and I was surprised by this, but a hydrocarbon, plastics are made out of hydrocarbons, and these hydrocarbons are long chain hydrocarbons. So they have lots of molecules of carbon for the number of hydrogens that they have. And then so a hydrocarbon that have 12 to 14 hydrocarbons in it, that would be 14. So that would be 12 carbon dioxide molecules if you were to burn it or if it was to degrade. So what we can do here is we can utilize the market, and we can utilize the mechanisms that we already have in place for collection, because 1 pound of plastic, according to this, would be the equivalent of 6 pounds of carbon dioxide. So if you throw away 1 pound of carbon dioxide and make sure it goes to the landfill instead of spending more energy and recycling it, the glasses look good, then you will actually be, if you would actually be sequestering 6 pounds of carbon dioxide. And if you look at the number of gigatons of mass that we sequester, and then this would last for hundreds of years instead of 100 years. So this is much more effective. It's much more effective than, and it's much safer. I'll add that it's much safer if you've listened to the briefings on this, the high pressure and the pipelines of CO2, pumping those, the danger, and that's the danger that's cited by the Sierra Club, et cetera, that this is a very dangerous and risky proposition, this hydrocarbon sequestration, which is literally pumping money into the ground. But if we do this with the market solution, see, that would make both sides happy. We would do it with a free market solution. We can sequester 6 pounds of carbon dioxide for every single pound of plastic, and that plastic will stay in the landfill forever, we're told, because you keep it away from ultraviolet light. And then basically what we're going to do is we're going to have the market pay for the carbon sequestration. So really, the most irresponsible thing that you can do as an environmentalist at this point is recycle your plastics. Now, this is tough for me because I'm kind of a habitual recycler, and I doggone it, I recycle my paper and plastic. But now that I realize this, I'm going to put a concerted effort into just making sure my plastic goes to the landfill so that I can make sure that I sequester my carbon dioxide. And then, so I'm going to be environmentally responsible with my carbon footprint by making sure that my plastic all goes to the landfill. And I would encourage
Representative DeGraff, can we stick to the bill and not your recycling habits?
Not my what?
Your recycling habits.
Oh, TMI, I understand. Well, it goes to this because I want to explain, because some people would probably think that throwing away your plastics would be an irresponsible environmental movement, but after reading this bill and that we need to pump trillions of dollars of CO2 into the ground that will only stay there for maybe 100 years, if that, when we could do it for free, and we could do it and we could lock it up for hundreds of years. And then we could also, you know, when the solar starts dipping and we decide we want more carbon dioxide, then we could just burn it and then release it. But this is 6 pounds. So this is, paper is only about I think it was 1.5 pounds. So it's pretty effective. And since paper, so paper would apply to this as well. So now I'm realizing that recycling my paper is also environmentally irresponsible. So I'm probably going to have words with myself about that. But so what we're talking about is durable post-market sourced hydrocarbon sequestration, because this will keep it out of the atmosphere for well over 100 years, as we've been told over and over and over again. So the responsible thing to do in accordance with this bill, which is to actually sequester carbon, is to now, recycling glass and aluminum, I'm still all for that. Those are pretty high energy, and so I still get to do that. But paper and plastic, you really need to just make sure they go to the landfill just for the sake of the environment. So with that, I recommend did I ask for this to be displayed? Okay, good. Yes. I ask that L004 be properly displayed. I see that it is. I ask for an aye vote because this climate, I'm told this existential threat that merits taking everybody's liberty is existential, and so therefore we need all possibilities, and this is probably the most efficient and one that we can start immediately. So I recommend an aye vote on L004.
All right, any further discussion on Amendment L004? Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, the noes have it. The amendment fails. Back to the committee report. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you. I have more. I would ask that L005, I would move L005 to the committee report for HB 1210 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, the amendment is moved and displayed. Go right ahead.
Okay, this is similar. Probably could have ended up on the same one, but it ended up on two. That's okay, because we're talking about something different. But if we can skip over the first part and then go right to page 6 of the bill, line 7. We're just going to skip over the committee report because this just puts it in the committee report, and then that just puts it into the bill. Page 6 after line 7, which would be L005, and then we're going to insert.
Okay, can we get to the point, please?
Okay. And what I have after line 7 is to insert an IX. So for a Roman numeral 9 after the Roman numeral 8, and that's electricity generation. Because that is actually a very viable use of for recycling. And a lot of countries do it because paper and plastic are all hydrocarbon. And so they're very energy dense, as you would notice if you see any. Well, that's one of the big things with houses and catching fire. They're very energy dense. They convert easily, and it would now this in this case electricity generation would kind of work against the sequestration, but it's a possibility and something that we could look at, because it would reduce our fossil fuel, our hydrocarbon requirement. And then X, of course, is durable, post-market sourced hydrocarbon sequestration. So again, plastic, what it's rated, I think it would actually be higher, but they're probably accounting for short chain carbon, hydrocarbon structure in a plastic. So this would be to, again, it would be sequestering carbon dioxide via plastic, in the sequestering hydrocarbons in the form of plastic, maybe paper, but definitely plastic, since we know that's going to last forever. And what that also does, because usually when you recycle plastic, a lot of times what you're doing is it just gets shipped over to a third world country and they just dump it in the ocean, and then it shifts out to the environmental patch. So there's lots of reasons here for durable post-market sourced hydrocarbon sequestration. So what that is in layman's terms is just taking a source of hydrocarbons that are post-market. They're durable. Paper and plastic are pretty durable. It keeps them out of the garbage patch in the ocean, which is a problem generated by mostly third world countries who take our recycled products, sift through them, and then dump the rest in the ocean. So there's really a lot of, I'm really surprised on the first one that the sponsor didn't take that, because to me that's pretty environmentally irresponsible. But this is her bill. So I would recommend an aye vote on this one, because we could use it for electrical generation and save some burning and then save landfills, or we could use durable post-market source hydrocarbon sequestration, not only sequester the carbon dioxide. Otherwise, if we're not going to sequester the carbon dioxide in every means possible, it looks almost like this is just more of a cash cow for a certain set of industries to funnel money to them. And I would hate to think that that was the case. So if we're serious, and I'm saying if, I'm just asking, if we are serious about carbon sequestration, the most efficient way to do it is to use your plastic, encourage people to use plastic. In fact, what we could do, what would be a really good idea for plastic, is to do something like you could even make trash bags. You could make grocery bags out of plastic, and then you could put them in the landfill, and they would be 6 times the carbon sequestration, and the free market would have paid for them. So in this case, you have this ideological drive for carbon sequestration, and you would have the free market pay for it. So it's really a win-win, and more of a win for the planet even, and keeping it out of the garbage dump, keeping it out of the atmosphere, keeping out of the garbage patch in the atmosphere. So if the sponsor doesn't want to do this, I guess we're just risking this plastic going out into the garbage patch in the ocean and really contributing to the carbon footprint. So I would hope that the sponsor would not be so environmentally irresponsible. But I asked for an aye vote. We'll see what the sponsor has to say.
Yeah, all right. Any further discussion on Amendment L005? Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would love to work with you on a future bill to address plastic pollution, but I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. And the noes have it. The amendment fails. To the committee report. Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is to the committee report. To the committee report. To the committee report. Any further discussion on the committee report? Okay. Representative DeGraff.
My apologies. I appreciate you for knowing what's going on, even when I was confused. All right. To the committee report. Sure enough, to the committee report. I would like to move L0067 to the committee report for HB 1210 and ask that it be displayed.
It's Amendment L006.
L006. Okay. And it is a multi-page, so this was passed out on the 14th of April, 2023. Mine shows 8:50 a.m. Yours might be a little later or earlier, depending on what row you're
All
in.
right, the amendment has been displayed. Please
Thank
proceed.
you.
Proceed.
Okay. So what this ultimately does is, it says strike lines in 1-2. We're going to just skip that part for the sake of expedience. I'm sure all of you have read this already, and so I won't have to explain it too in-depth, but I'll read through it. Page 2 of the bill, strike line 7, and we're going to substitute. Strike line 7, and we're going to substitute. So the General Assembly hereby finds and declares. Now, this is based on my paper. I've sent it all around to you. I've asked you to review this. I've sent it to your STEM colleagues to be confirmed or corrected, and I've received nothing. I have received confirmation from some of the Navy's top weather scientists on this who gave it 100%. So I'm pretty confident in it, but if you have, that's what science is about falsification. So in order for this to be scientifically accurate, but I'll explain that later. It is essential to control carbon dioxide because of its importance in delaying the exit of long-wave radiation into the negative 450-degree Fahrenheit void of space. So what we have across our very thin atmosphere is a very steep temperature gradient. And if you go to like the Arctic Circle, you'll know that the Earth has no problem cooling off. It's keeping heat that's a problem. Now, this next part is according to MIT. Well, only 54%, and that was based on numbers that they gave in watts per meter squared, but that gets a little bit too cumbersome. Does everybody have their, well, not time for calculators yet, but this is according to MIT. So approximately 54% of the Earth's energy is moved through the atmosphere via evaporation. So what that does, so our climate here is basically the energy that's in the environment. So 54% of that energy is moved out of our immediate area at probably about the speed of a helium balloon. So if you let it go of a helium balloon and you see how fast it goes up, water vapor goes up into the clouds at about that. That's what creates our storms. That's just a little trivia from teaching weather for Air Force pilot training. You didn't need to pay extra for that. So what that means is there's approximately 46% of the atmospheric energy. And see, I think everybody would want to pay attention to this because if we're going to have an energy policy that kills people, we should probably at least understand what it says. And our current energy policy will kill people. It might be necessary. There might be necessary collateral damage, but you should at least understand it. So 46% of the atmospheric energy is carried away through long-wave infrared radiation. And the average temperature, by the way, is about 60 degrees. So if you hold your hand above your desk and you can feel the heat coming off that, that's the average heat. That's about 10 degrees warmer than the average heat that's coming off the planet. So about 20% of that long-wave infrared radiation passes through what's considered an atmospheric window. And again, the only reason I'm putting in here is to correct the scientific part of this. Infrared radiation passes through an atmospheric window. So it goes straight up into space, no questions asked, right into the minus 455 Fahrenheit void. 80% of it is absorbed by atmospheric gases. So we have 80%. So you could write down, so far we have 46% is a key number. We're going to skip that 20% because it just makes the number smaller. And then we have nearly 80% of it is absorbed. So we're going to skip that part because it just makes the number smaller, and we don't really need to do that. Nearly 10% is, so 90% of that 90% of that heat, that energy is absorbed by water vapor. So this is why whenever you talk about greenhouse gases, they always refer to the dry atmosphere. They refer to the dry atmosphere because the dry atmosphere doesn't contain water vapor, and so after this you'll be able to see how much energy the water vapor contains. So nearly 10%, which is delayed by carbon dioxide. So 10%, you could write that off on the side in the margins. I apologize for not doing it on here. Human activity, so if you look at the amount of hydrocarbons that human activity produces, and then you look at how many gigatons, and you'll often hear the number of gigatons that human activity, anthropogenic, creates. But if you do the math, and I just did the math for you, and I can show you that later if you don't trust me, but if you do the math, you'll find that it's about 15% of that 3,100 gigatons of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is attributable to humans. Now, this is global. This is global humans, so 15% is another key number. And so that means, and then human activity produces 1% of that balance, of which, oh, excuse me, I had that backwards. Human activity presents 1% of that balance, and then United States produces about 15% of that 1%. See, my colleague's got his calculator going over there. That's pretty good. Doesn't trust my math. That's okay. Absolutely. Trust but verify. Well, and that's part of the scientific method, that you have to present your stuff, and I'm doing this so you can falsify it. So the reason I'm doing this instead of just giving you the number is so that you can falsify it in accordance with the scientific method. So that means, so I skipped ahead here. The protocol for this dictates that the math is not in there, but the way you get the 0.7% of atmospheric heat energy is that you say, well, it'd be 15% of 1%, of 10%, of 46%, and so that what we're doing is we're talking about the CO2 in the atmosphere that's attributable to the United States, of the total percentage that's anthropogenic, of the total amount that's carbon dioxide, of the percentage that is actually infrared. Not yet, that's a different one. I appreciate, my colleague is getting ahead of me. I always appreciated that when my students did that in calculus, be like 4 slides ahead of me and they didn't even know it. So I think it's okay to round up. And so if we round it up, that means approximately 1 part in 10,000 of the atmospheric energy. So in this room, let's say if you took any section of the atmosphere, well, most of it is due to the hot air of the legislators in this room, mostly me right now, but so any part of the atmosphere in general, 1/10,000th of 1 part in 10,000 is attributable to the United States-based hydrocarbon usage from the United States. So Like any part of the energy in the atmosphere is ultimately what drives our climate and weather. So 1 part in 10,000 of the atmosphere is attributable to the United States. With each state contributing 1/10,000th of a percent, or 1 part per million on average via hydrocarbon utilization. And this is just to keep things in perspective, because hydrocarbon utilization that we convert, the reason we convert hydrocarbons into water vapor and carbon dioxide is to extract the energy. Now, it's not a very efficient process in the terms like our ATP, the motors, the molecular motors that we have, ATP, very efficient, almost 100% efficient in extracting the energy. Now, if we could do that, that would be awesome. But we're restricted to burning it pretty much to extract the energy, which is very violent, very inefficient. And you get maybe about 30% out of it. But the utilization for manufacturing, food production, mining, transportation, housing, communication, entertainment, rocket ships, and other uses. I thought rocket ships was important. Especially after yesterday. Well, yesterday you would see the uncontrolled conversion of hydrocarbons into energy. So it helps you appreciate the amount of what's going on. This would require approximately, and here's where it's really critical. This is really critical. So if you take that and you divide it by state production, that would require approximately 1 minute of cloud cover, of one average minute of cloud cover globally to compensate for that heat energy. So you can see the magnitude of the problem here, that we would need an extra 1 minute of cloud cover on average globally to get rid of that. And that is what makes the billions and trillions of dollars extracted from taxpayers necessary to save the planet and keeping it from slipping into a climate apocalypse. Now, I put that last part in there so we could be scientifically accurate, but you could still have your existential threat in order to deny the liberties of the citizens of people of Colorado and of the United States. And I think that's important. So it's kind of a compromise. We get our scientific accuracy. You maintain your ability to penalize the people of the United States for living. So, and this gets important. Again, if you're going to have an energy policy that kills people, and the current one we have will and does, I just think you ought to understand the science. In recognition of the additional planetary risk of the impact of increased solar irradiance since the Industrial Revolution, and some of you don't know this, but some of you do, that solar irradiance has increased by about 1 watt per meter squared. Now, that looks pretty small considering the 1360 to 1365 it is on average, but since the Industrial Revolution, being the equivalent of 662 billion barrels of oil. So that little bit of extra sunshine is the equivalent of warming our planet with 662 billion barrels of oil every year. Now, some people think it might be the sun. Some people might think it might be that 662 billion barrels of oil as opposed to the 1 part in 10,000 of carbon dioxide. But that's not why we're here. We're here to discuss the 1 part in 10,000 of carbon dioxide. So I put it in terms of Hiroshima events, not to be insensitive because that was a horrible tragedy, but 63 million, that's the equivalent of 63 million Hiroshima events every year. So again, some people think that the warming of the planet is due to the equivalent energy of 63 million Hiroshima events per year, but others think that it's the energy attributed to human activity in the United States, which is 1 part in 10,000 of any of the energy. And you know that if you think about the difference between dry air and humid air, you'll automatically know that humid air has more energy in it because that's where the energy is carried. So again, in deference to the sponsor, I'm including the language here so that we have the existential threat, because the existential threat is really what drives the ability to to extract everything from of our citizens, because there's no reason for them to have money in their pockets if there's the existential threat. So I've left that. So there is no time to waste in reining in the trace gas that has proliferated in less than 200 years since the Industrial Revolution from 3 molecules in 10,000 to 4. That is 3 molecules in 10,000 to 4 is a 33% jump. And that is the crisis that we're facing right now, a 33% jump from one molecule in 10,000 is what we're facing. Now, it's kind of interesting that 1 molecule in 10,000 is the difference that we're talking about, and 1 part in 10,000 is the energy that we're talking about. So it's kind of convenient. You just have to remember the 1 part in 10,000 is the reason that we're going to spend trillions and trillions of dollars out of the taxpayers' pockets, and we're going to pump it straight into a hole in the ground, putting us on a dangerous path to the 70 molecules per 10,000. Now, back in the day, back in the dinosaur days, some of my colleagues might have been around then, I'm not sure, but something about a horse. But that was upwards of 70 molecules. So we're at 4 molecules per 10,000. So we're rapidly approaching the 70 molecules per 10,000, which is what created the massive amounts of biomass that was rapidly buried under tons of sediment and water. And that was a prehistoric time of prehistoric botanical flourishing, so we certainly don't want that, all the plants to grow like crazy. Because when the plants grow like crazy, then all of a sudden you get forest fires, because our plants in the last 60 years, we've increased the leaf mass by over 60%, according to Dr. Robinson. And he's been tracking it for a long time. But even now, in the last 50 years alone, leaf mass has increased by over 40%. I use a lower number here. And especially in semi-arid regions, due to the improved drought resistance, the unchecked growth must not continue. We must stop this extra growth of life if the earth is to survive. I think that's pretty key. For the greater good, the General Assembly therefore declares that Colorado must lead the way with the moral fortitude to pump billions and trillions of dollars.
Representative DeGraff, are you reading the amendment?
I am.
Oh, okay.
Of course. Thank you. Now that I have your attention. For the greater good, the General Assembly therefore declares that Colorado must lead the way with the moral fortitude to pump billions of dollars. My apologies, I also added trillions of dollars. That's true, but that was not reading it. Billions of dollars of taxpayer money annually into the ground to protect the planet from an invisible molecule that is odorless, tasteless, and the foundation to all life. Because we have to stave off the climate fluctuation predicted to be a fraction of the assumption and calculation errors. So it's pretty key there to note that the climate disaster that we're being told is really a fraction of the rounding errors and the assumption errors. And then it goes to the grant program in administration of the grant. So in order to be scientifically accurate, I think it's important to vote yes on this bill, on this amendment L006, and then I hope that everybody appreciates that I left the language in there to justify the existential threat of continuing to oppress our citizens. So I recommend an aye vote on L006 for scientific accuracy.
Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
All right, any further discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? No. And the noes have it. The amendment fails. To the committee report, Representative DeGraff.
All right. Thank you. I'm not going to go through all that again, but I was afraid that could happen. I was afraid that could happen because there are some people that believe that from the 280 molecules to our current 420, that additional 120 molecules is completely attributable to human activity. So So I thought, well, I'll prepare that because if that is the scientific direction that you lean, then this is still important. So going through here, I'm going to skip over a lot of this stuff because I already read it because it already.
Do you want to move in a new amendment,
I
Representative
do, I would like to move L007 to HB 1210 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, the amendment moved and displayed. Now you can talk about it.
Now I can talk about it, okay. So we talked about this on the last one, the 20% of the infrared energy, and carbon dioxide is only a matter in the infrared energy. So I forgot to explain that there are two types of infrared energy. There's long wave and there's short wave. Water vapor also acts in the short wave. Carbon dioxide doesn't so much. So sunlight coming in also warms up the water vapor in addition to the water. So the last one, I'm going to have to just tell you that 1 part in 10,000 was a gross overestimate because of the energy. So that 1 part in 10,000 was a serious overestimate. So it's a much smaller number than, but 1 part in 10,000 seemed like it was small enough to get the point across. So the part that's, if you go down to line 33, if we could skip down to line 33, scientists can inform us that of the current 420 parts per million, 140 parts per million, so 140 out of the 420, which is approximately 1/3, with approximately 15% from global carbon dioxide resulting from the United States. So we're going to skip over that initial percentage. So what we'd have is we'd have 15% of the 33% of the 46%. So if you have your calculator and you go 15% of 33% of 46%, so in aggregate, the hydrocarbon utilization, so this would be like if you want to use the biggest numbers, contributes 0.23% to global atmospheric energy. So that would be 0.23%. So the number is 0.23% with each state contributing 0.04% on average. So if Colorado really buckles down and spends the billions of dollars necessary with the moral fortitude, and we go zero carbon. Now this corresponds with the IPCC models that say that if we go zero carbon after several $1 trillion to do so, and we do it tomorrow, that the impact by the year 2100 will be roughly 1/3 of a degree Fahrenheit. So 0.23% of global atmospheric energy, with each state contributing 0.04%. Of course, on average, I just divided by 50 for the representative who said divide by 50 earlier. That's why I said she was ahead of me. Average hydrocarbon utilization for manufacturing, food production, mining, transportation, communication, entertainment, rocket ships, and other uses. And this is why the billions and trillions of dollars extracted from taxpayers are necessary to be pumped into the ground to save the planet from slipping into a climate apocalypse where plants grow like crazy. Because we don't want plants to grow like crazy, because then we would get forest fires, and if we got forest fires, then we'd have an ozone problem, and then we'd have a whole different issue. So again, in here, the same thing here, if you look at the 410,000, is the increased energy of the sun since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, which is, of course, usually attributed to the beginning of this climate apocalypse, is 63 million Hiroshima events every year. 63 million Hiroshima events worth of energy every year. Now, there are some people that think that 63 million Hiroshima events worth of energy every year is actually causing the global, but what we know is what it probably is the 1 part in 10,000 of the it's probably the 1 part in 10,000 of the atmospheric energy attributable to human activity in the United States. So this amendment keeps it scientifically sort of accurate. I'd say it's a little less accurate than the other one, But just in deference to my colleagues who believe that all carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is attributable to human activity, you know, I'll cede that and allow that to go. So this is why I think, but I did even on this amendment leave all the language of an existential threat so you can continue to oppress the citizens of Colorado. And I think that's what's important, because you have to have an existential threat if you're going to put the boot of government on the neck. And I think that's important to keep that language in there. So I ask for an aye vote for the sake of scientific accuracy, a little less scientific accuracy, but scientific accuracy nonetheless. I ask for an aye vote on L007.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L007? Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no.
All right, any further discussion on Amendment L007? Seeing none, the questionnaire, Representative Graff.
I would just like to thank my colleague for the stunning scientific analysis of my paper. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, anyone opposed, no. All right, the noes have it, the amendment fails. To the committee report, any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed, no. All right, well, the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Well, Madam Chair, felt like I was in class back in college there. And I wasn't a kid that sat in the front of the class. But I would like to move L013 to House Bill 1210 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right.
Now, while that get displayed, I'm not going to talk about the percentage of hydrocarbons or solar flare radiation.
All right, the amendment's
much
moved and displayed, so go ahead.
Oh.
Yes, it is displayed.
So Amendment L013 is displayed, and the point that I want to make is not going to be the Air Force Academy mathematics instructor's dissertation on solar energy and everything else. What this is about, for those of us in agriculture, is every year farmers plant crops. Every year crops grow in Colorado and across this great nation. Every year those crops, depending on the crop, absorb carbon dioxide at a very accelerated rate, particularly during the height of the growing season in July and August, where we have the fastest growth rates in those crops. Even in alfalfa, for those of you that know anything about raising alfalfa, you get 4 cuttings a year. Who in here can tell me which cutting is the best cutting and 1 month it occurs out of 4? Anybody want to take a swing? 1, 2, 3, or 4? This is important because it talks about why this amendment is so important. It's the 3rd cutting that is done in July because it's the warmest month. Now, that's why we must give agriculture production, carbon capture, and removal consideration, because we are doing so much work for those of you from Boulder County and Denver County and all those metro counties that are so worried about this issue. We're already doing it every summer. Millions of acres are being planted and crops are being grown. And this amendment is going to give us that credit. The sponsor's been kind enough to say she likes it. She's closing the rural-urban divide as we speak by acknowledging this valuable contribution to green energy. And so I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Dixon. Oh, Representative Catlin, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is an opportunity for us to look at agriculture as another asset to this planet, to your community, and to the counties that own the agriculture. Those growing crops do some things for us besides just feeding us at supper. They're capturing the carbon, they're doing the job out there, and here we are in the middle of a bill that is talking about doing that very thing, and thank you to the sponsor for listening and for cooperating on the idea that agriculture can have a big part in carbon capture as we move forward. This is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Eastern Colorado for bringing this amendment. Agriculture is already included in the roadmap portion of the bill, so just want to clarify that I definitely do already acknowledge that agriculture is an important way to pull carbon out of the air, but this amendment makes it clear that the organization that carries out the roadmap has the necessary qualifications and understanding of agriculture to make it work. So I ask for an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion on Amendment L013? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L013. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed, no. All right, the amendment is adopted. All right, any further discussion on House Bill 1210? Representative Evans.
Oh, sorry, it's like 30 seconds. No, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to...
Madam Chair, Representative
Sorry,
Evans.
I apologize. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank the sponsor for the earlier amendment, working with the oil and gas industry to narrow that definition a little bit.
Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. I appreciate it. Just want to close out and make sure that everybody understands what the bill does. Basically, this bill has two parts. One, it creates a carbon management roadmap for the state, and also it allows these carbon management projects to be eligible for funding. I think this is a really exciting bill for the environment, for workers, for the economy, for making sure that there are jobs in every area of the state, including areas that are impacted by changes in the climate. So I ask for an aye vote on 1210, and thank you for listening.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1210 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed, no. Okay, House Bill 1210 as amended it passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1254.
House Bill 1254 by Representatives Brown and Mabry, concerning the conditions covered under the warranty and habitability for residential premises and in connection therewith, directing the Department of Public Health and Environment to establish health and safety standards regarding the habitability of residential premises.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1254 and the committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the committee, we passed a significant strike below amendment, which did some significant edits to the bill that clarifies the role of CDPHE. It clarifies the particular statute, the particular environmental health standards that we're talking about, and it makes clear the role of both the tenant and the landlord. It was a result of extensive stakeholding with the apartment association, the realtors, and the Department of Public Health and Environment. And so we would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a pleasure to serve with you.
It's a pleasure to serve with you.
I'd like to move Amendment 3 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It has been moved and is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you. Does everybody want to pull out their green sheets for a second? The first part of this amendment is just making a request on the top of page 3 of your committee report, the amended committee report, and it just extends the 24-hour period of response to 72 hours. And we had asked for that 72 hours because the damage in this particular situation when it comes to environmental public health event, like a major fire, it may take the landlord a little bit of time to put together some information on behalf of the tenant. The second part is over on page 4. And again, I asked the sponsors, and I appreciate that. On the bottom of page 4, on lines 41 and 43, it gave the tenants the option to pull out of their lease before giving the landlord the opportunity to fix the situation. So we've now just reversed A and B so that the landlord has the opportunity to, in fact, fix the problems within a 60-day period, and if they don't fix it and communicate, then the tenant can, in fact, get out of their lease. And the last thing that is not in the amendment, but we talked about extensively here this morning, and it's important in this situation, and that is the tenant will continue to pay their rent during this period per Colorado law already, and that is down here later on, 38-12-503-4. The tenant will continue to pay the rent, but the landlord will be responsible.
Excuse me, Representative Taggart. Members, it is becoming too noisy in here. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. They're just studying their green sheets very loud.
Thank you for your grace, Representative Taggart.
So in this particular case, just to repeat on that, the tenant will still be responsible for their rent during this period of time, but the landlord is responsible for finding alternative housing and paying for that alternative housing. So with that, I ask for an aye on this particular amendment, and thank you.
Representative Mabray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's also an honor to serve with you.
Members, my co-prime, Representative Brown, and I were happy to work on Representative Taggart on this amendment, which we feel clarifies and tightens up the process for both landlords and tenants and is mutually beneficial, and we urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L003 to 1254. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. L003 is adopted. Any further discussion of the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The committee report is adopted as amended. To the bill. Representative Mabray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I am honored to be working on House Bill 1254 with my co-prime sponsor from Louisville. I know this bill is particularly important to him and his community because in the wake of the Marshall Fire, it was quite clear that the way that the warranty of habitability statute is written and is currently working is not functioning for tenants or for landlords in the wake of natural disasters. We wanted to provide some clarification on what the responsibilities of both tenants and landlords are after a natural disaster and a home becomes uninhabitable under the law. And we did extensive stakeholding on this bill and got all opposition to either neutral or supporting the legislation, and we urge an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really appreciate the partnership by my co-prime representative from Denver. In the wake of the Marshall Fire, what folks found was that for homes that were rentals that were not destroyed, many of them suffered significant damage from smoke and ash. And despite their or the landlord's best efforts, there weren't any objective health and safety criteria by which to know that a residence had been remediated to a healthy and safe level again. So this bill establishes objective health and safety criteria that can be used in the wake of a disaster that landlords and tenants can know are based on best practices in public health. And it establishes particular methods and responsibilities by which landlords and tenants can work together to make sure that their house, their residence has been remediated to a healthy and safe level again. So I appreciate you all listening to my remarks on this bill, and I ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1254? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1254. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1254 is passed. Mr. Shebold, please read the title of House Bill 1255.
House Bill 1255 by Representatives Lindsted and Dixon, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning preemption of local regulations limiting the number of building permits issued for development.
Representative Lindsted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1255 and the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Lindsted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, we made one tweak. We updated the definitions to be more clear and to ensure that this legislation did not encapsulate other pieces of traditional land use authority.
Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Transportation Committee, we also passed an amendment to allow for, if there's an emergency, that they can do a temporary moratorium on development. And we are now going to offer some amendments to that.
Mm-hmm. Is there any further discussion on the committee report?
Don't you have to?
Yeah.
Representative Lindsted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L006 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
And it has been moved and properly displayed. Please discuss L006.
So this amendment has been stakeholdered pretty extensively with the municipalities and counties, and it's just a further clarification of the land use definitions to make sure that what we're trying to go after, which are these arbitrary growth caps, is the case. So pretty straightforward. We've been working on this since committee to make sure that our definitions are correct. So I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Is there any Representative Dixon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to, or I move Amendment L23 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
It has been moved and displayed. Please discuss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we discussed in the Transportation and Housing and Local Government Committee, we did bring an amendment to allow for localities to pass temporary moratoria or temporary types of growth restrictions if they meet certain criteria, which in the committee was just a declared disaster emergency by the governor. And in this amendment, we are extending those allowances to allow for a locality to now do a temporary moratorium for up to 24 months for a variety of reasons, including a disaster, but also if they have changes to their land use laws or land use plans, or if they have insufficient public services or resources.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to restate, we worked extensively with the cities and counties on this amendment so that if they're passing an inclusionary housing ordinance or some type of update to their codes, they can take a pause on permits. It was a big request, a big give. So we worked really hard to try to get this bill to make sure that we're leaving municipalities with the tools they need to do land use. And I just wanted to say that we worked hard with our good colleague from Mesa County on the time frame. So we urge an aye vote. Thank you very much.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the sponsors listening to us on this particular amendment. And if you look at the bottom part of it, where you get into Roman numeral 3, one of the things that we talked about at length is that growth does put strain on infrastructures. And in particular, it puts a strain on water treatment plants, on water, and on roads, et cetera, et cetera. And you can't correct those overnight. Now, do municipalities and counties plan ahead for these types of things? The answer is obviously yes. They don't wait till the last second. But to give them a couple of additional years to work on building out that infrastructure, which they probably have started in advance, just really helps them because particularly with water treatment plants, and we have one in Grand Junction right now that's nearing 80% capacity. It's about $100 million to expand it because you don't expand it for 10 years. You expand it for at least another 30 years, and that's expensive, A, and B, it takes a significant amount of time, and you want us to take a significant amount of time because the water that is treated in that flows back into the Colorado River. So thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think it's important to emphasize, and these are things that I didn't really realize, well, I mean, I had some inkling, but until taking civil engineering and base design and development in college, that, I mean, these facilities do take a lot of time, and just by the nature and the capacity, even to get there, is very much dependent on population. So it's probably be something that we talk a little bit about more during the discussion on the bill. But this gets down to like how much water on average a family uses, the slopes in the pipe, the slopes in the sewer, to make sure that the water carries everything down, the capacity of the pipe. And when you start doing things arbitrarily, like what you'll end up, I think overall with this bill, what you'll have when you say we're going to remove these arbitrary growth caps, and I think that's it's a very improper use of the word growth caps, but you will end up overtaxing your infrastructure. And then once you have overtaxed that infrastructure, and the ability for the sewage to be carried away from the houses, the electricity to be able to reach the houses. Then when everybody is in place, that you're going to have to then rip up everything and then replace it with a higher volume line. So applying this after a disaster and saying, well, okay, once a disaster wipes out this area, we're going to basically rezone the entire thing. That doesn't really work for all of the infrastructure that's in place, because most of the wiring, in a lot of places, the wiring is underground. It's going to have the same capacity. The gas lines are underground. They're going to have the same capacity. And so overall, I'm not sure who wrote this bill, but overall, it seems that it was written by somebody that has an inkling to pack as many people in possible, which if you've read anything about Rat City, you don't want to do. And in general doesn't understand the process of infrastructure and the loads that are placed on it. It's not just something that can magically expand. So I recommend a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually not sure if I want to speak to the amendment or to the bill. I think I will wait and speak to the bill, so I apologize.
Thank you, Representative. Any further discussion of Amendment L023? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L023. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. L023 is adopted. To the committee report. And Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill comes from, and this is in regards to the committee report, this comes from 4 municipalities that have set up what the sponsors are calling...
Representative Wilson, we're to the bill.
No, we're on the committee report.
On the committee report. I'm sorry.
So to make this easier, I will move Amendment L010 to the committee report. And ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. It has been properly moved and displayed to L010.
So again, this bill roots in 4 municipalities that set growth limits. That is 4 of 272 municipalities. So it's a very small number of municipalities. And in each of these municipalities, the effort was led by the citizens. So basically what we've heard already is that the citizens' opinion of your community is arbitrary. We don't care what the citizens have to say. We think it's arbitrary. And we don't believe in, hey, if you don't like your leadership, vote somebody else in. We believe in making state laws that override the municipality's ability to do what's necessary. So all this amendment is saying is that this subsection does not apply to laws inactive by a majority of the vote of the citizens. Makes sense, right? So, with that said, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L010.
Representative Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment. I do think that when you're down at the local level, and we've seen it at the state, but not to the extent, when we sit in committee and there's 300 people, I hear the moaning and groaning, oh my gosh, we have 300 witnesses. When you sit in a local government, that's every day. That's every week. They pack your rooms. You have to do overflow rooms because they want to comment on the growth of their communities. I will be very clear. I hate growth caps. I hate it. I hate that 4 municipalities did it. But you know what? I don't live there. I would never do that for my communities, but that's not my community. And so when you take away local government control, what you're taking away is the control by your local citizens to have a voice in our local government processes. They live in these communities, and I might not agree with them. There are plenty of times I had people go to the mic and say, I voted for you because I expected you to do this or that. And I would always say, if you voted for me, it's because you expected that I would protect private property rights. We may not agree, but they still have a voice. And unless state government, if they want to usurp local government authority, unless they're going to have 300 people, thousands of people at every single public hearing to talk about land use, they should not be taking that authority away. We should not be silencing the vote of the people. We should not be silencing the voice of the people. These are their communities, and we have no right as the state to take that power away from them. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies. I had to step out of the room briefly, and so maybe I missed this discussion on zoning in general. But if you look at zoning, just the nature of zoning, zoning is a contract that when you buy a piece of property, you enter into a contract, and it has the both sides. And so this would be a free market contract. You determine that you're going to move into this community, and then you buy a house. Well, part of the reason that you buy a house in that community is based on the zoning. And so the zoning is kind of now you're not forced to buy a house in that area that has attributable zoning. You could go buy a house in an unincorporated area, and you can pretty much, you can't do whatever you want on an unincorporated area because we took care of that. So anyways, it used to be that in an unincorporated area that you would be able to have a little bit better level of autonomy until this year. So what a zoning does is it basically sets up a contract between you and your neighbors, and it sets up a contract between you and your neighbors that you can, like what you can and cannot do. A typical thing will be like, okay, how big a property has to be in order to, the subdivisions, they have to be subdivided into so many square feet of property. You can only have a fence that's so high of this type material. You can only have so much of your property covered. And the reason for having only so much of your property covered, and the reason that the state won't allow more than one rain barrel, is because you have to make sure that water goes down into the ground or off into the rivers, and then it goes down into the Colorado River. So this is all zoning. These are all things that have to do with zoning, and so that is a private property right. Now, if this bill, and it emphasizes what this body is being dragged into, it used to be what we would call lawfare, and that people would be dragged into court on frivolous lawsuits. And
Representative DeGraff, I am always interested in hearing your opinions on amendments. So I just need some greater clarity about how this does address the amendment.
Certainly, Madam Chair, and I will try to bring that right back. I'm just trying to give some basis for that with the context of the zoning laws. And so
yes, right back is the operative phrase. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a contract, and what this bill does is that this bill violates the contract. This bill violates the contract on the basis of basically on the bill violates the contract between the citizen and the municipality. Because what's effectively going to happen if you all of a sudden say, well, we're going to remove the arbitrary growth caps, which is an inflammatory sentence, which is I guess it's impugning because it's saying that the growth caps were arbitrary. So the bill really should be thrown out just on the basis of impugning, since that's something we're not supposed to be doing. But anyways, when it comes to property and zoning and this contract that you have with the municipality, there's this thing in the, what is this? Oh, this is the Constitution. This thing in the Constitution that you shall not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. Well, this is not due process of the law. This is just removing the growth caps this is not due process. This process, the people will have, if you go through and you rezone and you take off the growth caps of an area, you have effectively rezoned. You've gone from single-family residential to multifamily residential. You've gone from a housing area of, say, 9,000 square feet for a plot to 4,500 square feet of land. You've gone from having 2 cars parked in the street to 4 cars parked in the street. You've gone from having your infrastructure tasked by 5 people per property to 10 people per property, or 15 or 20, because usually it can be subdivided into 4. So I think maybe I missed it, and maybe the sponsor can speak to it, but effectively what this bill does is it rezones property. If you can remove the arbitrary growth caps, if you can remove, and maybe that's a misunderstanding on my part.
To the amendment, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I do see the sponsor who's ready to address your question.
And I want to make sure that it's, so I guess then if it doesn't rezone it, what does it mean when you're talking about rezoning arbitrary growth caps? And then in here, what we're saying is this amendment just says, hey, if these arbitrary growth caps were put in place by the citizens, which is what they were, what is the justification for breaking them up? Because right now what we're doing is we're executing what would be called legislative lawfare or ledge-fare against the population based on a community that wants to lift this. And if you're gonna be doing these things, you are going to be effectively changing zoning.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just be brief and say that this bill has nothing to do with zoning or the zoning process. These growth caps, regardless of how they come to be, affect housing prices, traffic, our environment, schools. There's huge negative regional consequences because of them. So I would urge a no vote so that we can support private property rights and make sure that these regional impacts aren't affecting all the surrounding communities. And if any members of this chamber want to talk to me about zoning and the zoning process, I'm happy to do so, but it has nothing to do with this amendment. Urge a no vote.
Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this amendment. This amendment just lets the people decide. This is not happening in the 9 counties that I represent in Colorado. This is not going on in my district. And we're going to pass a state law which affects my district based on 4, possibly maybe 3 local governments that are doing this. This is one more example of a one-size-fits-all approach. It's not happening in my district. Let the people in my district decide what they want to do. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you. I might not be 100% as familiar with the zoning process, but familiar enough that if you bypass the process and then you change the housing area and you change the number of people that can live in an area, you are effectively doing that by you are in a given area, you're saying that you can put in more houses. You can put in, and that might be the right way to do it, but that is not the process by which local governments have set it in place. So the people can also move to a different location. So I think there's some very specific communities that this is dealing with, and applying this law, making this into a law, I think is a very dangerous thing because it is going to have a much more encompassing, I think it's going to have a more encompassing effect than what these sponsors are intending. So I don't think the sponsors are intending to change the zoning, but when you start saying that you're removing growth caps and you're removing population caps, you're removing the restrictions on those, calling them arbitrary as opposed to infrastructure-based, you are effectively changing zoning.
Any further discussion on Amendment L10? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L010. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed, no. The noes have it, the amendment fails. To the committee report, Representative Wilson.
Thank you. I'd like to move Amendment L013 and have it properly displayed.
All right, the amendment has been moved and displayed. Go ahead.
Thank you. This amendment just helps clarify that in the bill, anything involving infrastructure is not subject to it. So let me just go over this with you real quick. Nothing in this subsection precludes a government entity from regulating the extension or acquisition of infrastructure when the governmental entity has determined there is not adequate infrastructure to support growth. Now, what we've seen in a lot of cases is where you might be building a 200-unit apartment complex, but your sanitation district will not handle that. Well, you don't just grow your sanitation district for 200 units. You incredibly increase the size. This could take possibly 2 years. That you could not possibly grow during that time. Same with water, roads. You'll hear the bill sponsors talking about property rights. Well, that is great. We can approve everything. The problem is you just don't get water, sanitation, or a road to it. So this kind of covers that all. I ask for an aye vote on L013.
Is there any more discussion on Amendment L? Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment as well. Infrastructure is an incredible part, not just of transportation, but water and sanitation is a public health and safety concern. And so making sure there are adequate sewer, water, infrastructure that helps make sure that our communities are safe and that we address those public safety needs before we put a development in is incredibly important. And again, this is something that happens at the local level. It is not something that happens at the state level because every community is different. And we need to make sure that we are properly planning for the long-term and sustainable growth of communities. So allow local governments to do that in a way that protects public health and safety. That's what this amendment does, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Just throw your pen at me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yikes, it's rough down here. I would just like to tell you about the experience in Douglas County. Many of you may or may not know, but throughout the 1990s, Douglas County was the fastest growing county in the United States. The fastest growing county in the United States. We have slowed down our growth, but we've stayed up there for quite a bit since. I've seen Douglas County change remarkably. But let me tell you what happened because Douglas County was the fastest growing county in the United States, and we were building Highlands Ranch and lots of subdivisions in Castle Rock and lots of subdivisions in Parker. We ran into a big problem with our school infrastructure. We didn't have schools built. We didn't have the money to build schools. So Douglas County, in order to maintain that breakneck record-setting growth that we were experiencing, went to a dual assessment cycle. We actually, in the assessor's office, would send out notices of value twice a year. It was a good time. We did this until basically the recession. And what that allowed the county to do to sustain this growth is we would add new construction to the tax rolls incrementally. And taxes would be billed much more quickly and received by the taxing entities much more quickly. So this was about schools, but it was also about water and sanitation services, roads, all of this infrastructure. This amendment is extremely important because infrastructure does not keep up. The way government finance works, folks, if you are a county, if you are a water and sanitation district, if you are a school district, and you are primarily reliant on property tax to fund your services, to fund additional infrastructure, you can plan on waiting 18 months from the time that that house is added to the tax roll to the time when you get the revenue from that addition. That's important because that means that you're not going to have the money to build the schools, lay the pipe. So this amendment is critical to local government entities who provide the services and infrastructure that make our society civilized. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is rough down here. Here we go again, another blanket law for 4 municipalities. Wow, we do great service here in Colorado. I'm going to read from Elbert County Board of County Commissioners because I could probably pick 10 more that I could pick from because there's so many people that are so upset about this bill. Dear Representative, the Elbert County Board of County Commissioners respectfully ask that HB 231255 be voted down unless amended. While we support the stated purpose of the sponsors, that is to eliminate arbitrary growth caps, some specific language is tremendously concerning and amounts to a poison pill that must be corrected, and I'm going to speak to this amendment, why I support it. We would like to call your attention to the specific language quoted below, page 3, Legislative Declaration. Uniformity in land use laws concerning residential growth is necessary for efficient residential development statewide and for the encouragement of construction of new housing units. Page 4 definition, land use law means any statute, resolution, ordinance, code, rule, regulation, plan, policy, procedure, standard initiative, guideline, requirement, or law that regulates the use of division of property or any interest in property. As a county with no access to renewable water, every resident in Elbert County subsists on well water. And I grew up we had well water in Douglas County as well before we moved to our new residence. For the reason we were only a few jurisdictions in the state that by local regulation restricts aquifer usage to a rate below that of the statewide standard. This ensures sustainability for both current and future communities. The language called out above would allow developers to challenge our local water use consumption rate restrictions and jeopardize the viability of our communities. It is very likely that other municipalities and counties have their own well-reasoned differences in land use law as currently defined in the bill. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. We got to quit as legislators passing bills for the sake of 4 municipalities. We do it all the time. We've seen it all the time. And frankly, our constituents are sick of it. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to fix this trip hazard here. Don't want anybody to get hurt. All right. I agree with my colleague. We got to stop. We got to stop imposing legislation on the local governments. At some point, they're going to just wonder, why do we have local governments? Because all the bad ideas come from the state. We don't have to make up our own. So as far as infrastructure goes, this made me think of a community that we went to for a town hall event. And a big concern, and I thought it spoke to this directly, because there was 2 communities that were developed kind of out east, out in the land that, the immediate urban areas aren't really paying attention to. Nice housing development out there. One was 250 units, kind of an ish. And another one was 350 units-ish, somewhere around there. And then somebody in government went and unilaterally removed the arbitrary restrictions on growth. Apparently that's not zoning. But what happened immediately, the way they removed the arbitrary limitations on growth was they just took a zero, my hero, and they put it behind the 250, and they put it behind the 350. That was a Schoolhouse Rock reference for some of you who are old enough. And all of a sudden, those housing areas that went from 250 and 350, guess what happens when you add a zero in the back, not on the front, in the back? It all of a sudden went to 2,500 and 3,500. Well, guess what happened to those roads that were on their way out to those developments? What happened to that infrastructure? The roads. What happened to the sewer lines? What happened to I mean, it probably could have been handled by septic tanks at some place, but then when you divide the property into 10, now all of a sudden you need sewer because the infrastructure is not going to be enough. And what about those roads? Oh, those roads, they were not sufficient to evacuate 2,500 people. So guess what happened? Houses, 2,500 houses, I'm sorry, because all of a sudden, because now, let's say you had 500 cars, given the average of 2 cars per, and now you have 5,000 cars. And then all of a sudden, those roads that were okay for 500 cars or 250 families are not good enough for 5,000 cars or 2,500 families. So what did they have to do? Well, then they had to take a whole bunch of the money from the roads that everybody thought was going to go to things like, I don't know, potholes, sidewalks, handicap accessibility. And they had to fix the roads because then the 2-lane roads out there were no longer enough, so then it had to go to 4-lane roads. From my CE class, I mean, back almost 30 years ago, that was about $1 million per mile. And now it had all to be changed. Now, this isn't zoning, apparently. Removing the arbitrary caps on growth by adding a zero onto the back end and making it a 2,500 unit and a 3,500 unit is apparently not zoning, even though you've taken that zone and you've subsidized and you've subdivided it by an additional 10. That doesn't have anything to do with zoning. Okay. So I get these emails. Okay. It still affects the people. So I get these emails that tell me about all the unintended consequences that are going to result from the bills like this. And I just emphasize to my constituents that yes, there will be consequences, but none of them will be unintended. And so you should take rest in that.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here to also speak in favor of this amendment. I am a member of my local water board, and I believe Representative DeGraff was talking about a housing development that is really close to my district, but it is in my water district. That went from X number of houses to wanting to triple that amount. And here's what the water district had to say. Our original agreement was X number of homes, and we built to that infrastructure, and now you want to increase that. You will have to pay a great deal of money right up front, and know that in this day and age, getting the materials to do that are not immediately available. And oh, by the way, water is not necessarily a renewable commodity. in Colorado that it is precious and you will have exceeded this water district's allotment or ability to do that. So really, truly, the ones that know best about how to safely grow, get population growth, needs to be the local government entities. They know if expanding the population is the best thing for themselves, and they also know when enough is enough in one area or another. Just because I talked about water does not mean that the same doesn't exist for electricity, gas, sewer, and of course, roads, schools, fire departments, police. All of those need to be taken into consideration. And it's not something we have to do at the state. That's why there's a county government, that's why there's a municipal government, and they're very much better at it than we are. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the representative from Monument for bringing this amendment. I'm asking for a no vote on this amendment, but I really appreciate the arguments that my colleagues have brought up, and I definitely acknowledge that it's important that localities are able to retain the ability to deny applications if they have, for example, lack of resources or lack of infrastructure. And that's why my co-prime sponsor and I are planning on bringing an amendment once we get to the bill instead of the committee report that will address many of these concerns, as well as some additional ones. So we are planning on bringing an amendment to address this, but this particular amendment is not what we're looking for, so I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
I had my hand up before you, but I'll be quick, be very quick. All right, I just want to make the point of going back to the Linstead Amendment, L006, because this has been discussed as not zoning. We have regulation, plan, policy, procedure. Those all are part of zoning. If you're going to have a plan, the zoning is a plan to how to handle that zone. So I'm still confused as to how this does not handle that this does not include zoning, but maybe we can get to how zoning doesn't include zoning.
Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just very briefly answer the representative from Colorado Springs question and then happy to hand it over. So this bill is only about these blanket growth limits. So the reason that we're talking about land use at all in the bill is just to give a definition for a growth limit. So a growth limit is defined as a type of land use law, and so in order to define a growth limit, we needed to put a definition for land use law in there. But this bill is not about outlawing all land use laws. It's just saying that this particular type, a growth limit, which is a blanket ban on all new permits or development that explicitly bans those permits either by number, by percentage, by population growth. Those are the type of limits that are explicitly disallowed. But as the amendment that we are going to bring to the bill will discuss, we are still allowing for all of the normal functions of local government, including zoning, extending infrastructure, permitting, all of those processes. So to answer that question.
Representative DeGraff.
Okay, but comprehensive plan is essentially zoning, and I do apologize if we're getting to this this is just the direction that we have to go by the parliamentarian rules. So it might not be the most efficient, but when you say that a comprehensive plan, which includes zoning, so it is zoning, and zoning is this comprehensive plan that includes growth limits, that includes infrastructure. That's what zoning is. So when I say that there's an issue with zoning, and you're going to arbitrarily change zoning, then you are at risk of violating a contract based on this law that changes the use of somebody's property or the contract that they had with society at large. If all of a sudden the properties on either side of them are subdivided into 10, that changes the zoning of that. That changes how that zone is to be used. You have a comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is part of zoning, or the comprehensive plan is zoning. So, but it is zoning, and when you change that contract, you're changing the land use. And if you're depriving somebody of the value of property without due process, this is not due process. It would be the government removing them of the use of their property.
Representative Linstead.
These arbitrary caps have nothing to do with zoning. These preempt private property owners from developing their own land ahead of a zoning process. So vote no on this amendment. We'll address this concern later, but again, nothing to do with zoning, nothing to do with the rights of municipalities to deny or accept projects. All it does is require that they actually have a hearing on behalf of the private property owner. So, thank you.
Representative Luck. Long awaited, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that there's been reference made to another amendment that will come to the bill. This is to the committee report, and so I'm just wondering how that amendment is framed so as not to provide a settled question, if you would be so kind, because this is an important policy, and I just want to make sure that that I understand before voting on this what is actually. I didn't get a chance to look at fully, and so that's why I'm up here at this point, is if maybe you can better explain how your amendment, how it allows for us not to worry about this issue on the committee report.
Representative Linstead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend getting off of the committee report, and we can move on to the next amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L13? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for just like a 2-minute recess to be able to look at that amendment more fully before we make a decision on this amendment.
We will call for a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the recess, as well as thank you to the bill sponsors for giving us that opportunity to look at that. I appreciate it.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L13? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L13. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to go through this really quick, and it's just basically on language. And we have, it's loaded language to put in something that says anti-growth, and that might be the case in some regions. But it also might be a matter of sustainable growth. So by saying anti-growth, you are adding a judgment. You are impugning the motive of the reason. Now, I say that because there are some places, like say in Black Forest, that have I think it's either a 2 or a 2.5 acre limitation. And the reason...
Representative DeGraff, can you hold on just one moment, please? Members, we're getting a little loud in here. Could you please quiet it down? Thank you. Back to you, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your professionalism. All right. So if we go to page 2, line 4, I would take the anti-growth out. I don't think this really changes the intent of it, and then substitute sustainable growth, because a lot of times if you just say something is anti-growth, that puts it in a contract. That puts it in the context of arbitrary. Now, if you say something like that's a little bit more measured, like sustainable growth, that's something that you can have a debate about. You can say, well, we thought 2 acres was a sustainable growth based on the watershed, but now we think we can do 1 acre. So you can have that sustainable, but it's still a matter of sustainability. So I'd ask that on page 2 that anti-growth be changed to sustainable growth, and then throughout, and then it just gives the references, strike anti-growth and substitute with sustainable growth. Again, it's just strictly a verbiage thing, so that we don't predispose the language, because this is going into law. Strike local governments, and then substitute local elected officials, just to emphasize that these are officials that have been elected, and they are speaking on behalf of the, and probably a better word there, but I'm not going to change it, would have been locally elected representatives. And then some more striking anti-growth and substituting sustainable growth. Because right now, as it is, for whatever other parts of the bill that there are, the language is loaded, it's impugning, and I don't think the anti-growth communicates as clearly of the intent of the zoning as sustainable growth would. So just for proper language in the bill, I recommend an aye vote on L015. If I should have asked for that be moved and properly displayed.
So is that a motion to Representative DeGraff?
So since I said I should have, I will move L015 to 1255 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion.
Here, I thought it was like over my shoulder the entire time.
And that is properly displayed to the amendment.
I'm just going to check. Okay. I think I've explained it all, and I'd rather not say it again if it's okay with everybody else. That I would just like to change anti-growth to sustainable growth, and local governments to local officials, local elected officials, to make sure that we take out the emotionally charged language.
Is there any further discussion on amendment? Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on this bill. We have been working on this bill since, or on this amendment. Yes, on the amendment. We've been working on this since December. These definitions are thoughtful. Folks that might not agree with us on this policy have been working hand in hand with us to get these definitions right, so that we're making this work and targeting the types of arbitrary caps that we are trying to target. So please vote no on this amendment, and appreciate the time.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L15? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. If there's no further discussion, seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've been discussing this bill since December. These arbitrary growth caps increase the cost of housing, affect our schools negatively by overwhelming enrollment in neighboring districts and seeing lower enrollment in districts that have these growth caps. They affect our infrastructure, destroy our planet by increasing vehicles miles traveled. And, you know, at the heart, they violate private property rights. They disallow a property owner from even having a hearing. You can't consider additional housing with these in place in a completely arbitrary manner. I believe that when the government is going to regulate something, it should be done to protect public health and safety, welfare, and these caps don't do that. All they do is arbitrarily affect private property rights and the ability for folks to add housing to communities where we are in a housing crisis. So let's put an end to these growth caps. Let's ensure that every private property owner has a hearing. I urge a yes vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like your cut, G.
I also like your cut.
Members, I rise in support of House Bill 1255. I think that this legislation is really important for my district in particular because in Southwest Denver, we are surrounded by municipalities that have some sort of growth caps. And people are moving into the Denver metro area, and there's too much pressure on my district to handle all the building that is created by the artificial market scarcity that is created by blanket growth caps. You know, I also just want to note we've had a lot of conversation in this chamber over this legislative session about policies to address the rising cost of rent. In one particular bill, I remember a lot of discussion was made about how instead of directly going at creating policies that might cap the price of rent, why don't we unleash the market so that there could be more building happening? And that is something that I heard from people who are speaking in opposition to this legislation. And this is it. This is our opportunity to allow for more building. I believe we need an all-of-the-above approach to the housing crisis. And all-of-the-above approach to the housing crisis does look like passing legislation that allows municipalities to implement rent stabilization. It does look like doing everything we can to prevent unnecessary evictions, but it also means providing opportunities for the building of more housing. Again, in my district, this is particularly important because in Southwest Denver City Council, we are doing what we can to allow for more building in our communities, but the surrounding communities are not, and there's an increased pressure in Denver. And so I'm particularly excited about this legislation. I think we need to have a statewide approach to our housing crisis, especially when it comes to building more housing. And I urge an aye vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to be very clear here. I hate growth caps. I hate them. I would never do them in my community, nor would my people ever allow me to do them in my community. So I'm not against what you guys are trying to do. I just don't like the state being the ones to do it. So I want to be very clear here. I don't disagree with anything you said about public health and safety, infrastructure, the wear and tear in surrounding communities. I don't disagree with the impacts of growth caps because I hate growth caps. So I agree with your premise 100%. but the state taking over local government powers is not the way to do it. And so I want to be clear here that I do agree with what you're trying to do. I just don't think we in this room should be doing it. I think that if your communities don't like local growth caps, they should get rid of their local government officials who put in local growth caps. There are ways to do this that doesn't require legislation, and we shouldn't be doing this in this way. So that is my issue. With that, I would like to move Amendment L018 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion.
Thank you. Just going along with what I just said, and I really appreciate the sponsors. I believe your heart's in the right place. This just strikes the enactment clause because the state should not be in charge of local government decisions. The people should be in charge of local government decisions. I trust that local community members, can decide for themselves what they want in their communities. And if they don't like it, then they can either go to their elected officials to have it changed or get rid of your elected officials who are not listening to you. Those are your choices. But the state taking over local government control is not the option. It is not the way to solve this problem. And I want to be very clear here. There are 4 municipalities out of 272. There are 64 counties. I don't know of any county that has a local growth cap in unincorporated counties. And the reason that we need this legislation is because 4 municipalities are not listening to their people. I mean, let's just be clear here. This is a problem looking for a statewide solution. But there is not a need for a statewide solution for 4 Denver metro area communities that are not listening to their people. So let the grassroots get these growth caps out if that's what they want. But doing legislation that takes away their voices is not the way to do it. We need to stop this practice that we continue to take away the local governments and local people's, community members' voices. Let's fix this problem. Happy to help organize a grassroots movement, but this is not the way to do it, and therefore I ask for an aye vote. Let's not do this legislation and move forward in a more positive manner. Thank you.
Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment, which strikes the enactment clause.
All right, the question. A division has been called. The question is the adoption of Amendment L18. Members, the question is the adoption of Amendment L18. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. You may be seated. Amendment L18 is lost. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to many of the totally reasonable concerns raised by my colleagues and by some outside stakeholders, I move Amendment L7 and ask it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us just a moment. It is properly displayed. Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment clarifies that a growth limit is not supposed to preclude a local government from enacting any other sort of local government, whether that is regulating the use of land, whether it's having affordability or inclusionary zoning requirements, whether it's about regulating short-term rentals or hotels, and it also clarifies that a local government is still absolutely free to deny a permit for any reason, which would include the need to extend or acquire infrastructure, or in the case of lack of availability of different resources such as water or public services. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L007 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one thing we've discussed is how this bill kind of contradicts local control. And we've heard, like I said, we've heard about property rights, and it's great if you have property rights, but it's hard to develop if you don't have infrastructure. We've also mentioned the fact that this is very few communities that have this issue, and there is a back and forth on that. So if a community has a growth cap law, that might put pressure on a community that doesn't. But if that community that doesn't has something ridiculous like rent control, then it would push those developers back into the communities that...
Representative Wilson, hold it just a moment, please. Members, it's getting a little loud in here. Can you please quiet it down? All right, back to you, Representative Wilson.
So something like rent control would put undue pressure on the communities that might have growth cap laws or other communities around there. So a lot of communities in Colorado, for the reason of laws like this, go to home rule, and that gives them the ability to drive their community the way they want it for the best quality of life for their their citizens. So with that, and it is in Colorado's Constitution that home rule is what is allowed for a municipality. With that, I would ask that we move L011 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us 1 second while we get that up. Amendment L11 is properly displayed. Representative Wilson.
Thank you. This amendment just basically exempts home rule municipalities, saying that, you know, the reason we go to home rule is to drive our own vehicle when it comes to the growth and how our community grows and looks. So by the Colorado Constitution, this basically is a violation of that. So I ask for an aye vote on L011.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
And a privilege to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, I have a number of resort communities in my district, and they are scared of this bill. I've had a lot of conversations with them, a number of emails. People are concerned that they can't take care of the communities that they live in the way they see fit.
Representative Catlin, hold on just one moment. Members, it's getting a little bit loud. If you have any side conversations, please take them off to the side.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Catlin.
What they're asking me is to come to you and say, listen, this is not what we need. There are communities in the state, and we've talked about them most of the morning and afternoon, that have put these restrictions on their communities. But there are communities out there in my district that are looking at saying, well, what can we do if we can't say, listen, we've grown to the point we can't service it now? None of them that I know of are home rule, but I'm sure that they will be thinking about home rule as quickly as they can, just to see if that gives them some more control over their own destinies. I think we're trying to do something that's a front range issue, that as close as your communities are in regards to if you can't move to this town, you move to another town that's right there. You can't tell what town you're in because one town bleeds into the next town. You can't, if you got to look at the city limit sign to figure out which town you're in. But in my district, it's not like that. We have communities separated by long spaces of open space. And they're in a lot of certainty, they have limitations that they're going to have to meet because of just being common sense. They're going to have to meet those. And if they said that they wanted to put a limit on the amount of growth in relationship to what their community was asking for, I think they should have the ability to do that. This bill, in my opinion, goes too far. It's an issue that if we could write an amendment that said we're not going to restrict these in smaller communities or in rural communities or in frontier communities, then maybe we'd start be talking about a statewide legislation that would help. But to put this on a community the size of Dove Creek or the size of Crested Butte, with the limitations that they've got, we're not doing them any favors here. This is the state of Colorado saying, no, you can't. We won't let you. And that's not really where government ought to be. I'd recommend a no vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief because I feel like I said a lot already, but it takes a lot to get a home rule community. It's community members who petition to go home rule. They're incredibly engaged in the process. Their voices are heard, and now we're taking their voice away. And so I think this amendment will preserve home rule authority in their communities, and I think that's incredibly important to the people who live in those communities, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Linstead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill in no way affects a local government's ability to accept or deny a project. All it requires is that that local community has a hearing. So I urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L11? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L11. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. The question before us is is there any further discussion on House Bill 1255? Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to say thank you to all of you for listening to this very robust and interesting debate. I'm really glad that we were able to bring those 3 amendments to address many of the concerns that my colleagues brought. And I just want to highlight that this bill is about private property rights. It's about allowing people who own property to actually be able to plan and submit an application to redevelop their land. And I think it's really important that if somebody wants to be able to build housing on their own land, that they at least have the ability to come up with that plan and submit an application and get a fair hearing. And it's fully up to the local government whether they approve or deny that application, but it's only fair that people are allowed to get a hearing and to get considered for what they want to build. This bill will allow us to start closing the gap because we have about 175,000 home shortage in Colorado, and we need to build, hundreds of thousands of homes over the next decade in order to start meeting the needs of our population. And this is one important step to making that happen. So thank you for listening, and I hope you'll vote yes.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member who let me cut in front. So I'm struggling to understand the nexus between saying we're only giving folks an opportunity to be heard, right? We're not changing anything. We're not requiring local governments to issue these permits. We're only allowing folks an opportunity to have their project heard by local governments. And as a result of that allowance, now we're going to reduce our housing shortfall. Presumably, the intention then is that more of these applications will be accepted. And that is where one of my highest concerns around this bill stems, which is, are we now providing those property owners who, under their current local government framework, aren't able to put forth these plans and therefore have a more challenging case to make in a court for a violation of any rights? Are we now granting them an additional claim or higher level of standing to come in and say, you know what, the local governments, they were arbitrary, they made this decision wrong, and then embroiling our local governments in more litigation? Because if it's only about allowing them to be heard, then that doesn't actually facilitate more growth, unless there's an expectation that those local governments are going to accept more of those projects, in which case you are impacting those growth. And so this is one of the things that I'm struggling with. I can appreciate that we're trying to protect private property, but we're trying to protect private property for all property owners, which is, to my colleague's point, the purpose of zoning. If I moved into a community and I knew that that community had these particular growth restrictions, I may have moved there for that exact reason. And so I chose property in that community because I knew that these restrictions would likely limit it changing, the character of that place changing. That is a private property interest in and of itself. And so if we are going to highlight or raise the value of one private property over others, the communal private property, right, the decision of the electorate, then I just would like to understand how we're thinking that giving folks an opportunity to be heard is actually going to solve for any of the housing crisis, unless indeed we are stepping into the sovereignty, the self-regulation of our local communities.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I'll just say that certain communities are limiting the number of hearings they're having through these growth caps, so good projects that would otherwise be approved are put on wait lists and delayed years, and they move on to other communities. These growth caps are arbitrarily filtering developments ahead of hearings and filtering private properties owners' ability to control and develop their own land to add more housing in a completely arbitrary and unnecessary manner. So respect private properties, vote yes on this bill.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors. So then, if I'm understanding correctly, this is more than just allowing folks to have a hearing. The expectation is that by having a hearing, more of them will be approved, either through the process laid out or through a court system, because now those property owners will be able to attack the local community's government and say, you denied this for any particular reason that I find to be arbitrary.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the answer to the question is no. Local governments can deny or approve permits for any variety of reasons under this bill. All it does is prohibit them from arbitrarily capping the number of developments that they hear or consider. So I urge a yes vote on this bill. This is a tool that local governments do not need to manage their own land use.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So am I to understand that the underlying assumption that's being made here is that if only the local governments heard more applications, they would approve more applications, and so the arbitrary aspect is simply the cap?
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The underlying assumption is that there are good housing developments that may meet local zoning criteria that could be approved that are being kept on these wait lists that these arbitrary caps create.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate this conversation. So the arbitrary aspect is not so arbitrary to those people who voted for those particular caps to be put into place so as to preserve their own property values. Is it safe to say that many of the folks who might be wanting to develop that extra land that they have bought it at a time after knowing that these caps exist, therefore bought it with those constraints well in mind?
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The really important part of this bill is that this bill prohibits new caps from coming into place, where a lot of private property owners bought property and then a cap came into place and then prohibited them from adding additional units on that property. We've heard some really terrible stories. There was a community that had a flood and a mobile home park was destroyed. The county tried to turn that mobile home park's land into affordable housing, and because of the growth cap, they weren't able to do so, so people were displaced. These growth caps are arbitrary, they're unnecessary, they affect the cost of housing, and they're a violation of private property rights. So I urge a yes vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, and just spurred off of that, so I read this bill to apply retroactively to those 4 communities. Am I to understand that those 4 communities get to keep their growth caps? So it is in effect changing the votes of the people on that question.
Representative Lindstedt.
This bill will apply to all existing arbitrary growth caps and prevent new ones from taking place, which is probably the most important piece of this legislation.
One more question.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you genuinely for this. So there's another policy question that I have related to the exception that you made vis-a-vis emergency declarations. So these caps are allowed during times of emergency. I'm just curious as to why that exception was made, because it would seem to me that in the event of a flood, it would be a perfect time. If you've already destroyed the existing structures, it would be a perfect time to rebuild with new vision. So why is it that that exception is listed?
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That exception came at the request of some of the impacted communities. It does not require that they institute a growth cap during a time of natural disaster. It leaves it up to them to decide for a very short amount of time based on planning staff, based on if they want to update their codes or whatever comes from a very large disaster like we have seen in previous years. It's a very small piece of this bill and just gives some communities some flexibility in some very, very difficult times. So I urge a yes vote on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you to the bill sponsor.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some things in closing. I think it's very interesting that using the term zoning to describe something that's not zoning, for one. So this is zoning. This is at the state level usurping local control of the zoning process. We have some communities that for whatever reason they put in growth caps, and then people move to those areas based on those growth caps. They also probably paid a lot more money for that housing area because based on the property. So now if you all of a sudden change the growth caps, you degrade the property value potentially, and you could be putting the state at liability for changing the value of property. Now, what would most likely happen is in the middle of a community, and this is something that's always talked about because affordable housing is basically like the the buzzword of the day of saying it's for the children, so therefore you have to vote for it. If you say it's for the children, you can spend whatever. Now we're going to say if it's affordable housing. Affordable housing, again, is only housing that's it's to help assure that this is not low-income housing that we're talking about. This is affordable. This is making sure that people, trying to make sure that they pay less than 30%. If you want to make a housing affordable.
Representative, just one moment, please. It's way too loud. Thank you very, very much. Representative DeGraff.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for your professionalism and for your leadership. If you want to make housing affordable, what you do is you make fuel affordable. You can do that. If you want to make housing affordable, you make taxes less. You can do that. Again, the only thing that this body seems to be able to do is take their bad decisions and put more bad decisions on top of them. This is a really bad decision. This is the state usurping property values, or property rights. You can say whatever it is about it. You can say however it is and say, well, this is not zoning. You can say, well, zoning is not zoning, and that usurping property rights is not usurping property rights. But a rose by any other name is still a rose. That we're in a housing crisis, is not necessarily premised on this. Our houses that are being built on permits that were issued 2 years ago because of the backlog, because legislative bodies like this imposed lockdowns, and that massively disrupted our supply chain. It didn't do any good. It did a lot of bad, caused a lot of suicide, a lot of health problems.
To the bill, please.
Thank you. But what we're doing is we're papering over, by what I mean is legislation that is ultimately enforced with the barrel of a gun. You are putting legislation over previous bad legislation, and you're not going to solve anything. You're going to make all kinds of different problems. Now, some of these areas where people are moving into and they're finding that there's a lack of housing, and then they're looking to the communities around them and saying, boy, I wish I could subdivide that. Well, you could. Now somebody in a community, a single community, let's say there's a growth limitation and everybody bought based on 1 acre. And then you come in here and then somebody buys one of the properties in there, tears down the house, or could tear down the house, subdivide the property, or just put a multifamily unit on there. You could put a 10-plex. I've dealt with this with property that was adjoining to mine, and there is a process locally for this already. It's called a zoning variance. You can go in and you can go in and you can request a zoning variance. If you want to have your housing, if you want to have your property rezoned instead of single-family residential, maybe you want it multifamily residential. Then you'd meet a zoning board, and then there would be a hearing. And there's a whole process already for that. It's already in place, the zoning board. So now we're going to have, because zoning now is not a zoning, we're going to have another board. We're going to have another board that's going to come in here, and it's going to determine the zoning use of that property. So now not only is the state usurping local control, we are duplicating effort. And we're going to take the zoning boards that we have and say, well, now you're irrelevant. And so what somebody could do is they can go in and they can apply. I'd have to look at how this one is done, like who this board is. Let's say it's an ideological board that wants to just pack in all kinds of housing into this area, or really stick it to the man. And then they take one place in the middle of a subdivision, and then they subdivide it and they put in a 20 unit. That unit will make money, guaranteed. And so anybody in these communities that has property, you need to know that this government is eyeing on your property. Now, it's not going to do anything in the immediate term because we still have our supply backlog. It takes about 6 months to get an electrical panel. The problem here that we have with the housing units is not because people aren't building. The problem is the restrictions and the idiocy that's imposed by bodies like this. This is usurping local government control. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's usurping local government control. It is usurping local zoning. It is taking that out of their hands. It is depriving people of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. Now, I know all these bills are covered by the laws of wishful thinking and that nothing that you don't want will happen. But let's just say reality steps in instead of the laws of wishful thinking. In that case, there's going to be big problems with this law. The shortage is due to fuel and COVID. You could make that, you can fix that. There is a process already in place, and that is your local zoning board. Maybe it's not as responsive as you'd like based on this arbitrary and unnecessary. And by saying that these growth caps are arbitrary and unnecessary, and I talked about those in the nature of sustainable growth, that is a moral judgment. So if you're going to pass a moral judgment, that's based on an ideological bent. That is not based on law. That is not based on an equal application of the law. That is based on an ideology that says having a growth cap is immoral. So this is in the imposition, is not just usurping local control, it is imposing a morality or an ideology. You buy a property, you appeal for special zoning, that's how you do it. Affordable housing is just 30%. So these things are appealing most likely to the double income, no kids. 30% of their overall income is still going to be very expensive. Builders are not, they're just not interested in building at low profit. So this is not going to solve what you think it is going to solve. It's going to make more problems, and then guess what you'll be back here for? You'll be back for more. And usurping local control didn't do it the first time, so you're going to need to do more of it the second time. Because you've stated that arbitrary growth limits are immoral. This is just one more reason. This is one more reason for businesses to leave. So yeah, I guess this could solve the property issues. This could solve the property issues when people go, let's see, my property values are going to go down, or I can sell my property and I can get out. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, the laws of wishful thinking will keep that from happening. This is a bad idea. It's immoral. It is depriving of people of their property based on an individual's ideological judgment. There's a lot more behind this bill. There's a lot more behind this bill than just the black and white. I urge you, for the sake of Colorado and the future of Colorado, to remember that the just powers of this body are derived from the consent of the governed. And when they entered into those contracts, those zoning contracts with the city, with the state, those were the just powers of government. Now, when you come in here, you undo the just powers of the government with legislation like this. And that's just a fact. This is the road to hell in the state. These are good intentions. Yeah, they're good intentions. We want to solve something. We won't solve it.
To the bill.
Ma'am, I'm saying that the bill does have good intentions. I'm admitting that the bill has good intentions. I'm just telling you that the bill won't work. And the bill is going to create massive amounts of problems. And at this point, yes, there will be consequences. No, there will not be unintended consequences. I ask a no vote on this for the sake of Colorado.
Is there any further discussion on 1255? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I was going back to my seat, I was stopped, and someone posed the question as to what is arbitrary? And I think it's a valid question because as I understand it, and bill sponsors, please confirm if this is wrong, but as I understand it, these 4 communities, these decisions have been made largely by the ballot box. And so these are people who have an intimate awareness and understanding of their own communities, of their own desires, of their own needs. That doesn't seem arbitrary to me. That seems like democracy. And so I'm just wondering, what is arbitrary about them saying, this is our community, this is how we understand our community, this is what we want our community to look like, and this is a means by which to make our community look the way we desire for it to look. So, thank you.
Is there any further discussion on 1255? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1255 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. 1255 as amended is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1282 to the end of the special orders calendar.
House Bill 1282 will be moved to the end of the special orders calendar. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 23-1277.
House Bill 1277 by Representatives Marshall and Taggart concerning the filing of income tax returns by business entities.
Representatives Marshall or Taggart? I see them both approaching. Approach carefully. All right, Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 23 TAC 1277.
That is a proper motion to the bill.
So, colleagues, this is a very easy cleanup bill, not so much a cleanup bill, but a good governance bill on tax law. I know that's real exciting, but currently we have three options for LLCs when they have an adjustment to their income tax returns and what they can do. This will take it down to just one, and the taxpayers can still opt out of that one option, but it will just make it very simple for the taxpayers and the LLCs and for the Department of Revenue in order to take care of it. The second thing it does is puts us in with the multi-state tax compact for adjustments to federal income taxes. This will be a big time saver for many corporations and LLCs in terms of the federal taxes are adjusted. Well, then you have to go to every state. So especially for multi-state filers, it'll make it easy that they only have to do one type of form for our state that they can use in at least 14 other states. It should save a couple thousand hours of CPA time a year, and at $40 an hour, we're talking hundreds of thousands, if not just a low $1 or $2 million in savings of dead weight time. And then the final thing it does is for corporations, when they changed the tax law in 2017 on the federal level, they moved the corporate tax filing date to April 15. Before it was March 15, they had to file by April 15 now. We always required the filing on April 15, and that allowed the corporations 30 days. As you know, you do your federal taxes first, and then you do your state taxes. Well, for the last 5 years, they haven't had that option of any time. It was due in Colorado at the same time, same day. So giving them another 30 days to first do their federal taxes due April 15, and then 30 days to do their state taxes and have them filed by May 15. So we hope you can give us an aye vote. This is a very good way to simplify the tax code.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the key word on these three elements of this particular bill is the word simplifying, making it easier, particularly through pass-through organizations or pass-through entities to do their taxes. And where that simplification comes into play is my fellow co-prime, he's found CPAs that charge $40 an hour. I only wish I could find a CPA that charges $40 an hour. But simplification is very important when it comes to reporting on our taxes.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1277? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1277. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1277 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1258.
House Bill 1258 by Representatives Sharbini and Garcia concerning creating a task force to study the costs associated with drug crimes.
Representative Garcia.
Good afternoon, members. What a great day to present House Bill 1258 on Fanny Pack Friday.
And your happy birthday.
Fantastic. So this bill is establishing and creating a one-time...
Would you move the bill and the committee
yes,
reports?
sorry. Thank you. I move the... Oh, hello, Rep. Sharbini. Would you like to move?
I can.
Go ahead, Rep. Sarbini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move HB 1258, the committee report, and the appropriations report.
To the appropriations report, Representative Sarbini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee, we had
Please
to,
talk into the microphone.
in the Appropriations Committee, we had to address an issue with a statute that requires continuous increases of funding to colleges when money's allocated to them. Since this is a one-time study, the allocations for the increase of the allocation is not needed, and so we put an exemption in for that. And then the judiciary, or the fiscal note, sorry, was adapted to coordinate with that.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the questions before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriation Committee report is adopted. To the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Sarbini.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. In the committee, we adjusted the original bill to include an actuarial study done by a college, and that's why we had the change in the appropriation, so that we can even-handedly and fairly gather information, make sure that it's accurate and good information that our task force can make recommendations from, and then we reduced the amount of time that the task force would meet, as well as the timeline for receiving results.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Sarbini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, it's concerning a task force and an actuarial study to come to the conclusion of what the actual drug war costs our state. We're trying to get a picture of the money expended, the time expended, and the resources expended to fight this war. It's been going on for, in my opinion, 100 years or so. And at this rate, I think there needs to be a good accounting of what we're actually doing and how we're spending our money, and a focus on just what does this picture actually look like for us financially, and how do we move forward in a positive direction with that financial picture.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1258? First, Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add that this is an important step forward, especially as a legislative body, that whatever comes from this actuarial study will really support us in bringing evidence-based and data-informed policy forward. And whatever it is, whatever the outcome is, the fact that we should be desiring this information and desiring data is really what this bill is about. I encourage everyone to vote yes.
Okay, Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm standing up in opposition of this bill, and this doesn't just come from a law enforcement perspective. This doesn't just come from working as an intel analyst on a drug task force for 5 years prior to law enforcement and seeing the good things that they do. This is overall, however you want to paint this, as a study, as something to move forward to go after drug task force of any level. This is something where the focus of a drug task force is simply to analyze local drug gang crime, all of the above, and process that to find the big players. This isn't something that's street level. This is a group of specifically selected people that work offline, auxiliary to their patrol or law enforcement duties as a detective or otherwise. They are focused on finding the big players in drug distribution. So this isn't just the we're not just talking about funding these traffic stops that pull 20 pills off the street or something where somebody's illegally bringing such and such to a party. This is finding cartel level, federal level, even just hubs that are coming into Colorado that are providing to large distribution groups in Colorado for very dangerous and illicit drugs. This bill is opposed by Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police, Colorado Fraternal Order of Police, and Colorado Sheriffs, or County Sheriffs of Colorado. The biggest thing to think about here is with all the degradation that we've had toward law enforcement and toward the drug enforcement entity of enforcing laws in Colorado, we're simply relaxing so much that if we aren't focusing on crime and the huge uptick in crime as it is, this is something that's going to completely wash that out. No matter how you want to paint this study and something that is done, you know, without any partisanship or unbiased or whatever, this is something that's going to be pushed, and it's going to be something that's going to be detrimental to our law enforcement community, no matter how this goes. There's not going to be any transparency in investigations for drug task forces. The only thing you see is the product. I can speak for my drug task force in northern Colorado alone. That was where I used to work, one of the few that I used to work. They just had a bust this month went public. They were able to seize 1,000 plants from a location, over 200 pounds of processed marijuana, a ton of pills. The month prior to that, they had an arrest of an individual, had 400 fentanyl pills, 400 plus, and a lot of methamphetamine, a lot of other different dangerous drugs. This is all public information on the Northern Colorado Drug Task Force through Larimer County Sheriff's Office. You can see this stuff. You can see the quantifiable results from seizures that are happening in drug task forces. To simply fly over that and say, these aren't doing anything. I know I keep hearing references to the failing war on drugs. It's not about the war on drugs. This is about law enforcement. This is about public safety and keeping our communities safe, keeping drugs and poison off of our streets, and keeping them from getting into the hands of kids, keeping them from getting into the hands of people that are going to further distribute and otherwise use them inappropriately. Greeley just had a lady that was arrested after leaving an apartment when her 12-year-old daughter and 8-year-old daughter overdosed on fentanyl. And she packed up a bag and left after calling 911. This is the kind of stuff we can't be overlooking. This is the kind of stuff that we can't be simply saying, not a big deal, we need to look further into other drug crimes. This is what drug crimes are doing. This is what illicit drugs create. They create people that do these things. So in supporting or otherwise voting for a study to over, whatever time it takes to decriminalize things, overall, just simply defunding law enforcement, defunding drug task forces, drug gang and counterterror task forces, these things are all equally important.
I've given a little bit of latitude that this is about a task force, so
Correct.
if we could keep it to the task force, I would appreciate it.
And keeping it to that, talking about task forces, these are things that are all equally correct, thank you, Madam Chair, in simply giving them the same focus. We can't think one is more important than the other. The reason a task force is developed is because there is a specific problem that needs to be focused on. And to say that that problem isn't a problem to this community, we're talking about Colorado. Colorado's drug problem is an epidemic. Colorado's crime problem is an epidemic. Drugs are a crime. Drugs cause crime. People that are high on drugs cause crime. We need task forces to take down the big players that are bringing drugs into our state and distributing them illegally. That's why task forces exist. That's why we need to keep them funded and keep them staffed with the best of the best from every agency in their community. I strongly encourage a no vote on this bill, and I hope you do as well.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we're studying a task force, I think we should include some of the things that have become very known in Colorado about what is happening to our state. Research from Wallet Hub shows Colorado has one of the biggest drug problems in the country. Wallet Hub says researchers looked at 21 different metrics for each state, which compared drug arrests, overdose rates, opioid prescriptions, and employee drug testing laws, and Colorado ranked 7th highest in the country. Experts said the authorities need to be honest in how they approach this topic in the public arena. The war on drugs, and this is your brain on drugs, backfired badly. Clearly attempting to keep drugs out of the country is a lost cause, in part because many drugs that are misused are easily manufactured elsewhere. So just to point out that Colorado has one of the worst illicit drug problems. So I'm just wondering why we need a bill to study this, since we already know kind of what is happening here in Colorado. Many more things. You know, the task force is either going to say that we need to move forward with criminalizing drugs and drug possession, or it's not. So I just wanted to share that they've already done this in Oregon. So again, if we already have other states that have done it, I'm still trying to just figure out why we need a law to create a task force. I kind of thought the bill I was getting punked when it was presented, but apparently it's true. In 2020, Oregon became the first state to decriminalize possession of drugs. Again, task force, including hard drugs. Portland District Attorney Michael Schmidt gleefully announced that his office would immediately stop prosecuting drug possession, even before the law went into effect, saying past punitive drug policies and laws resulted in over-policing of diverse communities, heavy reliance on correctional facilities, and a failure to promote public safety and health. Again, a task force is going to say one of two things. So it's important for us to look at other states and see what they have done. Less than 2 years later, Oregon is suffering through the predictable results of this experiment. Overdoses are skyrocketing, violent crime is rising, and virtually nobody is getting treatment. This is all because they decriminalized the possession of drugs, which is what this task force, part of it, would be looking at. Voters approved the Oregon law, known as Measure 110 in 2020. The law decriminalized possession of drugs, including cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, and other controlled substances. Instead of a misdemeanor offense, people caught in possession of these drugs would be issued the equivalent of a traffic ticket with a small fine. All penalties would be waived if the person simply called in for a health assessment at an addiction recovery center. It goes on to say that by decriminalizing the possession of drugs, criminal justice reformers garner support for the bill by claiming that it would both reduce addiction and alleged racial disparities in the criminal justice system. The framers of this ballot, Measure 110, portray individuals with active addictions as rational actors who will naturally seek out...
Representative?
Yes?
So this bill doesn't talk about that. It talks about a task force. If we could stay towards the task force, that would be great.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in an attempt to say that a task force is either going to say we should decriminalize the possession of drugs because it costs too much money, or we should penalize for drugs. And I'm just clarifying that in Oregon, they did this already. So it should help with what you should and should not include in the task force. If we already know that decriminalizing the possession of drugs in Oregon meant that overdoses skyrocketed, violent crime was rising, and virtually no one was getting treatment, it's kind of like what we're seeing in Colorado right now. We have overdoses skyrocketing to the point that we are passing bills for safe injection sites. So that was my point, is that it's already happening here, so this should be left out of the task force because we already have the answer to it. Another indication that legalization of drugs, which is what this task force is looking into, did not work. So in, I believe it was Great Britain.
So it's actually, the task force will evaluate an actuarial study. So there's nothing in the bill regarding decriminalization of drugs.
Okay, I'll go back to the bill. It means evaluating the costs associated with enforcement of drug laws and incarceration for drug crimes task force. Okay. So I'll go to the different positions. So legislative positions have been taken by all three members of the Public Safety Colorado Coalition, Each entity may have positions on other bills impacting public safety and law enforcement. So, the Colorado Coalition, which is the Public Safety Coalition, opposes this bill. It says this bill would create the evaluating the costs associated with enforcement of drug laws and incarceration for drug crimes task force in the Department of Public Health and Environment, and was amended in the House Judiciary Committee to also include a study. The task force is made up of 2 Democratic lawmakers with no appointments by the minority party, 3 employees of a nonprofit organization related to housing, drug policy, and public health. The Public Safety Colorado Coalition is concerned that this task force lacks critical voices and expertise at the table and is given an unbalanced directive that does not capture adequate data points to account for the wide-reaching impacts that drug use, dealing, and trafficking have on our communities, including ancillary crimes of violence. Recent legislation, including a 2019 bill that downgraded possession of a Schedule I and Schedule II controlled substance, including fentanyl, from a felony to a misdemeanor, came amidst a statewide crisis over overdose deaths from this deadly substance. They are concerned that this bill could produce an incomplete picture of the exceedingly complex problem that could lead to additional harmful legislation proposals. The Public Safety Colorado Coalition believes that prevention and treatment services for those who use illicit drugs is a critical part of public safety, but further reductions in the ability of law enforcement to investigate and arrest for drug activity will make our communities less safe and ultimately not serve those who need help in breaking their dependence on drugs. Law enforcement remains a critical piece of the solution in protecting the communities and individuals who are victimized by illicit drugs. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I had a unique opportunity in that I was able to sit in on this particular Judiciary Committee meeting, and it was the first time I had been to that committee, as it's not one that I'm assigned to, but I had the opportunity to substitute in, and it was quite an eye-opener. It was a lot of fun. And we did hear this particular bill that evening. I actually, in this committee, paid really close attention to our witnesses. We actually only had 3 witnesses. I was kind of surprised about that because I figured that a topic such as this would bring a lot more attention. But we had 3 witnesses. All 3 of them were in opposition to this bill, and 2 of them are chiefs of police, one here in the Denver metro area and one in one of the resort communities. And what I heard from those witnesses I thought was really meaningful, and I was hoping that the bill sponsors were really listening to the testimony and taking it to heart, because what was really being expressed was they weren't really part of that. They didn't feel part of the stakeholding process. And they voice their concerns, especially in the context of our current epidemic of addiction and death from drugs. And what was communicated by these witnesses is that the issues of our epidemic, our drug epidemic, the addiction issues that we have in our communities, really, those issues have to be addressed first. And one of them, and I will just quote because I wrote this down because it was a very powerful statement. But this witness said, "We have to address these issues first rather than advocate for mass suicide." That's what that chief of police said.
Representative Frizzell, I know that you're quoting. I just want to redirect that this is a study that will study current policies, is not about anything other than current policies. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will get more to the meat of the bill itself. But I think it is important to understand and take to heart how it was voiced by these witnesses that they were not part of a stakeholding effort. And further, one of the questions I had of those witnesses was, who's missing from this task force? Because, as my colleague from Douglas County mentioned, this is a 7-person task force. And those 7 people are a member of the House of Representatives appointed by the Speaker, a member of the Senate appointed by the Majority Leader of the Senate, 3 individuals from various nonprofits, one would be a public health expert nominated or appointed, by the Department of Public Health and Environment, one who works for a nonprofit who works with housing and the unhoused, and also the third nonprofit represented would be a nonprofit that works with drug policy. The other 2, the last 2, members of this task force would be a representative from district attorneys, and this was important to me, a representative of law enforcement appointed by a statewide organization representing chiefs of police. So going back to my county roots, I asked myself, why not someone from the Sheriff's Association? Because here's the thing, and this is part of the bill itself. One of the study items is consider and determine state and local government costs associated with confinement and incarceration of individuals accused of and convicted of drug crimes and the state costs associated with blah, blah, blah. Anyway, but the thing about not including sheriffs is there are 64 sheriffs in this state, representing each one with a county. But one of the biggest jobs that sheriffs have is maintaining the county jail facilities. So, in my opinion, it seems intuitive that if you were actually going to be doing a real study on the costs associated with confinement and incarceration, you would actually go straight to the horse's mouth, which would be the sheriffs. That makes sense. So I asked the bill sponsors this question as well. Why is this limited? It also seems to me that if you're studying the costs associated with drugs and drug crimes, that you would want to have a chat with the victims advocate folks and probably include them at the table as well. And that's just my one little brain, and I'm not the smartest person in the room, so I know that there are probably other people who really should be included. And that was part of the conversation with the bill sponsors, and they indicated their willingness to work on that matter. But I don't know that you all have brought any further amendments towards that. So I think we're still sitting on 7 members of the task force. The other thing that concerned me a great deal about this bill is that, if you're going to be looking at a real study, if you're going to be digging down to understand, because this is a big problem, right? I mean, I think it is. I think this is a big problem. It's really multifaceted. And it seems to me that you would want this task force to dig in and get a good grasp of what the real issues are. But this task force is only set to meet, I believe it's a minimum of twice. And sure, it could meet more times, so that's good. You could tell me why. But wouldn't the task force want to make some recommendations? So wouldn't they want to have some? No, but wouldn't, so my question is wouldn't the task force, I don't know, I would think that they would need some time to process the findings of the actuarial report. It's a hard word, especially at whatever time it is to. But to process it, to get the information reported, but then to actually come back with some real recommendations. So it seems to me that would, if we're really going to do the subject, if we're really going to do the subject, treat it properly, more meetings would be better. And I'm not a meeting person. I hate meetings.
Representative Sherbini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so the actuarial study will be done by the college. There's a time frame for that. I believe it's a few months. Get the information together. The task force will meet at least once to look over the information, talk through it, and then take it home with them to do their own research and study and make their own recommendations. Meet the second time to go over the recommendations, and if needed, they can add more meetings in order to clarify those recommendations.
Thank you, sir, for that clarification. I appreciate it. I appreciate the dialogue. Anyway, so I've chatted long enough, but I did want to let you know, so as a fascinated bystander in this particular committee meeting, and I very much appreciated the grace of the chair in letting me ask a lot of questions, but I had a lot of concerns coming out of the committee about this bill. I still have a lot of concerns. I don't know what problem we're exactly trying to solve, but I suspect I do. And I believe the bill sponsors have been very clear about what outcome they would like to see from this task force. And so with that, I will ask for a no vote on this bill. Thank you. Okay,
Is there any further discussion? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Task forces are an interesting creature. I've been part of them numerous of times over my careers. Now, full disclosure, that's usually been involved with military law enforcement and a lot of studies. You know, before we form task forces, we usually pull all the analysts together and we start looking at data, because when you form a task force, you're generally looking for something that you don't have in statistical data. And I'm pretty much willing to bet that when it comes to drugs and crime, we have more data and more information from a multitude of agencies than we know what to do with. And I'm not sure where the bill sponsors are running around at right now, but I'd... Oh, she's waving over there. Instead of spending money on a task force, I mean, it would seem that we should pull all that data up front and analyze it. Then if the data says, hey, we have a gap, we need a task force to study this gap and look at it, then that would make more sense. Otherwise, we spend money, we run around and collect a bunch of information that's already sitting out there. And the interesting thing with task forces, depending upon how it's being driven, they tend to come up with already predetermined conclusions. The purpose of a task force is to examine and collect the data on a defined issue that we don't have that data on. And I promise you, you talk to anyone in law enforcement from the federal level on down to the county municipal level, you talk to anybody in corrections, you talk to any social worker, you talk to anyone at all that is involved with on the drug rehab, there is a ton of data. Pull the data, collate it, analyze it, and then come to me and tell me what gaps you're missing.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I think that's exactly what this task force is doing, and I see Representative Garcia has her hand up.
Oh, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to just acknowledge that I want to remind us that this bill sets up a task force to evaluate that exact component that you're talking about, Representative, around collecting all of that data, doing an analysis, doing an evaluation, and putting it into a study. That's an actuarial study. So that way, then the task force will be able to look at it, see what's working, see what's not working, make recommendations.
Representative Hartsock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My point is that the task force is designed to pick up a gap. We have the data. Let's just pull it and collate it, analyze it. You don't need to create a brand new task force to pull the information. It exists. A series of analysts can do all of that in a very short amount of time and a whole lot less cost. It doesn't make sense to spend money to create a task force when we've got the data sitting out there. If somebody wants to analyze the data, then have the analysts look at it. And you can pull that from a multitude of agencies without creating a whole separate task force. So I would, in the name of saving government taxpayers money, time, and resources, just have the analysts pull the data, skip the task force, and vote no on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on 1258? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I read through this bill, and I looked at the mission here, evaluating the costs associated with the enforcement of drug laws, and then I saw the task force that was assembled, a couple of things stood out to me. And one of those was that it seemed like a pretty significant group was not represented in this task force. And that particular group was victims. Because you see, when we talk about the costs associated with the enforcement of drug laws and incarceration for drug crimes, that's only half the equation. There's another half of the equation out there. When we talk about the costs of enforcing drug laws, and we look at this task force that's analyzing them, my question is, how is this task force going to capture data like what I've seen in the community? How is this task force going to capture the costs of drug usage in situations like this? It's 3 paragraphs from a news story that happened a couple years ago. A 39-year-old Colorado man with a lengthy criminal history was sentenced to 36 years in prison for striking and killing a man in Arvada after using methamphetamine. I don't say the bad guy's name, but he was sentenced for the death of 43-year-old Nathan Osborne of Arvada. The guy that killed Nathan Osborne had a high level of methamphetamine in his system at the time that he was driving a vehicle, left the roadway, struck and killed Nathan Osborne, who was walking on the sidewalk a couple of blocks away from his home.
I'm sorry, Representative Evans, I've given some latitude, but can you tell me how you're tying this back to the bill?
And so when a family is deprived of their father of 4, and a husband, and I read this bill here, and it talks about evaluating the costs associated with the enforcement of drug laws. I wonder, how do we capture that data? How are we capturing the other side of this equation where you have victims such as Mr. Osborne, who was killed by somebody using an illegal narcotic while operating a motor vehicle? How is that captured in this study? How do we do this cost-benefit analysis as we're looking at the costs associated with drug enforcement laws? Because to me, that's a cost. If we talk about the costs associated with the enforcement of drug laws, to me, part of that discussion has to be What's the cost? What is the value that is saved in society by having individuals such as, like I said, I don't say his name, but who had 4 prior felony convictions? He was sentenced under career criminal statutes. How do we capture and quantify the costs saved in society by enforcing our laws and preventing somebody like that from perpetuating further crimes in our community? How do we do that tabulation? How do we put a number on costs in society that result from the enforcement of drug laws, but in a positive way? How do we quantify individuals who are alive today that might not be alive if they were hit and injured or hit and killed by somebody operating a motor vehicle under the influence of drugs? And so as I look at the member of the task force here, that's something that I see a glaring lack of. I don't see any representation from victims. I don't see a member of this task force from a statewide organization that represents victims, of which we have a few. And so I ask myself, is this task force going to be able to come up with an honest number, an honest, quantifiable amount of what it costs to enforce drug laws if there's not the other side of that coin that's also able to quantify the cost to society if individuals such as the one I just read you the news story of, if those individuals are allowed to continue causing mayhem in our communities? What's the cost for a family to lose their father? What's the cost for a wife to lose her husband at the hands of somebody that was intoxicated with methamphetamine while operating a vehicle? Not only do I not see that in this task force, I don't see any representation in that task force to be able to perform that side of the analysis. And that's my big concern with this bill, because there absolutely is a cost on both sides. There's a cost to enforce laws, but there's also a cost that society does not pay when individuals, such as the one that I just told you the story about, are prevented from causing further harm. And I don't know how this bill, how this task force purports to quantify that. I don't know how you put a number on that. And so I'm very, very concerned that this legislation posits a task force to study something without having a very critical voice at that table. I'm concerned about language that talks about regarding how money saved by a reduction in drug crimes or sentencing for drug crimes could be spent to reduce substance use and dependence in Colorado. Because to me, what that language indicates is it almost seems like it's presupposing the conclusion of the study. It's presupposing that money would be saved. And to me, I suppose that almost feels dangerous. Because if the actual language of this legislation is presupposing that money will be saved by reducing sentencing and enforcement for drug crimes, I wonder how complete a picture is this study painting? Or is this study looking at a narrow set of circumstances and facts that don't include the voices of victims, that don't include the cost of these crimes in our society? And then based on that, will the data that it provides be accurate, complete, and all-encompassing data? Or will it be data that just presupposes that, oh, hey, money will be saved? Other folks have commented on this second thought of mine, so I don't want to belabor the point. But the fact is, we already have all of this data right now. A couple of years ago, legislation was passed that required law enforcement to basically fill out a piece of paper every time they contacted an individual. There's a series of questions on that form, and one of those questions is, why did you contact this person? So if law enforcement contacts somebody, even if there's no arrest made, but if they contact somebody and the reason for that contact was known or suspected drugs, known or suspected narcotics, they got to write that down on that form. And that form's got to be turned in, and that goes up to the Department of Public Safety and the Department of Justice. We have all of that data right now. We have the data today as a result of legislation from 3 years ago that says that even if somebody's not arrested, law enforcement has to write down their reason for contacting that individual. And so if the reason for contacting that individual was narcotics or drugs, guess what? We have that data right now. But then that begs a question. How do you quantify that number? If law enforcement turns in we always called it the 217 form because that was the name of the bill that required it. If law enforcement turns in their 217 form at the end of shift and says, hey, I contacted 2 individuals as a result of suspected drugs, how do you attach a number to that? Are you breaking down the officer's hourly pay rate and then dividing that by however long they spent talking to that individual? Is the cost of the uniform that the officer wore included in that? Because uniforms wear out, so you get a life cycle for all of their equipment. And if, hey, I get a new uniform every year, well, that's a cost. And if that uniform was damaged or injured as a result of that contact, is that cost included in here? This becomes very, very, very granular, and there becomes a lot of different ways to quantify the cost of drug enforcement. And this is just for situations where official action wasn't taken. The officer stopped, the officer talked for 10 minutes, determined, hey, we don't have a crime here, handed out their business card as required by law, and that individual went about their way. What happens if there is an arrest made? How is that cost going to be quantified? Because you see, when an arrest is made, this doesn't just fit neatly into a little box where, one officer handles that arrest at, 1.5 hours, and so then you take the time it took to process that times the officer's salary. You get a lot of other different overhead costs, operating costs for, what does it cost that agency to maintain a temporary holding cell? What does it cost for that agency to have a computer in the booking area to be able to take down the information about that individual who was arrested? How are those costs being captured and quantified in this bill? What's the parameters to ensure that that data isn't being skewed one way or another way as a result of a preconceived notion or a preconceived bias? And I think that's a very important question when we have a conversation about this topic, because as we all know, this is a very emotionally charged and heated issue. And so to have a task force with about a page of guidance seems to me like it leaves the door wide open for this task force to be directed in one way or another way. And I don't know if that truly accomplishes the goal, which is to quantify the costs associated with the enforcement of drug laws and incarceration for drug crimes. Let's talk about the arrest piece of this a little bit more. Because you see, statutorily, there's 3 different types of arrest that could be imposed if somebody is found to have an illegal narcotic on them. The first type of arrest is what's called a non-custodial arrest. That's just a citation is issued to that individual, and then 10 minutes later, that individual goes about their way. So when we're talking costs, Just using the word arrest doesn't give enough data to quantify that, because there's 3 different types of arrest. I could have a non-custodial arrest in which I issue somebody a ticket. This contact is over in 20 minutes, and then the individual goes about their way. I could have what's called a custodial arrest, but no jail. So a custodial arrest typically occurs when somebody doesn't have their identity. They don't have an ID. I can't definitively confirm the identity of the person that I'm talking to. So in a situation like that, that person would be taken into custody for fingerprinting, just so that we have a solid identity of this individual to make sure that the charges are ascribed to the correct individual and not to a cousin or a fake name or something like that that was thrown out. But then I can release that individual. They don't go to jail. I walk them into the front door of the police department, we take fingerprints, photographs, and then they head right out 30 minutes later. That's a second type of arrest. But that arrest is going to cost a different amount than the first type that I talked about, which is a non-custodial arrest. And then you have the third sort of arrest, which is a custodial arrest, but it's a custodial arrest where the individual, for whatever the reasons were, was deemed appropriate to take that person before a judge. And if a judge doesn't happen to be on duty at the time, then they have to go to jail and get their bond. So that's a third type of arrest. That one, they're arrested, they receive their citation, they go typically to the police station or the sheriff's office for fingerprinting and photographing, but then they're transported typically to the local sheriff's office, where they then go through the process to get a bond in order to get out of jail. Those are 3 different types of arrest, and each and every one of those is going to have a different cost associated with it. And the methodology for determining the cost of each of those different types of arrest is going to be different. But as was pointed out earlier, the task force doesn't even have representation on it from the sheriffs who are running that jail facility. So if there's a situation where you have chiefs, sheriffs working together, as I read this task force here, I don't see a way in which a complete picture can be gained, because there are major players and major stakeholders who don't even have a seat at this table. Let's talk a little bit further. When a crime is charged, it could be charged at a couple of different levels. You could talk at the municipal level, you can talk at the county level, you could talk at the district level. We've heard a lot of other conversation in this building about how sometimes the municipal level has a hard time communicating that data with the rest of the system. So if we're talking about the costs associated with the enforcement of drug laws, but this is a municipal ordinance, that data is going to have to be collected in a different way, in a different manner, and at a different cost for each of the different municipalities, who all might have different procedures, because typically a misdemeanor, a municipal crime is going to be at the misdemeanor level, and handled in a slightly different fashion by each one of the different municipalities. Okay. So there's a lot of other different oversights and loopholes that I see here, but I don't want to belabor the point. Just think that it's important that when we pass a law, we consider all sides of the equation. And unfortunately, I don't see both sides of the equation being considered in this piece of legislation, and so I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Garcia. Representative Garcia, are you available? Okay, the committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to address really quick the comments around victims. I completely agree that there is a huge cost to victims, and there continues to be a huge cost to victims right now with what's happening with the policies that we have right now. I think that in itself should be premise to wanting to evaluate and study, why is what we're doing creating more victims? Why are the policies that we have right now not being effective? How can we make them better? What can we do that can create safer communities? I don't think anyone in this chamber should not be striving to know what that is. If we're truly, truly concerned about victims, then we should want to know, how do we make policies better so we don't continue to create them? Thank you.
Okay, the committee will go back into a brief recess.
ahead. Oh, the committee will come back to order. Representative Sharbini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move L005 to HB 1258 and have it displayed. What's that? He's got it.
That is a proper motion. And it is properly displayed. Representative Sharbini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment, we've been working in collaboration with our partners across the aisle to try and determine who are the best representatives with boots on the ground, experience in this area, that can give us some feedback in our study that can be productive. And so we've come to the agreement that we'll have a representative from the Colorado Drug Investigation Association, as well as a representative from the sheriffs, in addition to the chiefs that we already, a representative from the chiefs organization that we have. So we agree with this amendment. We think this will give us some good feedback from boots on the ground that deal with this issue and hopefully make our study far more effective. So we ask you for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are two great additions to the task force that bring a great deal of expertise to the subject, and we too are very much in favor of this. So thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Armagas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to echo what everyone's already been saying, this was a great ability to compromise. This is an ability to put the experts in the room that are able to put the best information forward and the best analyze it the best they can. So having all these experts in the room on this task force, I think, is a great thing. So I also encourage and I vote.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor? Say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The Amendment L005 has been adopted. Any further discussion on House Bill 1258? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1258 as amended. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Say no. Okay. House Bill 1258 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 23-1290.
House Bill 1290 by Representatives McCluskey and Sirota, also Senators Moreno and Fields, concerning the referral of a ballot issue related to the underestimation of revenue from the taxes on products that contain nicotine in a required notice to voters and in connection therewith, referring a ballot issue to the voters to allow the state to retain and spend state revenues that would otherwise need to be refunded for exceeding the estimate in the ballot information booklet analysis for Proposition EE, and to allow the state to maintain the tax rates on cigarettes, tobacco products, and nicotine products established in Proposition EE that would otherwise need to be decreased.
Speaker McCloskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And it's an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1290.
To the bill.
Thank you. Members, I am very excited to bring forward House Bill 1290 to help further our commitments to our youngest children in the state, 3- and 4-year-olds who are currently participants for universal preschool. In 2020, the Colorado Legislature passed the bipartisan supported bill, House Bill 1427. That referred Proposition EE to the voters of the state. That increased taxes on tobacco and vaping products, other nicotine products like vaping products, generating roughly $275 million per year for public health initiatives, the cessation of smoking, and education priorities. The first 2 years of funding were also dedicated to affordable housing and rural public schools. After those years, Proposition EE ensured that revenue funded from these cessation initiatives would continue, as well as new statewide voluntary universal preschool that serves Colorado children in every community across our state. Proposition EE had 67% support from Colorado voters And with support in 46 out of 64 counties, we are truly delighted to finally see universal preschool coming forward now in 2023. In November, it became clear to us that the revenue that has been brought in extended past what was originally laid out to voters in the Blue Book by $23.65 million. In order for us to be able to retain those funds for the universal preschool program, we need to go back to the voters, and that's exactly what House Bill 1290 does. We are continuing to comply with Tabor and lift up Tabor by asking voters to allow us to continue to use these dollars for a program that is clearly so popular and well supported across our state. I am delighted to be here today with Representative Sirota, a true early childhood education champion, and I'll turn it over to her for additional comments.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Speaker McCluskey. It is an honor to join you on this bill so that we may simply comply with our Constitution to put forth to the voter the question of whether or not to retain this additional $23.65 million or to inequitably, I would say, refund it primarily to tobacco wholesalers and retailers, ending up with less money to spend on universal preschool. So I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on the bill? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Sirota. We had a great debate on this in finance, and we ended up with a split vote, passed 6-5. And you know, the part that, this was an interesting debate because when we got down to the issues, I don't know that anyone was against the early childhood development funding and all of that. When I pointed out what I did not like was the methodology of how we're doing this. I love it that we're following Tabor, and I thank you for that. I think that's great. The concern is that writing ballot issues, and I had some offline conversations with MED afterwards. I said, if we're going to write future ballots, then we should tell the public, the tax-paying public, that, oh, by the way, if we collect more money, we're going to keep it and use it for the same purpose or something else. And I'm fine with that. If everybody votes and says yes on that, then I'm fine. I don't like that we told them one thing and now we're going to go back and ask for, oh, hey, we need to keep it because we don't have a mechanism to refund it. The other issue, and it was passed overwhelmingly. I think 67% was passed. My concern is that, at least according to the numbers here, that something like 12% of the population here in Colorado smokes cigarettes. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's what the numbers say. So we were overwhelmingly throwing a massive tax on the smokers. No, I don't agree with smoking. I don't think it's healthy. My wife would shoot me if I was up here advocating for smoking because she's always working on smoking cessation programs. But when we target a group for a tax purpose that is a very small group, and the others are going to go, oh yeah, we're going to vote against them, we're going to raise the taxes, I think we set a dangerous precedent. Because then where do we draw the line? Where do we decide, oh, we can keep taxing the public on this issue, and maybe we can tax them on this other issue? And I don't think that's a great way to legislate. I would have preferred if up front we had been in the ballot language saying, we're going to go after people who smoke. These are the taxes we're going to levy on them. This is what we're going to collect. And oh, by the way, if we collect more money, we're going to use it for daycare or early childhood learning or whatever. I mean, I'm fine because then the voters get to vote on it. But I think we should have spelled that out up front because now we have the money and we're saying, hey, can we keep it? Yeah, that's the requirement of the law. That's the requirement of Tabor. I'm not so sure that falls in the spirit of where the Taxpayer Bill of Rights was designed so people could choose up front. And I think it certainly would have been more equitable had we gone across the public and said, we're going to tax everyone to support early childhood learning. Because then everyone would have had a voice and a stake in the vote. Instead of the 12 or 13% of people who smoke, they're going to pay some pretty steep taxes. And history has shown that taxing the proverbial sin taxes, as they're frequently called, doesn't stop people from smoking, doesn't stop them from any behavior that we're trying to change. Taxes don't stop people from spending money. So how do we go about getting the proper amount? I think we should ask the taxpayers writ large, do you want a tax, whatever that tax would be, to fund early childhood development and early childhood education? I think that follows the spirit of the law. I think that follows the spirit of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. My other concern is in the precedent-setting realm is if we do it here, and if we run future ballots, whatever those ballots happen to be for, what happens if we keep collecting extra money? What happens if this becomes the model? I don't think that that's a good way to do things. Because what was interesting, there's no way to refund it per se. There's not a mechanism to send it back to the tobacco industry. And I'm not arguing that the tobacco industry needs the money, but the fact that the Taxpayer Bill of Rights says we're supposed to refund it, and there's not an existing mechanism, and we'd have to create it, fund it, and all of that, I'm going, well, that just seems counterintuitive that we are spending more taxpayer dollars to get them the taxpayer dollars. That just seems like an oxymoron to me. If we're supposed to refund the money, then we're supposed to refund the money. If we're going to collect it and we're going to spend it on certain things, then I think we need to tell everyone in the public, this is what we're going to spend it on, and if we get extra, we're still going to spend the extra money on it. Then I'm okay with that. Because if then people vote and say, yeah, that's fine, I'm like, good. That's what they voted on. This doesn't seem like that's what we've done. We collected the extra, now we're going to go back, hey, can we keep it? Because, oh, by the way, we don't have any specific way to refund it. I don't think that's a good way of doing business. I'm not against the values. I'm not against the goals of what we're trying to do here. I like the sponsor's intent of the group that they're trying to help. I think that's a great endeavor. How we're doing it is what I do not agree with, and I do not like the precedents that we are setting. When we tried to have some discussions of how to change some things, we didn't get very far there in Finance Committee. Maybe we can have some further discussions and try and look at some ways to change some things, but that's what I'm looking at. Those are my concerns, not with the goals of what we're trying to achieve, but how we are going about it, because I think it takes us down a road that was never the intent of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1290? Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just quickly, When we are required by Tabor to list a specific dollar amount, and we have amazing fiscal analysts in this building, when House Bill 1427 was originally drafted and the fiscal note came forward, it was our understanding that it was going to be at a certain level of revenue. We exceeded that revenue. There was, I think, greater funding that came in from vaping products. And so because of that, we are simply asking to honor the will of the voters and keep the funding that came in from this taxation effort. These dollars, again, will go to the 30,000 little ones that are now enrolled in preschool. We have 1,800 providers across the state. This is a great program to keep funding, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1290? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1290. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1290 is passed. Mr. Shebel, can you please read House Bill 23-1057, the title? House Bill 23-1057.
House Bill 1057 by Representatives McCormick and Vigil, also Senator Jaquez Lewis, concerning a requirement that certain public buildings have restrooms with amenities for all genders.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1057, the State Veterans Military Affairs Committee report and the Appropriations report.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you,
Representative McCloskey.
How about McCormick?
I'm sorry, McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations report, we added an amendment that will clarify language that is essential to the applicability of the bill and also the fiscal note to lower the fiscal note extensively. It will exempt the School for the Deaf and Blind, which is the Department of Education's building that we were looking at. It also clarifies the definition of public entity to make sure that state and state agencies were all included, which is also very important in the fiscal note. And then it also creates a 2-year timeline for the compliance of the signage requirements of the bill. Requires the Department of Personnel and Administration to work with the state agencies and do an inventory to make sure we get an accurate count and location of the bathrooms and changing table signage and directories that are needed. And we'll be looking for that report to happen in January of 2024 and a final report of July 2024. And it appropriated funds to get that signage component started. And I ask for an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the bill. I'm sorry, to the State Affairs report. Representative McCormick. Sorry, I want to call you McCloskey for some reason.
That's right. McCluskey, McLaughlin, McCormick, one of us is great. I already moved this. I have an amendment that I move Amendment L017 to the State Veterans Military Affairs Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion.
That's a proper motion. The amendment is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment fixes some electronic typos. They weren't human caused. They were caused by an electronic upload. And also make sure that the public entity part was accurately defined and defines and consistently uses the term accessible by the public throughout the bill because it wasn't consistently used. So we need this amendment to make that uniformity. And I ask for an aye vote on L017.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go through this because there is a lot of changes here. And I'm not sure if the sponsor spoke to this on line 3, the big today stuck in the middle of the people. Is that was that the typo? Okay, I didn't catch that. I just noticed it. Sorry. All right. So page 3 after line 4 for my colleagues after page 3 line 4. So this is talking about accessible. Just to see how it changes. Page 3 after line 4. Okay, so then we're going to substitute accessible in there, or we're going to insert accessible in there instead of, and then the other one would become 2, because we're going to renumber. So accessible to the public means any indoor or outdoor space that is open to the public. This does not include private offices or workspaces that are generally not open to customers or public visitors. So I would imagine that would cut down on the number of restrooms significantly, probably what the sponsor was talking about. Okay, lines 4, lines 7 and 8, strike must in proportion that is accessible to the public. So really, we're just going to strike out in any proportion that is accessible to the public. Oh, excuse me. If I said page 4, I should be on page 4. Page 4, lines 7 and 8. In any portion that is accessible to the public, we're going to strike after must, and we're just going to have must. So then it's just must in any portion that is accessible to the public. That goes back to the previous definition: provide a non-gendered single-stall restroom or a non-gendered multi-stall restroom on each floor where a restroom is publicly available. Ensure that any single-stall restroom is not a gender-specific. I think that's kind of what we have here in the Capitol, that they're just restrooms. Is that pretty much correct? I mean, there's a couple specialty ones in the basement, but that seems like it's pretty standard. Page 4, line 11, strike publicly available. Publicly available, and we substitute accessible to the public. Page 4, line 23, strike publicly accessible. So now that will read, provide any caregiver on the gender binary that is caring for an infant Now, I'm curious, I'm going to ask the sponsors why gender binary is in there, because it seems like it's not really necessary. I would say provide any caregiver, because that's just a prepositional phrase that would just naturally come out. So it doesn't really mean anything. That is caring for an infant to access to at least one safe, sanitary, and convenient diaper changing station that is accessible to the public on each floor where there is a restroom that includes. So I would ask that kind of specification, I think it just adds confusion, because it's just saying that somebody on the gender binary, as opposed to provide any caregiver that is caring for an infant, because it seems like at this point we're looking at providing anyone who's a caregiver caring for an infant at least access to one safe sanitary baby changing station that is accessible to the public on each floor where there is a restroom, and that includes. So that would be a question for the sponsor, is if that phrase could be, and for no reason that I think it adds confusion. Page 4, line 23, publicly accessible, we got rid of that. That clarifies it. Page 4, line 24. After restroom, then we say after restroom, that is accessible to the public. Page 5, line 6, strike restroom on each floor and substitute restroom. Page 5, line 6, strike restroom on each floor where 6, restroom on each floor where, and substitute restroom. So I'm just going to cross out on each floor where and substitute restroom, multi-stall restroom, and get rid of restrooms below that. Page 5, line 7, we're just going to strike that entire line. Okay. Page 5, line 7, page 5, line 25. Sorry, there's just a lot going on with these. Non-gendered, and insert single-gendered. Single-gendered. Any non-gendered multi-stall restroom or single-gendered single-stall restroom must have signage with a pictogram void of gender. Okay, any non-gendered multi-stall restroom or single-gendered single-stall restroom must have a signage with a pictogram void of gender. So I'm curious to the sponsor here, if we could put a pin in that one. If it's a single-gendered, single-stall restroom, why would it have a sign with a pictogram void of gender if it's for a single gender? So I'm a little confused. I would think that the signage would go back to the previous, where if we're talking about a single-stall restroom, that it would not be a single-gendered. It would just be a single-stalled. So I think we could get rid of single-gendered there. And again, this is just for clarity. Page 5, line 27. Does that make sense? That was page 5, line 25. That single-gendered. So if we're going to have a single-gendered, single-stall restroom, it seems like that single-gendered just adds confusion because you're asking for a single-gendered, single-stall restroom to have a sign without a pictogram of gender, but you've identified it as a single-gendered restroom. So 27, strike by and substitute to. Each building that is accessible to the public must include signage at or near the entrance to the building, indicate the location of restrooms and a baby changing station and baby changing station. Yep, can't say that's not handy to have. Okay, page 5, lines 30 and 31. I just want to go back to the sponsor because they were dialoguing. Sponsors, could I just ask about that? Page 5, line 25. A single-gendered, single-stall restroom must have a signage with a pictogram void of gender. I think if we got rid of single-gendered, because right now you're saying it's single-gendered, and then you're asking for signs void of gender. So it seems that it creates confusion. You're saying it's for a single gender, but you can't identify it by the gender for which it's for. Okay, page 5, line 30, 31, strike identifying for the benefit of the public. Strike identifying for the benefit of the public. And substitute accessible to the public, identifying okay, just a little clarification. Okay, page 5, line 36. Strike public buildings and substitute buildings accessible to the public. Okay. And page 6, line 26 and 27. Page 6, line 26 and 27. Public building in a building wholly or partially owned by a public entity. All right, in a building, by a public entity. All right, that's a little confusing to me, but I guess it communicates clearly enough that a public entity, that seems more like a person than a agency. But my question on this would be, could we strike on page 525, and again for clarity, single-gendered, and then it would be on page 4, line 20, provide any caregiver. I'm just trying to make sure if this again, if this adds clarity or if this adds confusion on the gender binary, why is there the specificity on gender binary when the whole thing seems to be setting up caring for an infant that is so for everybody? So gender binary or no, we're looking at, so in that case, I'm just looking at the language below it. If only a gender-specific restrooms are available, at least one changing table in each restroom. So that wouldn't affect that. If a non-gendered single-stall restroom is available, at least one changing table in that restroom, and public incentives are encouraged. So I don't think that changes anything on those. If a non-gendered multi-stall restroom is available, at least one changing table in that restroom. I don't think that would negatively affect that. An easily accessible location with equivalent privacy and amenities as a restroom. So I don't think it would change anything. I think it would actually improve the clarity, which is obviously something that the sponsors have done a great deal of, taken a great deal of care to do. So if those would not be, if you don't think those would be harmful to the bill, I would go and put in a request for those to be changed, because right now I think they create a level of confusion.
Is there any further discussion on L17? Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will still urge a yes vote on L17. Every single line on this amendment has been worked to actually increase clarity, especially for our state to be absolutely clear on where they need new signs and where they, what's public and what's accessible to the public and all of that. So I urge a yes vote on the entire amendment as it is right now. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L17? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L17. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L17 is adopted. To the State Civic and Military and Veterans Affairs Committee report. Is there any further discussion? Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L18 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L18 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment goes into further detail on exactly what is meant by renovation of a restroom. After extensive discussions with involved parties, we wanted to make it super clear that renovation of a restroom really means extensive work on one particular restroom, and this language gets us there with a definition that everyone agrees on. I urge an aye vote on L18.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm just going to add that I've learned a lot from my fellow co-prime sponsor for her stakeholding work on this. We did start with a dollar amount for the criteria on this, a $10,000 and up rule, and quickly found that a lot of our local governments, a lot of our state agencies are very, very friendly to the values behind the bill and the intent of the bill, and they wanted to accomplish this, and that it made so much more sense to find qualifying criteria that had to do with the type and extent of work being done. And I think what the end result is just really well-refined work, and I really urge a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very much appreciate the sponsors clarifying this. I talked to several people after this briefing about the $10,000, talked to various people in construction, mostly commercial construction, because the $10,000, it's amazing how not far that goes. So the renovations that we're looking at here, we're probably talking in the area of at least $200,000. So you're looking at a serious renovation with these criteria. So I think that definitely helps to narrow the scope and then take the pressure off of the agencies.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L18? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L18. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L18 is adopted. To the State Civic Affairs Report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Report is adopted. To the bill, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill does three things. It will have our publicly owned buildings, that's state, municipalities, counties, and cities that have bathrooms open to the public, update their signs, their existing signs on single-stalled, single-gendered, and other non-gendered existing restrooms, update those signs so that they can indicate where a baby diaper changing station is, and that these signs must be in a pictogram form, void of gender. It doesn't mean that gendered bathrooms are going to go away. They'll still exist. This update in signs exists to a very small subset of bathrooms. And it also says that future buildings will be designed and built that are accessible by the public, and for those buildings with restrooms undergoing significant renovations, that they have a non-gendered restroom available on each floor and a baby diaper changing table accessible to all genders on each floor wherever restrooms exist. And then further in the future, that those restroom requirements will also apply to the buildings owned by the state, municipal, and county and cities that may not be open to the public but are utilized by employees and students. And so this bill is really about access for everybody, for everyone to feel comfortable going to a restroom. It's for parents with small kids and babies to make sure that they are not changing diapers on bathroom floors or toilet seats or sinks, because we heard lots of stories of that happening. It's also really important for the disability community. Many people have a caregiver that may be of a different gender and they need access to these ADA accessible family restrooms. Many of us know them as family restrooms, and we want to make sure that those are accessible. And then those that may exist outside the gender binary, just to make sure that all of us, however you identify, have a restroom that you can access and feel comfortable using. And I urge an aye vote on the bill.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members, for your attention on this bill. I jumped on to co-prime this sponsor with my good colleague here because everybody's got to go sometime. The very young, the elderly, people with and without disabilities, people of all colors and ethnicities, and yes, those who live both in and outside of the gender binary. We have not always in this country done the best job of ensuring absolutely everyone has truly equal access to clean, safe facilities when they're out in public and have to go. And so I believe this bill is a great way for our state to move forward toward a model that removes any of these remaining barriers that might make it difficult or sometimes impossible for some people to meet this basic human need. Whether we're talking about parents and other caregivers with infants or small children, someone outside the gender binary, someone with a disability who needs assistance, where it wouldn't normally be acceptable for the person accompanying them to go in the same restroom. So with all of that in mind, we have worked really hard on this bill, and I look forward to your yes vote on House Bill 1057.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to add one other thing, that through discussions with our higher universities and different departments across our state, we did find out that all of our higher universities that many of us, not myself, but many of you are alumni of, have already done this, are already doing this. They're really setting a great example at those sites across our state. So I wanted to just let everybody know that that was a really inspiring thing to hear, that they're way ahead of us on this, and this is just to help the rest of our state kind of catch up with those institutes of higher learning. Thank you.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to tell just a quick story. My niece and nephew were visiting a couple weeks ago. We were working here on Saturday, so I wasn't there. But my 5-year-old nephew and her mom, his mom went to this food hall in my neighborhood, and they have a bathroom that has stalls on one side and the sinks on the other side. So they walk into the bathroom, and he's 5 years old, and he says, "Wow, look at this bathroom. This is great. This is for tall people and short people and people in wheelchairs and moms and dads and everybody. The owners of this place must be so kind." And that was just a 5-year-old kid's reaction to going into a bathroom that was a little bit different. And that's just what I wanted to say, is that, kids know what acceptance and being inclusive of everybody really means. And that's what this bill is for, to set up our bathrooms in ways that are more inclusive. And I'll be supporting this bill today.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1057? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1057. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1057 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 149.
Senate Bill 149 by Senators Coleman and Exum, also Representative Bacon, concerning the creation of a program to provide higher education financial assistance to students who perform youth mentorship in connection with to make an appropriation.
Representative Bacon, or Assistant Majority Leader Bacon, my apologies.
I move Senate Bill 149.
To the bill.
Thank you. Members, this is a great bill. We had a great conversation in the Education Committee about how we can support young people to be able to not only get to college, but get through college. What this bill does is it reaches out to our community members and our young people who might be at risk and matches them with a mentor. And in particular, this bill comes to us by an existing program that supports people in going to college and here in Colorado. It's called the COSI Fund. And so we hope that you can support it today. As we noted in committee how important it is sometimes that peer-to-peer support can make all of the difference by way of young people's success. And so with that, I am going to move an amendment. I move L6 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us just a second to get that up. Amendment L006 is displayed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I just wanted to say that we got some really great feedback in committee about how we can strengthen this bill and make it more inclusive. And so the first part of this amendment really, again, points out that we should make every effort to support our mentors and mentees who reside in rural areas. And so the crux here is that the selection of not only the mentorship programs, but the mentees and their organizations should be chosen proportionally across the state between rural and urban communities. The second part of the amendment, part of the bill stated that in order to qualify as a mentor, you couldn't have any felony convictions. And we talked about how sometimes not all the crimes are as severe, but there's something to be said about learning, having gone through being charged with a crime that might strengthen someone in being a mentor. And so we changed the language to say that you cannot have a felony in the same ways that you cannot have the types of felonies that would disqualify you from being a teacher. And so we did this to make it a little bit more inclusive. And with that, I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L006 is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, members. Again, this is a great opportunity to invest with an existing program to target our youth who could really use peer-to-peer support. We hope that, or I hope, since I'm the only sponsor, that you vote aye for this bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 149? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 23-149. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 149, as amended, is passed. Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 23-187?
Senate Bill 187 by Senators Winter F. and Rodriguez, also Representatives Froelich and Bacon, concerning fees paid to the Public Utilities Commission by operators of transportation services in the state and in connection therewith, requiring the Public Utilities Commission to establish fees administratively.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 187 and ask for an aye vote.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a bill that is important in a few ways. The first is that we have learned in the last 10 years since the passage of legislation to really introduce our app-based rideshare organizations to the state, we have come to learn that there is room for growth and flexibility. And one way that there is room for growth and flexibility is to change the amount of fees that an organization needs to pay in order to get, if you will, permission to operate. So in the statute, the fees were particularly prescribed as $111,250, which has not changed in 10 years. But what we have learned as the market has changed and market share has changed is that this is becoming a barrier to entry. And so the bill creates a provision where the PUC can now actually create the fees necessary to enter, which could be proportioned into size of organization, market share, and whatnot, which means it is more flexible, more equitable, and more responsive. And so that is the main purpose of this bill. The second way that it supports our communities is that it does, again, make the space one that could increase innovation and opportunity, because it is now a space that smaller businesses can enter by adjusting those fees. The bill is supported across the board. We did not have opposition to it in regards to the organizations and the agencies, and with that, we urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 23-187? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 23-187. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 23-187 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 23-1069?
House Bill 1069 by Representatives McCormick and Amabile, also Senator Cutter, concerning the creation of the Biochar and Oil and Gas Well Plugging Working Advisory Group to make recommendations for the development of a pilot program to study the use of biochar in the plugging of oil and gas wells.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1069, the Energy and Environment Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report. And appropriations.
In
To the appropriations. Sorry. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations, we were able to fund the study, the bill. I urge an aye vote.
To the, is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the appropriations report say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The appropriations report is adopted. Representative McCormick. To the Energy and Environment report. My apologies.
That's all right. In the Energy and Environment Committee, we had a strike below, and that is in the report, and that is pretty much the bill. I urge an aye vote on the Energy and Environment Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Energy and Environment report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Energy and Environment Committee report is adopted. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill that concerns the use of biochar in oil and gas well plugging operations across our state was brought to me by many people, and after visiting a biochar facility up north, became fascinated with the product and its myriad uses, and learned that there are some really great economic opportunities to be able to open new jobs and businesses, and for Colorado to be a leader in this space. And we worked with so many stakeholders on this bill, from environmental groups, conservation groups, environmental groups, the Department of Natural Resources, Oil and Gas Commission, Energy Office, local governments, just a whole bunch. And through that work, that's why we had to end up with a strike below bill to get to where we are now. And this bill actually will convene a number of people from the above-mentioned groups that will work to guide CSU in collaboration with other institutes of higher learning to do several things, to gather scientific research from across the nation and the world on biochar's capacity, to do quite a few things in its ability to strengthen or prolong the longevity of cement, also absorb chemicals, and look at federal laws and all the ways that we might be able to utilize this product to take care of some of the pine beetle kill that we have and all of the products across our state that could be turned into biochar, and then where those products can go. And the oil and gas industry is very interested in utilizing this product as a way to be kind of part of the solution as well, as we continue to find ways to permanently sequester carbon. So the bill actually will turn over this study to CSU to work with the Oil and Gas Commission, and then come back to us with a report with a lot of different questions answers to see if we should move forward with a pilot study, an in-field pilot study for our abandoned oil and gas wells here in our state.
Representative Amable.
I just came up here to look cold. Cool. I urge you to support this bill to study the potential uses of biochar in our state oil and gas well plugging. Biochar is pretty exciting stuff, and I can tell by how wrapped everybody is in paying attention to this that you all feel that way too. And it is important to explore the many ways that we will be able to utilize it across sectors. This is a good bill. Vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 23-187? Representative Bottoms.
That's not the...
1069. House Bill 23-1069.
I have to change what I was going to say now. I do have a couple questions. I wasn't in the energy to hear this, but I do like this idea. This is actually fascinating to me. But I do have a couple questions. One is, do we know approximately how many wells we're talking about in Colorado? And that may be part of the study. And then also, is any other state doing that? They're doing this already, and that might be part of the study. So I don't know. Just a couple questions.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are approximately, and don't quote me on the exact number, but it's about 400 or so wells that might be that need to be plugged. Certainly an in-field pilot study might be looking at only 5 or 10 of these, just so that we can gather the data on if this will work long-term. There are other states that are looking at this. Louisiana had started to look into doing this, but hadn't gotten all the questions answered that we really need to answer first, and hence that's why we turned it from initially wanting to be a pilot study in field to actually let's make sure we answer all the questions to make sure if we go to a pilot study, we're in the best position to make sure that that pilot study will be accomplishing what we think it can do. So thank you for those questions.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I just wanted to rise quickly in support of this bill. It seems like a week doesn't go by when I don't get a notification from one of the towns in my district that a previously plugged and abandoned well is now leaking. The procedures that we have for that in place right now are not sufficient. They're not working in the long term. A lot of wells that were plugged using approved procedures are now leaking and causing biohazards around our state. And so anything that we can do to research better procedures for that, I think is worthwhile. I think it's relevant, and I would really encourage a yes vote on this bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 23-1069? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 23-1069 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 23-1069 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 2349?
Senate Bill 49 by Senators Zenzinger and Van Winkle, also Representative Snyder and Bockenfeld, concerning the registration exemption for special mobile machinery and in connection therewith, eliminating the requirement that any owner of such machinery regularly have at least 1,000 items of such machinery in the state to obtain a registration exempt certification for the machinery and making an appropriation.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's a real honor to serve with you.
And it's an honor to serve with you.
So I think I'm going to request a super motion done by reverse roll call. No, never mind, never mind. Mr. Chair, I move Senate Bill 49 and the Appropriations Committee report.
The motion before us is the Appropriations Report. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the approval of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Report is adopted. To the bill.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment, and I will move L005, House Floor Amendment, and ask it to be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us just a minute. Members, this is a multi-page amendment that was distributed at yesterday at 3:09 p.m. Representative Snyder.
Mr. Chair, correction, that was April 17th.
April 17th, correct.
At 3:09 p.m. So we're well within the 24-hour rule. So even though we passed this bill out of finance, there was still a little work to be done. We actually had this amendment ready to go for finance, but we would not have made the 24-hour rule. So that's why we're bringing it here today. And this was a well-negotiated amendment between industry and the Department of Revenue. It basically just requires companies to declare their equipment and pay registration fees and surcharges when they apply the registration exemption program, and annually thereafter when they renew their registration exempt certificate. It also removes portion of the bill related to credits. It's a good stakeholder, well supported by all sides, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 2349. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L005 is adopted. Representative Snyder.
So folks, this is really my favorite kind of bill because it streamlines government, it removes unnecessary and burdensome regulations, and really allows for the industry to be flexible and responsive to a changing economy. Just by way of explanation, special mobile machinery can cover just about everything from a ditch digger that you might just rent for the day from Home Depot to really large cranes and other equipment that you would get from some of the rental companies. Heretofore, they had been limited by category. If they had 1,000 pieces of equipment for rent or more, they were treated one way. If you had less than that, you were treated differently. This brings that threshold down to 250 pieces of equipment. And you can imagine when you have hundreds of pieces of equipment, how hard it is to track. At any given time, 30% or more of your inventory might actually be leased out of state, and somebody's using it there. So this really is a bill that streamlines government and makes a better environment for businesses to succeed. And so, unless my co-prime sponsor has something he wishes to say, then we would ask for an aye vote.
Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 2349? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 2349. All those in favor, as amended, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 2349 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 23-175?
Senate Bill 175 by Senator Hawkes Lewis and Rich, also Representatives Basenecker and Taggart, concerning the use of tax increment financing by downtown development authorities and in connection therewith, creating automatic extensions of the periods during which a portion of property tax revenues may be allocated to finance projects of an authority.
Representative Basnicker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Bill 175 and the Finance Committee report.
It's a proper motion. The question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Representative Basnicker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We made 2 amendments in committee, one of which adds a county commissioner and a school board member to the board of the DDA for the 20-year extension period. And then the second amendment was simply a cleanup of the trailer on the title due to amendments made in the Senate. So we'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the finance report? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the bill sponsors bringing this particular bill on behalf of their municipalities. I, too, represent a municipality that has a very robust and active downtown development authority. And, you know, if you look around, if you've been to Castle Rock at any point in the last 10 years, you would notice that 10 years ago was a very, very different place than it is today, and that is due to our downtown development authority. I also would like to point out, and I appreciate the amendment, and the reason why I'm speaking to the finance report is the amendment adding representation of counties to the Downtown Development Authority Board is really important. This is not unusual. This is, in fact, the normal thing for urban renewal authorities, which are slightly different, but very similar also. And I think that that's a great model. That's in my opinion, coming from county government. I've known for years, I've seen in action for years, the tension that sometimes exists between county governments and municipal governments. And that's an unfortunate thing when it occurs. And unfortunately, it especially tends to occur when there's money involved, when there's, and when there is a downtown development authority or an urban renewal authority, there is for sure money involved. And I believe, I would really, so I just am standing up here making the statement today saying I believe that it would be in everyone's best interests, both counties and downtown development authorities and municipalities, to have representation on the boards at inception or beginning now, rather than waiting until the 50-year mark. That's my opinion. That's the opinion of other people, too. But I understand that that wasn't a place that the bill sponsors were interested in going. I do understand that individual downtown development authorities can make that happen themselves. They just have to change their charter. But I think that it would be something that would be helpful. It is a permissive thing. If a county didn't want to have representation, they wouldn't have to. But I do think it's important to have all these folks have a seat at the table, especially when there is tax dollars involved. So I've said my piece, and I'll go away now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Is there any further questions on the committee report? Representative Taggart? No. Seeing none, all those, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations or the finance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The finance committee report was adopted. To the bill. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very straightforward bill that has one primary purpose for DDAs, and that is that we have several in the state that are now reaching close to their 50-year anniversary. And through those 50 years, they have been using TIFs, which stands for tax increment financing, for the benefit of our communities. And at this point, we would like to extend that in 20-year increments, provided that the municipalities do in fact take a vote on extending them each time there's a 20-year increment. And what I'd like to spend a couple of minutes talking about is how important our DDA in Grand Junction has been to us. Our downtown, like many downtowns, was beginning to become quite blighted, with a lot of vacancies on our main streets, and with a situation along the wonderful Colorado River of significant blight. Through the DDA and TIF financing, I am happy to say our downtown is now thriving. And because critical dollars in TIF were used for the purposes of our riverfront, we now have 2 major developments and a park going in on the riverfront, making all of us proud in Grand Junction. Keeping in mind, does anybody know where the name Grand Junction came from? Anybody? We have one person. The name Grand comes from the original name of the Colorado River, and it's the junction of 2 powerful rivers, that being the Gunnison and the Grand at the time, and now the Colorado River. When I first moved to Grand Junction, they were dumps on those rivers, one a uranium dumping grounds, and the second being a car dumping ground. And today, because of our DDA, we now have 2 wonderful developments going in there. I would also say we have added 3 amendments, or 4 amendments now, including 2 that we just talked about. But in the Senate, the DDA, where it was a perpetual extension, made the request that they be 20-year increments and that they be approved by the city councils of those municipalities. And secondly, that those municipality city councils also approve any bonding that takes place by way of an ordinance. So we have made significant changes. I'd like to come back to another point on housing here in a second, but I'd rather give it to my co-prime at this point.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Representative Taggart for co-priming this bill. It's been a pleasure to work with you. I'm just really excited about this bill because of all the benefits that the Fort Collins DDA has brought to our downtown area. It really is, I believe, a jewel and a destination point for Northern Colorado, thanks to the work of our Downtown Development Authority. I'm sure some of you have had the chance to visit Old Town Square in Fort Collins. It was developed and has been maintained into a wonderful area where families, including mine, choose to spend their time, an area that is fruitful for small businesses and a space that really has become the cultural and economic center of downtown Fort Collins. That has been made possible by the work of the Fort Collins DDA and its partnership with various entities, including Larimer County. The changes we've made to the bill so far really do double down on our commitment to transparency and engagement with overlapping taxing authorities and entities. Just to be clear, the DDA process is already transparent to the public and these overlapping taxing entities. To form a DDA, a plan of development must be constructed in consultation with the affected community. The plan must be approved by City Council, and the DDA's debt limit is subject to approval of local voters. TIF extensions after the first 30 years require an affirmative ordinance by the City Council, which itself provides public hearings and opportunities for the public, counties, school districts, and special districts to engage in the process. Once a DDA reaches its allowable debt limit under Tabor, it must go back to the voters for the approval of additional debt. All of that to say there is immense transparency and accountability around this process, and I think there are innumerable benefits to the DDAs operating in our communities, and I would ask for your support in the bill.
Is there any, Representative Taggart?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also, just before I left Grand Junction and stepped down from City Council, the most recent project that our DDA put in front of us as City Council was a project that we desperately need, and that is more dense housing in our downtown. We unfortunately lost a major grocery store on our west end of our main street here about 4 years ago, and that property has become blighted. But with the help of our DDA and our City Council, we invested between $6 and $8 million into a new project by way of TIF financing that will bring 256 units to the west end of our main street. And the investment then in our downtown corridor is an additional $60 million. So the TIF money was leveraged tenfold to bring 256 housing units that we desperately need in our downtown corridor. I would ask you for your support on this wonderful bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 23-175? Representative Balkenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Folks, this is a very, very important issue, and I hope to have your attention on this particular issue. This is not something that's new here to this legislature. For many, many years, we've had a battle down here between CML and CCI in regards to tax incremental financing. And these DDAs are nothing more than tax incremental financing. Yes, it's fine. That's fine to grow downtown, anywhere America. But they're doing it by subsidizing and taking money from other government entities. Make no mistake about it. County governments serve a purpose. We provide services throughout the whole county, and what does a DDA do? It comes in and it takes that very precious mill levy that we use to operate our county governments, our fire departments, and asks school districts that get backfilled by this state. School districts that get backfilled by this state. Those are where the monies are coming from. I'm glad downtown anywhere America can do high-density development at the expense of all the other government services. Let me tell you something about DDAs and TIFs. I used to go around with a major mayor of a major city in Arapahoe County. And he says, you guys don't provide any services to us, our people anyway. Well, let me tell you something. Are you folks familiar with the Aurora Mall? Are you familiar with what happened at the Aurora Mall? Let me tell you what county governments do. Somebody comes in and assesses those properties. Somebody comes in with all those restaurants and funds the health department that comes in there and makes sure that those health departments are healthy. When we had the disaster at the Aurora Mall, who came in and cleaned up that mess? It was, unfortunately, our coroner in Arapahoe County. And then when we brought those people to court, who was it that provided the security and had all the expenses associated with the cases that come from those high-risk areas? It's your county government. And what they do is they come over and they put their hand in other government entity's cookie jar, take their money, and they build a downtown that they collect sales tax on to beef up their little community. That's what they're doing. You know what we call that? We call that theft. Because if you won't give them a seat at the table and you won't give them a voice and you put the hand in the cookie jar, it's theft. There's no other way around it. You cannot be taking money from one government entity that provides viable services to a community and ask to be subsidized without asking. That's what DDAs do. They don't ask, they take. Now you talk about blight. Let me tell you about blight. If you want to do some homework, go look at what blight is. There's enforced blight, there's intentional blight, because when you had tax incremental financing, you had government entities that purposely did not keep up their infrastructure. They did not make an investment in certain areas of their cities because the first thing a developer comes to you and he asks for, is there any way we can get a TIF on this, tax incremental financing? Is there any way that we can get downtown Development Authority increment financing for our project? And then you don't even have to ask, you can just take. So they force the blight. They come and put their hand in the cookie jar, the county governments, the fire departments, the school districts that you backfill at the state, and every other government entity that collects a sales tax or a property tax so that they can improve their downtown area. Well, guess what? In anywhere America, the city of Aurora, city of Inglewood, city of Littleton, and all these other cities don't want to be subsidizing another city anyway in anywhere America. These are high-risk areas that are subsidized. They are provided vital services by other government entities, and it's simply not right to allow them to come in and take money from these other services that we have to have our taxpayers subsidize so they can increase their sales tax and put in a park down by the river. There's other ways to put in a park down by the river. You don't need to take other vital services away from people, and you don't need to take tax dollars from people who don't even use those services. I asked for a no vote on this bill. I can't believe we're back here again after all these years. We had it fixed, and now they're trying to undo what we had fixed. Perpetuity? They can come and take your money in perpetuity? I mean, at least we had it to a point where you can steal my money for 20 years. Now in perpetuity?
Representative Ockenfeld, please do not impugn the motives of other members.
I think that's the bill, Mr. Chair. What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's the bill. I ain't impugning other members. I'm talking about what a TIF does. I'm sorry, I got members here that want to sponsor this bill, but that's a different issue. They've seen it from their own little prism. Well, let me tell you something. County governments are viable. They need that money. And I'm telling you what, my ranchers out in eastern Arapahoe County don't want to be subsidizing a project in downtown, anywhere America, Arapahoe County. I'll stand down for now.
Representative Taggart.
I appreciate my colleagues' comments, but I need to correct several things that were just said. First and foremost, those properties, the base level taxation of those properties and the appreciation of those properties continues to go to all the taxing districts. Let me repeat that. The base level and the appreciation of those properties continues to go to all of those taxing authorities. Secondly, I take TIF financing is based around the incremental investment and the appreciation that comes from that incremental. It is the incremental value that investment to improve it that is shared. Now, my colleague used the word subsidized. I look at that as looking at the glass as half empty. Had that investment not been made in either that raw land, that government land, that blighted land, there would be zero appreciation. And 50% of zero, with all due respect, is still zero. 50% of the appreciation is significant. That is not a subsidy. And I somewhat resent that being called a subsidy. Thirdly, I'd like to point out that in several of these DDAs, including the city of Grand Junction, we give 100% of the sales tax to the DDA from that district to the DDA. And we gladly do it. We do not ask the county to participate in that, or the state or any other entities. The city of Grand Junction and others gives 100%. So please don't tell me that the city park along the river is being funded by the county. That was raw land that was destroyed by uranium tailings. It had absolutely no value until the DDA and the city came along. And so the conversation about subsidizing or stealing money, if the county and those districts don't value getting 50% of the investment that went in as compared to zero, I don't understand that thought process. That's a thought process of waking up in my mind. I wake up every morning with a glass half full. I refuse to wake up with a glass half empty. And the subsidy discussion is about the glass half empty, and it's not remotely fair. Also, while the county and the school boards can join now after year 50 and its extension, there is nothing to stop, and some of these DDAs have already done it, and I'm going to encourage ours to, in fact, add seats and gain county membership as well as school district, because those are the two big ones. I should also tell you that in the city of Grand Junction, while this is being criticized, the DDA through TIF bought back the R5 school to allow that R5 school to build a much better facility 2 or 3 miles outside of the core and add valuable technology which was desperately needed in our R5 school. So a lot happens on behalf of those two big entities. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 23-175? Representative Bockenfeld.
Well, I'm glad my colleague feels the city of Grand Junction's a good partner. But history tells us something different, folks. History tells us that these DDAs and TIFs get driven by greed. My partner talks about a negotiated agreement where they get 50% back on a piece of raw land that never would have been developed to start with. But what you don't hear is that a developer comes in and says, you know, can I get a DDA on this or a TIF? And then the city says, well, we want to get this thing developed and we want some increased sales tax, so let us go try. And then they find out that they don't have to bring a partner. What did we ask here for today? Bring your county governments, your fire districts, your school districts, bring all these people to the table and give them a seat at the table. They're not willing to do that. You know why? because they purposely forced the blight so that they can get a DDA and a TIF. And maybe it doesn't happen in Grand Junction, maybe it doesn't happen in western Colorado, maybe it doesn't happen in northern Colorado, but I tell you what, it happens in the Denver metropolitan area, it's happened in Colorado Springs, it's happened all over the country. Google it. These are developer-driven tax initiatives that takes money from other government entities to provide vital services. When he talks about incremental financing, what he's talking about is my hand in your cookie jar. When he talks about school districts being part of the TIF, he's talking about you, the state representatives of this state government, backfilling the money that goes to the city that he wants to develop. Now, I don't know how you get around saying you're not subsidizing, because the city isn't developing. They didn't make the investment. They didn't create the incentive for the developer to go in and improve that area. They came and took the money from somebody else. Now, if that isn't a subsidy, what is it? And now they want it in perpetuity. I want to be able to take your money and never, ever, 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 ever give it back. Because every year, you know what happens with tax incremental financing and DDAs? They go out there and they improve their areas, and then by the time 20, 25, 30 years runs out, guess what? It's blighted again. It's blighted again. Those other special districts that you depend upon, they never, never receive a penny in many cases. And I'm glad that my colleague city is a good partner, but I'm telling you, that's not the case here in Colorado, and that's not why this legislature finally struck a balance between CML and CCI on tax incremental financing, so at least we had a partial voice at the table. And what they're trying to do with this bill is undo what a previous legislature had to fix. So if you want to go back, we'll be back here again next year and the year after that. You cannot keep starving county governments who provide vital services. You cannot keep starving them of their revenues. They're going to either have to raise the taxes on the taxpayers, or they're going to have to ask for a fair share. I asked for a no vote on this bill. We have some history here. Before we get to thirds, please do Google it, do some due diligence, and find out what tax incremental financing is really all about.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow colleagues, 74 General Assembly, I have spoken very, very much diligently with Loveland City Council, Loveland DDA, and they have given the absolute green light for this. This is a good bill which covers all members, helps communities, and I rise in support and urge strongly an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 23-175? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 23-175. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 23-175 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 23-1292?
House Bill 1292 by Representatives Weissman and Soper, also Senators Gonzalez and Gardner, concerning the adoption of the 2023 recommendations of the Colorado Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice regarding enhanced sentencing.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1292 and the committee report from Judiciary.
The question before us is the Judiciary Committee report. To the Judiciary report. Representative Weissman.
Thank you. Pretty easy committee report. We found a couple of internal cross-references that needed to be corrected. We ask for your support of the committee report.
The question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary report. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of adopting the Judiciary report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you. Members, this bill is the second look bill. It does two basic things. One is it talks about if you've been convicted of two separate crimes of violence arising out of the same transaction, that you'd have the ability to petition later on to have the court relook at the sentence for concurrent, because most of our sentences are not concurrent. They're consecutive. Let me rephrase that. Most of the time, they're concurrent, they're not consecutive, unless it falls into this one category. This would allow an inmate to be able to petition to have a second look at the sentence. And then for those offenders under the habitual offender statute, likewise, if they've been sentenced to more than 24 years, be able to petition for some very specific reasons to also have their sentence relooked at if there was a change in certain circumstances. I would ask for a yes vote. Representative Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this was a unanimous bill out of the Judiciary Committee. It comes to us from CCJJ. It had more than 4-to-1 support, actually more than 5-to-1 support out of CCJJ. The premise here is that folks who have done serious offenses will serve serious amounts of time. Folks who have shown the ability to change and transform inside may have the option, by no means the guarantee, but the option to become members of society. Again, it is prospective only, and we provide for cross-references to the VRA. We ask for your support for this bill that was supported unanimously by the Judiciary Committee.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 23-1292? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 23-1292 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 23-1292 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read, Madam Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move 1282 until Monday, laid over until Monday.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 23-1282 is laid over until Monday. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1057 is amended, 1069 is amended, 1210 is amended, 1223 is amended, 1254 is amended, 1255 is amended, 1258 is amended, 1277, 1286 is amended, 1290, 1292 is amended. Passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading, final passage. Senate Bill 49 is amended, 149 is amended, 175 is amended, 187 passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1282 and Senate Bill 60 laid over until April 24, 2023.
Representative Martinez. That is a proper motion. There are amendments at the desk. Members, please return to your seats as we are about to be voting on third reading. Mr. Schiebel, please read the DeGraff amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff amendment, L15 to House Bill 1255, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1255 is amended passed.
Members, one more reminder, we are on third reading. Please return to your desks. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to amend the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting my awesome amendment L015 to HB 23-1255 to reflect that it did in fact legitimately pass and that HB 23-1255 as amended passed, and ask that it be displayed. I think I said that correctly.
One moment. Okay, you may proceed.
Awesome. Just want to make sure I had the same page. All right. So I wanted to amend the Housing and Local Government Committee report, and really this was the anti-growth versus sustainable growth language. It implies it adds a level of moral judgment to the paper, to the document, by saying that because what it is doing is it is assigning motive to the paper, to the legislation. So anti-growth assigns legislation where a more applicable would be a sustainable growth, because that's what zoning is ultimately about, is maintaining sustainable growth. So it's a misnomer to say. Now, it does satisfy the anti-growth does put into play the intent of the sponsors, but it is what I would say unprofessional. So anti-growth, sustainable growth, and then the other, local governments, was just to change that to local elected officials, so that we would, as a body, remember that the local governments are not just an entity, but they are in fact made up of local elected officials, local elected representatives of the people. And then again, anti-growth substitutes sustainable growth on page 1 of the report, 2, 9, 13, 14, 16, and 17, just to make the bill read more credibly. Thank you.
Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I ask for a no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the DeGraff amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Going to our remote participators, Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 6 excused, the amendment fails. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Wilson amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Wilson amendment, L10 to House Bill 1255, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1255 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move the first Wilson amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is just asking that when making ordinances or resolutions around land use in a municipality, that this bill is not subject when there is a vote of the majority of that government entity to oppose or support certain land use. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We ask for a no vote. Thanks.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Wilson Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 38 no, and 6 excused, the first Wilson Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Wilson Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee not adopting the following Wilson Amendment L13 to House Bill 1255 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1255 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I withdraw this amendment. Yes.
At the request of Representative Wilson, this amendment will be withdrawn. Mr. Schiebel, please read the third Wilson Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Wilson Amendment L11 to House Bill 1255 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1255 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move the third Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you. This amendment, the Colorado Constitution allows for municipalities to go to a home rule charter, which allows them to decide their land use despite state statute, making House Bill 1215 not applicable to them unless it was of statewide concern. This is confusing in the bill because it states that affordable housing is a statewide concern, and with only 3 municipalities that actually have growth laws in place, that does not meet the threshold of a statewide concern. So this is asking that home rule municipalities be exempt from this bill due to the Colorado Constitution. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This amendment would gut the bill. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the third Wilson Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 6 excused, the third Wilson Amendment is lost. There are no further amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Catlin, please vote. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 6 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. This brings us back to third reading of bills where we left off this morning. If you're trying to follow on your calendar, it's on page 3, starting with House Bill 1081. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1081.
House Bill 1081 by Representatives Lindstedt and Taggart, also Senator Henriksen, concerning the expansion of the tax credit for conversion costs for employee business ownership.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move House Bill 1081 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1081 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 6 excused, House Bill 1081 passes. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1247.
House Bill 1247 by Representatives Lukens and Winter T, also Senator Roberts and Peltonar, concerning a requirement that the Colorado Energy Office conduct studies to assess advanced energy solutions in rural Colorado and in connection with making appropriation.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1247 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1247 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives Bottoms, DeGraff, Epps, Holtorf, and Lynch, please vote. Representative Epps is excused. Please close the machine. With 57 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 6 excused, House Bill 1247 passes. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 6.
Senate Bill 6 by Senators Roberts and Rich, also Representatives McLaughlin and Catlin, concerning the creation of the Rural Opportunity Office in the Office of Economic Development and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative, Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move Senate Bill 6 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 6 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. It looks like Representative Epps has joined us remotely. Representative Epps, we were voting on Senate Bill 6. How do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Winter, please vote. It's okay. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 5 excused, Senate Bill 6 passes. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 87.
Senate Bill 87 by Senators Marchman and Baisley, also Representatives Kipp and Wilson, concerning creation of a teacher degree apprenticeship program as an alternative route to teacher licensure and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move Senate Bill 87 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 87 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 5 excused, Senate Bill 87 passes. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 160. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'd like to lay over Senate Bill 163 until Monday.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 163 will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 58.
Senate Bill 58 by Senators Lundin and Zenzinger, also Representatives Wilson and Lukens, concerning the creation of a task force to report on measures to improve school I'm sorry, that's the wrong title. Senate Bill 58 by Senators Danielson and Hawkins Lewis, also Representatives Wilford and Young, concerning required disclosures of age-related information on job applications and in connection with making appropriation.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move Senate Bill 58 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 58 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. On the wall, Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Pass.
We'll come back to you. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Garcia?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 5 excused, Senate Bill 58 passes. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps co-sponsors, Representative Garcia co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 94.
Senate Bill 94 by Senators Lundin and Zenzinger, also Representatives Wilson and Lukens, concerning the creation of a task force to report on measures to improve school transportation and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move Senate Bill 94 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 94 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Epps votes no. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 5 excused, Senate Bill 94 passes. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1242.
House Bill 1242 by Representatives Basenecker and Judah, also Senator Cutter, concerning water used in oil and gas operations and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1242 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1242 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Feehill. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 5 excused, House Bill 1242 passes. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1240.
House Bill 1240 by Representatives Brown and Amabile, also Senator Fenberg, concerning a sales and use tax exemption for construction and building materials used for repairing and rebuilding residential structures damaged or destroyed by a declared wildfire disaster in 2020, 2021, or 2022, and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1240 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1240 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 16 no votes, and 5 excused, House Bill 1240 passes. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1222.
House Bill 1222 by Representatives Duran and Weissman, also Senator Roberts, concerning the jurisdiction of municipal courts to hear domestic violence offenses.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1222 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1222 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 5 excused, House Bill 1222 passes. Co-sponsors.
Co-sponsors.
We'll allow it. Please close the machine.
Yes.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1278.
House Bill 1278 by Representatives Brown and Parenti, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning measures permitting parties to certain legal relationships to satisfy certain requirements without having to appear in person.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1278 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1278 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Snyder and Winter, please vote. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 5 excused, House Bill 1278 passes. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1133.
House Bill 1133 by Representatives Lindsay and Amable, also Senators Gonzalez and Rodriguez, concerning the cost of communication services for persons in custody and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1133 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1133 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 5 excused, House Bill 1133 passes. Co-sponsors.
Me. I can't raise my hand, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that Representative Garcia?
Yes.
Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Thank you for catching my attention. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1271.
House Bill 1271 by Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and Soper, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the establishment of Lunar New Year Day as an observed state holiday.
Same here.
I'm not sure what that was, but Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1271 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, I was not available here on second reading because of the judiciary hearing that was going on, and because I may be taking an unpopular vote on this, I just wanted to put out the reasons why. Only 3% of Colorado's population is Asian, and out of that 3%, only 60% are in countries that deal with the Lunar New Year based on the Han Chinese Lunar New Year. The bill interchangeably uses Asian Lunar New Year with the Han Chinese Lunar New Year. There's other cultures that have the Buddhist calendar. Burma, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and Sri Lanka all use that. Thailand actually has a population that's 14% ethnic Chinese, and they do not recognize the Chinese Lunar New Year.
even though they celebrate it because of such a large population. Tibet and Mongolia also recognize a different date. And in India, there are multiple Lunar New Years that are recognized that are thousands of years old, including the Diwali holiday, where the fourth day of the holiday, which usually falls in October and November, is a 2,500-year recognition of their Lunar New Year. And because of that, and I have not been able to stay cold enough, I'm concerned that by accepting this, we're simply accepting interchangeably ethnic Han Chinese Lunar New Year as the dominance and over all of Asia and interchangeably. So for that reason, I'm going to be a no. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I appreciate the words of my colleague, but I do want to say that there's a couple of specific things that are in the bill that are quite unique for why we're going to pivot. And that's the fact that we chose a specific day in February to declare that Lunar New Year observed day here in Colorado. It's not a day off. It's just marking it on the state's official calendar. But what we do want to say is it's recognizing that there are Coloradans, including my wife, who celebrate Lunar New Year. And as we went down the process of identifying how to identify what day Lunar New Year Day should be, I have to admit I learned a lot, much as my good colleague from Douglas County just talked about, which is there are different Asian cultures that calculate the Lunar New Year differently. And that's why we chose a day in February that's close to all of them, but it's not going to highlight one specific culture by how they calculate the moon cycles. And that's why we were very deliberate in how we chose this. So please, I would encourage a yes vote. This is, like I said, an observed holiday. It's not a day off. It's recognizing that we have Coloradans that do celebrate the Lunar New Year. And I will say that the Lunar New Year is all about values that we all ought to hold dear. And that's family coming together, going back to your hometown, being able to celebrate together. And if we can't celebrate that, and we can't lift up that, I don't know what we're doing. And so please, vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1271 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. That's not one of the buttons. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 5 excused, House Bill 1271 passes. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1199.
House Bill 1199 by Representatives Froelich and Soper, also Senator Winter F., concerning measures to provide additional access to services for victims of sexual assault.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1199 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1199 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representatives Bradfield, Catlin, DeGraff, and Luck.
Can you say it any louder?
Please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 5 excused, House Bill 1199 passes. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1270.
House Bill 1270 by Representatives Garcia and Lindsay, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the creation of the Urgent Incident Response Fund for the purpose of reimbursing certain governmental entities for the costs of responding to urgent incidents and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 1270 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1270 on third reading and final passage.
Discussion.
Representative Garcia, I'm sorry, the rules do prohibit participation in discussion. Oh, she's the sponsor. I'm sorry. You're right. You're the sponsor. My bad. But I'm going to call on Representative Lindsay really quick first because she's in the well. Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. We have a third reading amendment, so I move to ask for permission for a third reading amendment.
Representative Lindsay, please explain the reasons for your third reading amendment.
So we took an amendment yesterday, and it just has like a typo in it. So we need to be very thorough and grammatically correct and part of the grammar rodeo. So that's why we need an amendment. Please say yes so we can pass this great bill.
Thank you. And Representative Garcia, did you have anything to add? Okay. Representative Luck?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Was it my amendment?
No.
Oh, phew. Okay, thank you.
The question before us is permission for a third reading amendment. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Valdez, please vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 5 excused, the motion for permission for a third reading amendment passes. Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move L005 to HB 1270
And ask that it be displayed.
and ask that it be displayed. Okay, we're going to try this again. I move L006 to HB 1270 and ask that it be properly displayed. Thank you.
Representative Lindsay, I'm sorry, would you please also withdraw your previous motion?
Oh, yes. I withdraw my previous motion.
Would you please clarify that you're withdrawing the amendment by the number?
Yes, I am withdrawing the amendment L002 5 from HB 1270.
And then just for clarity, would you make the motion on the new amendment once again?
Yes, I move amendment L006 to HB 1270 and ask that it be properly displayed. Correct?
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm looking at Rep. Garcia on the screen, and I apologize profusely. I blame I've had a weird day. Yes, so it's a cleanup amendment to our bill. We just ran an amendment quickly yesterday, which was great, but now we just need to make sure that it's 100% accurate. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L6 to House Bill 1270. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Just 1 second. Or pass.
Okay. Representative Epps, how do you
Yes.
vote? Representative Epps votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 5 excused, Amendment L6 passes. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1270 as amended on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1270 as amended on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 5 excused, House Bill 1270 is passed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader, we have a few things to read across, unless you need to go first. Okay. Conference committee reports.
First report of First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 28. The report adopts the re-revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your first
The rest of the Conference Committee report will be printed in the journal. Printing report.
The Chief Clerk reports the following bills have been correctly
The
printed.
printing
House bill.
report will be printed in the journal. Delivery of bills to the Governor.
The Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives reports the following bills.
The delivery of bills to the Governor will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, excuse me, the Senate has passed on third reading and transmitted
Message
to the
from the
rising
Senate will
statutes.
be printed respectfully in the journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1002 without
Message
comment.
from the Reviser will be printed in the journal. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move the following bills be made special orders at 5:37 p.m. House Bill 1272, House Bill 1013, House Bill 1088, House Bill 1269, House Bill 1147, House Bill 1298, House Bill 1300, House Bill 1017, Senate Bill 157, Senate Bill 160, Senate Bill 165, Senate Bill 72, Senate Bill 77, House Bill 1226, Senate Bill 5, Senate Bill 44, and Senate Bill 161.
Majority Leader Matt points out to me that you may have misspoken on Senate Bill 177 and just said 77. Can we clarify which of those bills is on the calendar?
Yes, it is Senate Bill 177.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 5:37 p.m. Thank you. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that the time for debate on House Bill 1272 be limited to 2 hours during special orders on April 21st.
The motion before us is pursuant to House Rule 14, debate on House Bill 1272 be limited to 2 hours during special orders on April 21st. This is a non-debatable motion pursuant to House Rule 15E and requires a simple majority vote. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote? We will come back to Representative Garcia. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Epps votes no. Speaker McCluskey is excused. Representatives Holtorf and Marshall, please vote. Please close the machine. With 36 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 6 excused, the motion passes, and debate on House Bill 1272 will be limited to 2 hours. Representative Froelich. Seeing no objection, the House will now proceed and move into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. And Representative Froelich will take the chair.
With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed in and out of your bill and are in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1272.
House Bill 1272 by Representatives Weissman and Joseph, also Senator Fenberg, concerning tax policy that advances decarbonization and in connection therewith, extending tax credits for the purchase or lease of electric vehicles, extending tax credits for industrial facilities to implement greenhouse gas emissions, reduction improvements for expenditures made in connection with geothermal energy projects for production of geothermal electricity generation, for the deployment of heat pump technology, for retail sales of electric bicycles, and for construction of sustainable aviation fuel production facilities, creating a temporary specific ownership tax rate reduction and a temporary sales and use tax exemption, on a portion of the sale of electric medium and heavy-duty trucks, creating a sales and use tax exemption for the sale of heat pump technology and equipment necessary for proper functioning of a thermal energy network, and decreasing the severance tax credit for oil and gas production and temporarily requiring the revenue that is attributed to the decrease to be deposited in the state general fund.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Schiebel, I'm very sorry for that title. I move House Bill 1272 and the committee reports from Appropriations, Finance, and Energy and Environment.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So briefly, members, 1272 is a bill to save Coloradans money on transportation, on heating and cooling, and more. It is a bill to meet our climate pollution reduction goals. And it is a bill by strategic use of tax credits to help bring new innovative businesses that will create jobs in our new economy to Colorado. My co-prime sponsor will say a little bit more about that when we get to the bill, but because this is a pretty formidable undertaking, we have been making adjustments along the way, including in the Appropriations Committee. Therefore, in the Appropriations Committee, on top of appropriating some money so we can get this done, we made a couple of adjustments to things. We made, based on discussion in the Finance Committee, we made some pretty substantial adjustments to the electric bicycle part of the bill. We added a verification mechanism to make sure that there's sufficient control over who's claiming the tax credit. We also reduced the spend on that particular tax credit. We made some technical adjustments to the industrial decarbonization credit. Next, we significantly actually reduced the tax credit expenditures on a number of different parts of the bill: electric cars, some electric trucks, sustainable aviation fuel, and industrial decarbonization. This is because we really, really want to accelerate decarbonization throughout our economy, especially in areas that have heretofore been proven hard to decarbonize. But we need to balance that with the fiscal picture that our state faces in the intermediate term. So we made some adjustments for that reason. We had a technical cleanup concerning some changes that were made in the Finance Committee. Again, because we're trying to keep all of the technical details in the different parts of the bill in sync, I move L46 as an amendment to the Appropriations Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and is displayed. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, just to explain what's going on here, in the Finance Committee, we adopted an amendment to actually increase by a little bit the value of some of the tax credits vis-a-vis electric cars upon further deliberation of just the state's fiscal picture and other things going on in our budget picture as we come to the end of the session. We actually backed those changes out this morning in the Appropriations Committee. To fully effectuate that backing out, we just need to get these extra 2 lines here that we missed. That's all that L46 is doing. I ask for your support for L46 to the Appropriations Report.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L46? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L46 to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no further amendments to the Appropriations Committee report, but I am aware that there might be some others.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move L043 to the Appropriations Report and have it properly displayed.
That amendment has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This basically strikes Section 10 of the bill by striking it in the Appropriations Report. I think I gave my note away. So I ask for an aye vote on this.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just parsing the page and line references here pretty quickly. Indeed, we are talking about the sustainable aviation fuel part of the bill. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. I'm going to say why this is in the bill in the first instance. So for members who don't know or aren't familiar with sustainable aviation fuel, it kind of is what it sounds like. we are revolving this part of the bill around a specific provision of federal law enacted in some of the substantial federal legislation that has come down recently. Internal Revenue Code 40B, I think. There's some requirements in there. The key part for our climate goal purposes is that sustainable aviation fuel has to have a life cycle greenhouse gas footprint of not more than 50% of regular aviation fuel. Jet fuel A1, I believe, is the most direct comparison point. Here's why we want to do this. When we talk about decarbonizing our economy, we often speak in terms of a sector-by-sector approach. We are doing a lot of work between prior policy going back in some cases almost 20 years, and frankly, market dynamics that are making power technologies like wind and solar very, very, very cheap. So in the electric power sector, things are moving along very nicely. Obviously, it's harder to decarbonize aviation. We all fly on a regular basis. It's a wonderful amenity of the modern world. Even as we start to move ground vehicles around with batteries, we're not going to be flying planes, at least not commercial jets with batteries anytime soon. So we need other strategies to go at that. That's what we mean by sustainable aviation fuel. There is specific interest in this kind of new technology at Denver International Airport. There is a fuel purchasing consortium there. DIA itself does not buy fuel, but obviously there are many airlines there that do. DIA is the third busiest airport in the country at this point, according to the last data that I've seen. Believe that other members have smaller, more regional airports in their districts that may also be interested in these things. I will say for members who are concerned about the total investment that we're making here, part of what we did in the Appropriations Committee this morning was to reduce by a total of $10 million over 5 years at the back end of the period in which these tax credits are going to exist, the total expenditure. So instead of scaling up from 1 to 2 to 3 to 5 $1 million per year in terms of the total amount of tax credits for SAF or sustainable aviation fuel that may be certificated by the Energy Office, now it's only going to scale 1, 2, 3. So we did make that adjustment this morning. We hope that that might partially respond to questions arising out of how appropriate it is for the state of Colorado to be making this investment. We do believe it's appropriate to continue to make this investment. We made a small adjustment. We think striking it from the bill entirely isn't the best option, so I'm going to ask for a no vote on 43. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 43? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 43. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L044 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed. Colleagues, this amendment addresses a portion of the bill that offers tax credits for e-bike purchases.
Let's just establish the amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your grace. So, colleagues, this particular amendment essentially eliminates the tax credit for e-bike purchases, which, while well-intentioned and e-bikes are super fun, although I don't actually have one myself, unless someone is riding their e-bike to work, you aren't really negating any carbon transmissions, and we would suggest that perhaps recreational use and just having one for fun is not necessarily a good case for utilizing taxpayer dollars in this manner. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we had a pretty robust discussion about this part of the bill in particular in the Finance Committee. I'm actually really grateful for that discussion. The representative from Douglas County participated in that. Our other colleague from Highlands Ranch in Douglas County as well had some, I think, very fair comments about that. So I want to respond first by saying what we've in fact already done in the appropriations report this morning, and then why I do think it's appropriate to make some investment in e-bikes. So in the introduced version of the bill, we allowed a tax credit of $800 per e-bike, and it would attach at the dealer level. It's just sort of easier and more functional to administrate that way than at the bicycle buyer level. We made a number of changes already in response to the discussion in the Finance Committee, and I'll summarize them. First of all, we significantly reduced the amount of the credit from $800 per bike to $500. That's a 37.5% reduction. In connection with that, there was a concern that the amount of basically the bicycle retailers allowed to retain part of that credit in what amounts to an administrative sort of fee for their participation in making this work. That was $100 of the $800 in the introduced bill, or 12.5%. It's now reduced to $50 of the $500, or 10%, so small reduction there on a percentage basis, certainly a substantial reduction in absolute dollar basis. Perhaps even more importantly than that, to respond to concerns that were brought up in the Finance Committee, we have a whole new, basically a verification step. There were concerns, for example, somebody could go buy a bunch of bikes and then maybe turn around and sell them at a profit. That is certainly not what we intend. So what we have done in consultation with the Energy Office and extensive conversations with actual retailers in the space, we added what amounts to a verification step. So SEIA will be directed to have what amounts to a pre-clearance mechanism, and I'll summarize how it's going to work. Instead of walking into the bike shop, buying a bike, just getting the credit, again, retailer claims the credit, the person buying the bike gets $700 to $800 knocked off the price of the bike immediately. Now, the would-be buyer is going to have to go and essentially sign up through a web form. CO will stand up a software method to verify that that person is a Colorado resident, to verify that they have not already received a tax credit for a bike this year. You can buy as many bikes as you want. You can only get one bike per buyer per year. If you're green lighted through that process, then the retailer will check a separate interface. Will be made available for retailers, and when you walk into the shop, and if they see the green light, as it were, go ahead, you buy the bike, get the tax credit. If you've already bought one, if you're not a Colorado resident, the software will capture that. You won't get the tax credit. This is a way to make sure that Colorado tax dollars are used in a sort of a metered way, and that they only benefit Colorado residents. We do appreciate the dialogue from members of the Finance Committee. I think that, though, there's a more fundamental point about the role that e-bikes play in transportation. I think maybe I'll invite our colleague from Boulder to speak to that.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
Right back at you.
Thank you, Rep. Weissman. And I would ask for a no vote on this particular amendment because it frustrates the purpose and intent of the bill. And I appreciate the comments made by my co-prime sponsor that we did amend that section of the bill in good faith based on feedback from the Finance Committee. But I wanted to make this a little bit more personal, why it's important for us to have e-bike. In Boulder, we have a university in our backyard. We have a lot of students. Currently, the student population is about 33,246. So we have a lot of young people without cars, and we want them to have access to bicycles and access to transit. And bicycles is a great way for young people to move around as well. And if we want people to get out of cars, we want them to have access to other modes of transportation. Biking is extremely important. The price is low. It's not as expensive as a car, even though in the bill we offer credits for vehicles, but this if you can't afford a car, you can get a bicycle. This is actually the part of the bill that I'm proudest of as a working woman, a young woman, as someone who graduated from university just a little bit under 5 years ago. I think this is a great, great section of the bill, and to remove that section would say that we don't want people to get access to bicycle. We just want them to have access to cars. Ultimately, I think this is a great bill, and this section, we can't remove it from the bill because it would frustrate the purpose of the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you. You know, Madam Chair, just to strongly endorse the comments made by our colleague from Boulder, members, a lot of us might think of bicycles as just recreation. And you know, look, if I have spare time, which is not common in session, I love to get on a local trail in Aurora and ride a bike. But frankly, they are more than that. They are primary transportation for a lot of folks who may not have the means to own a car or may not have the means to repair a car, at least not for a while if it breaks down, for whom public transit options might not be available. I represent some of the lowest income parts of the city of Aurora. It is important for me to have a range of options for constituents in my district and in my city. If folks can utilize these credits and buy an electric car, that's great. That won't be available even with a credit for some folks. E-bikes, you know, you can spend a lot on an e-bike just like a regular bike. You can also get an e-bike, you know, for not much more than $1,000, and the net price point with the credit even as adjusted, you know, will fall to, you know, you could potentially be paying as little as $600 for a solid transportation option that you might be able to carry cargo on, put some panniers on a rack. I was actually talking to somebody in this building yesterday who likes to ride his e-bike around. He can get up to 50 miles on a charge. You might be able to handle your weekly commute and not have to charge until the weekend. It's a great option for folks. We should not take that option out of this bill. We ask for a no vote on Amendment 44. Thank you.
The question before us is Amendment 44. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Bottoms.
So I like bicycles, and I like electric bikes, and I think this. Let me move this first. I move 045 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That has been moved and displayed. Please proceed, Representative Bottoms.
What my goal with this amendment is, so there's going to be a natural lag time between the purchase of the electric bike and when the electric bike shop gets this tax credit kind of thing. And so I would like to amend that in such a way that it keeps that from happening. And I think the way we've got it set up, which I understand the credit and all that stuff, I get that. But I think the way we've got it set up is it's going to put a lag time in there on the e-bike seller, and there's no reason to put that financial burden on them to be able to sell their product. And so somehow we need to expedite that or take the lag away, and I think this amendment takes that lag time away on that. So I urge an aye vote on Amendment 045. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think it's actually a very fair point that the representative from El Paso County brought up. It's one that we have been grappling with for many months in the development of this policy. It's one that we have struggled to respond to, and I think have struggled with some success to respond to in the bill. There will also be efforts by the Colorado Energy Office that has a role in this particular tax credit, as in all the tax credits in this bill, to make this reasonable and manageable for the bike shops. This is a little bit of a different credit in terms of, we can't really make it assignable the way that we make the vehicle credits. Assignable vehicle credits are a thing we've done in state law for a number of years. The challenge with having it attached in the purchaser is similar concern that you articulated, sir, as to the purchaser, but for the individual. We just spoke to how e-bikes may be a primary transportation option for folks with very, very moderate or low income. So carrying the float, if you will, the $500 for a year might not be all that manageable there, which is why this particular tax credit inheres in the bike shop rather than the buyer. So again, you walk into the store, you get pre-cleared per the mechanism we just talked about. The shop claims $500, and they're allowed to keep $50, or they could choose to not, as far as they make that market decision, and they knock the $450, or again, potentially more, off the price. You experience a lower price. You can get into an e-bike right away. The shop keeps track of those, and they claim those credits, and they are refundable credits on their return the next year. Now, we appreciate that most bike shops are small businesses. They don't have gigantic revenue streams, so there are two different things to respond to that. One is we have a new mechanism in this bill that will become effective January 1 of 2025. Unfortunately, I can't turn on before then because the Department of Revenue needs a bit of time to stand it up in their systems. That is a new section of code elsewhere in the bill, 3922-629, that allows election of quarterly advance payments of income tax credits otherwise accrued and due. It's not a mandate. A retailer can opt into this. They don't have to. It's up to them once the option becomes available, again, January 1, 2025. What that means is the Department of Revenue will basically pay, in this case, the bike shop on a quarterly basis instead of the bike shop having to wait until the following spring, say, to do your tax returns. We know we just came past tax season. That is specifically an option to assist retailers. In this case of bikes, it is available elsewhere in the bill as well, so they don't have to wait the whole year. We appreciate CO and the Department of Revenue making that possible. In addition, and this is not codified in the bill, but because CO is doing a lot of work to help develop new industries, to help create new transportation options, reduce pollution, they're going to be working with bike shops, as they have been in development of this bill, to basically help make lending facilities available to go even beyond the quarterly advance payments. So we think that those are responsive to the concern. We don't want to make this too hard on the buyer is the whole point here. So the amendment does identify a fair issue. We believe we've responded to it, and I do ask for a no vote on 45 at this point.
Representative Bottoms.
Did you say no vote?
No vote.
We are on amendment
Yes.
45.
I felt like that whole argument was for a yes vote. So I'm going to go back to the original first sentence that our sponsor said and said this is a really good idea and a really good amendment, and asked for a yes vote. And then there was a bunch of stuff, and then he said no vote, and that confused me. So I would like to urge an aye vote on 045.
The question before us is amendment 45 to House Bill 1272. All those in favor say aye. Oh, I am so sorry. Representative Taggart.
I rise in support of this amendment. I spend more time in a bike shop than I probably should, and my wife would like, oh. I'm just saying, I didn't say thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. I know, but it's still rude. I spend more time in a bike shop than I probably should, with now owning more than 4 race bikes at this point, and I'm building my 5th. This credit needs to follow a consumer for one reason and one reason alone. This may be for a retailer, a small retailer, that might sell 10 or 12 of these bikes a year. To wait to get a tax credit from an income tax standpoint may take them 2 or 3 years. So in all that period of time, this is coming out of their cash flow. Folks, we can't do that to small business. We can't under any circumstances. This could take years for them to get this money back. They need to do it right, be able to do it right away.
Representative Weissman.
Respectfully, I don't believe it would take years. Let's take an outside case. You sell a bike in January of 2024. You do your taxes on the late side in April of 2025. That's a year and a few months, not multiple years. And again, we have the quarterly advance payments mechanism that will stand up after the very first year of the program. We have tried really hard to respond to concerns that have come from bike shops, from the bicycle advocacy community, which is pretty well represented in this building. We do continue to ask for a no vote on 45 for those reasons.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect, if a bike shop is successful at this, it may take 12 months, 18 months, et cetera, to get this. Because of the fact that if you check with most bike shops, they barely break even. They barely break even. The majority of owners of bike shops do it because they love cycling. We can't penalize them in this program. We have to recognize in many cases, bike shops are very close to being non-profit organizations for the benefit of those crazy folks like me that ride as much as we do. Please let this flow through the consumer as compared to waiting for a tax credit from an income tax, because they may never get there. But at the same time, they're selling a good number of these right now. And even for a small shop, this could be 10, 15, could even be more than this on an annual basis. Please have this follow the consumer.
The question before us is Amendment 45, Amendment 45. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Amendment 45, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. We are on the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Evans.
Have that if you want it. I think I know what the answer will be. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I come from a district that does a lot of energy production, and so this was a really good bill for me to kind of dig down into the weeds of severance tax and ad valorem tax, which is covered all through this bill and in the various different reports, to include the appropriations report. So in furtherance of this discussion, I move Amendment L052 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask for it to be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment 52 has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I started digging into this and trying to understand the intricacies of the severance tax and the ad valorem tax, which is what this amendment deals with, here's effectively the quick overview of what I learned. Whenever you have some sort of mineral extraction, to include oil and gas operations, things like that, there is a severance tax that is imposed because that mineral is being severed from the ground, from the natural resources. And so that severance tax is paid to the state government. However, whatever company is conducting that mining operation, oil, gas, energy, mineral extraction, whatever the case happens to be, they also have a fairly substantial property footprint in the local government wherever that activity is occurring. So in addition to the severance tax that is paid to the state government, there is also going to be a local property tax that is paid to the local government. Now, to prevent effectively having to be double taxed on property taxes, what happens in Colorado is that 87.5% so 87.5% is the tax rate. A tax credit against the severance tax is allowed based on the amount that was paid to the local government. So effectively, the tax to the state government, the severance tax, is reduced in order to prevent a double taxing, given that that property tax was already taxed at the local level via that property tax or ad valorem tax. And so how this ties into the amendment is that as this bill is giving a variety of different tax credits to typically EV things, whether it's cars or bikes or something like that, obviously a cost is going to be incurred to the state. So to partially offset some of the costs, sections 15 and 16 of this bill propose to lower the ad valorem tax credit that is given against the state severance tax. So effectively, oil and gas, mineral, any other sort of exploration or mining that removes that mineral from the ground, the severance tax that they paid to the state would be increased under Section 15 and 16 of this bill, according to I think it was the second revised fiscal note over the next 3 years, to the tune of about $70 million. Not enough to offset the tax, the various different tax credits, but it makes a little bit of a dent in it. And unfortunately, that's my concern, and that's why I've brought this amendment here, is it does a couple of things. Number one, it's looking to use one sector of the economy, one particular industry, and effectively increase taxes on that particular industry and that particular sector of the economy in order to further subsidize credits against a different a different part of the economy in a different industry. And as I've said many times when I've been up here, I always have concerns whenever a level playing field isn't established, and whenever one particular industry, through tax credits or whatever the particular scheme is used, one particular industry is required to subsidize another one. Because to me, that's not a level playing field. That's picking winners and losers, and I'm not entirely convinced that is the government's place to do that. The second concern that I have with sections 15 and 16 is that it touches on something that was very recently handled through legislation, actually just last year. And so from last year's legislation, the part that touches this amendment in this bill, it's talking about severance tax. And so last year's legislation talks about, in changing the calculation of the ad valorem credit, so that's the credit to the severance tax, allowed against the state severance tax on oil and gas, and to reduce the volatility in severance tax revenues and to improve the administration of state severance tax while maintaining revenue neutrality to the greatest extent possible. So legislation from last year stated, when we're talking about the ad valorem tax credit and the severance tax, last year's legislation said we need to maintain that neutrality to the greatest extent that's possible. And so when I look at the fiscal note here and I see that over the next 3 years, what was actually happening is a $70 million impact to that revenue, I scratch my head and I go, is $70 million revenue neutrality? Because I would love to be revenue neutral to the tune of $70 million. And so I question why, if we've just had legislation saying revenue neutrality, why again is this policy looking to adjust that neutrality, or looking to adjust that severance tax, that ad valorem credit, to the tune of $70 million? To me, unfortunately, it feels like moving the goalposts again, and it's moving the goalposts in a manner designed to require one particular industry and sector of the economy to subsidize a credit for the other more favored sectors of the economy. And so what my amendment would do is it would strike sections 15 and 16 from the bill and all of these subsequent committee reports. And for these reasons, I ask for your aye vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you. Very capable recitation of the recent history of severance tax from our colleague from North Metro, truly. Members, and particularly rural members whose communities often benefit from severance tax revenue streams, I think that we should all take an interest in this particular corner of the world of taxation that we're talking about, because it is more complex than a lot of taxation. It is prone to be highly variable. That's part of what 1391 was about. Sometimes the ad valorem credit is $300 million plus a year. Sometimes it can diminish a whole lot. I am going to truly appreciating the capable summation set forth, I'm going to ask for a no vote, and I'm going to say why. We do integrate a small adjustment for quite a time-limited period of the ad valorem credit into the bill because we want to have a holistic look at tax policy, looking energy-wide at how we use energy in transportation and industrial processes and so forth. You know, it is possible that entities, it depends on business choices that will be made, we seek in this bill, and we haven't talked about it yet, maybe we will, we seek in this bill to really incentivize geothermal production in Colorado. We know that we're a top 10 state for wind, we're a top 10 state for solar. You look at maps from places like NREL and so forth. We're also potentially a top 10 state for geothermal energy. Some of the same technologies apply. Drilling a well carefully, maybe casing it the right way, moving fluids around, different kind of fluids, okay, you know, geothermal working fluids and whatnot. Maybe some of the same companies will choose to benefit from those tax expenditures who currently benefit from the ad valorem credit. We could have a robust discussion about how Colorado fits into the West in terms of the structure of our severance tax, ad valorem credit, the generosity of that, the stripper well exemption, lack of a permanent fund going back decades, what that means for us, but not this bill. What I will say is that we've been in discussions with the industry right up through this week. That was the point of one of the amendments that we made in Appropriations Committee this morning, was to compress even more in time the change that we're making. To the comments, again, ably stated about 1391, part of the challenge, put anything else you think aside, just from the point of view of administration, severance tax is proving very challenging to plan for, to budget around. There's basically a 2-year lag, evaluation for assessment, production, payment of property tax, calculation of the ad valorem credit. Part of what 1391 did, and that is set forth if you're looking at the introduced bill, it is on page 84, in a way that is trying to be revenue neutral.
Are we on the amendment?
We are. In a way that's trying to be revenue neutral, but is in fact turns out to be revenue positive for the industry if you look at the latest calculations from LCS. That's why we changed that formula at page 84 of the introduced. Instead of, as our colleague stated, 87.5 times 87.5, we have a formula including the decimal 0.7656. So we are very much aware of the change made in 1391 from last year, and we seek to adhere to that going forward. What will happen when we eventually, hopefully, adopt the appropriations report, we're going to have a change, a reduction in the ad valorem credit, really only for 3 years, and then it will spring back per negotiated agreement. There's an expectation not set forth in the bill in a bit of a way that the work group set up in 1391 will continue to discuss even bigger questions of severance tax than we are dealing with here. We expect legislation before the General Assembly in 2025 to address administration, point of compliance, questions of revenue, how this fits in the bigger scheme. We expect that to come. We had an amendment in the Energy Committee to try to concretize that intent further. It might have been the Finance Committee, I'm sorry. We were trying to keep in sync with the ongoing work of severance tax policy. We believe that the change we do make, again, it's time limited, it's 3 years. We believe it's pretty reasonable. We've negotiated it, frankly, with the industry. For these reasons, Madam Chair, I ask for a no vote on 52, which would undo this balance and strike the entire part of the bill.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I did want to give credit to the sponsor of this. I was in pretty close contact with the industry. Obviously, that's the beating heart and soul of my district. So they did comment quite favorably on the amendment that was brought in appropriations earlier today. So I definitely did want to thank the sponsor for being willing to negotiate on that. I guess just the one sticking point for me, like I said, is given the, guidelines laid down in 1391 to try to maintain that revenue neutrality, and then the very next year, the goalposts on that are being adjusted. I just want to ensure that current agreements don't fall prey to that same inexorable move to constantly tinker and tweak outside of the parameters of a pre-negotiated or of a duly negotiated agreement with stakeholders. So, like I said, Great thanks to the sponsor for the amendment and appropriations, but I just want to state that for the record, that I just want to make sure that that negotiated agreement with stakeholders remains and isn't subject to future tinkering and goalpost moving in future years.
The question before us is Amendment 52 to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No!
The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative B and B. You can go together. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And following your suit, I'm going to present the best amendment. I'd like to move Amendment L040 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask that it be displayed. Can you say yes? Just say yes to one. We should have talked before. Oh my, so now there's rules on talking before.
That amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Continuous spending, also known as continuous appropriation, allows state agencies to spend money for statutorily specified purposes up to the total amount available in a specified fund, sourced without seeking further legislative approval throughout the budget process. While continuous spending authority also expresses or conveys legal spending authority, it does so by eliminating legislative fiscal authority and oversight. An annual appropriation provides a limit on spending authority, while a continuous appropriation provides unlimited spending authority. This amendment has to do with a 3-year sunset for electric vehicles, e-trucks, and e-bikes. I think if we're going to be responsible legislators with a big old price tag on this bill, that we should have regular assessments stating the need for this program to even exist. I think we owe this to all of our constituents, especially since we're talking about e-bikes and going to campuses and things like that, things that benefit Denver and Boulder and some other areas that don't benefit rural Colorado. When there's big snowstorms, the farmers aren't going to get on an e-bike and roll to town to buy feed on their e-bike. So I think there should be some accountability. Technology is changing. We know that the mining capabilities are changing. We know that we're going to have to find different ways to extract these minerals that go into building these batteries. And I think this is only fair and responsible legislation to add a sunset provision to this to make sure it's doing everything it's supposed to be doing, again, with a big price tag on it. I think that's the only way to be responsible, and I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to start to be more brief in my responses because I'm aware that members want to offer other amendments, and I want them all to be talked about. We considered very carefully the time horizons for possibly there's a subtle question issue as to the amendment we adopted previously on line 3 of this amendment. If that's what we mean, I'll just respond to the substance of it. We consider the time horizon carefully. We intend to sort of fit into the tax policy environment that federal law has been creating in the Inflation Reduction Act. A lot of these tax credits taper down for that reason. We are mindful. We don't want to turn things on forever. These do all sunset within a decade. I actually politely declined an offer to extend them even more. I do care very much about the prudence of tax policy in the bigger state fiscal environment, but we want to send, this is a key point, and I would like members to hear this. We want to send the right signals to the market, to industries that might want to locate in Colorado, that might want to invest in Colorado, that might want to create jobs in Colorado. We need a stable policy environment over a suitably long term. That is why we've chosen the duration of the things that we've chosen here. I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect, a decade? $38 million in a decade? We can't even tell the people in our community in 3 years if this is actually working, if the technology isn't changing, if the mining hasn't been challenged. I mean, I have research from Biden saying in 10 years, electric vehicles, we're not even going to be able to mine these batteries. So all due respect, I think 3 years is a nice ask. I think a decade is too long, and I think responsibly speaking, we should accept this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a no vote in this particular amendment. It frustrates the purpose of the bill, and not only that, we've had a lot of stakeholding, and this is an amendment that just was foisted upon us most recently, so we ask for a no vote. Thank you.
The question before us is Amendment 40. Representative Bottoms.
I would like to note just quickly that everything is forced upon us real quickly.
The question before us is Amendment 40. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Amendment 40, please say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move Amendment 041, have it displayed properly.
That amendment has been moved and displayed. Representative Bottoms.
This also, because of quite a few things having to do with e-bikes, and well, not just e-bikes, there's a lot of technology that we're talking about here that, that we've been spreading out, looking at how this technology is changing, developing. We just brought up some new technology that's going to be investigated that actually falls within some of this arena when it comes to industrial facilities and stuff like that. So this amendment is to limit this same thing, but for industrial facilities, thermal, some things like that, that will limit it down to 3 years. That's a reasonable time frame to be able to really ascertain whether this is a legitimate long-term direction for our state and for these specific focuses within this bill. And so I would like to ask for an aye vote on Amendment 041.
Members, let's keep it down a little bit, please. That's good. Thank you. Representative Weissman.
Thanks. Again, briefly, Madam Chair, similar concerns as the prior discussion. We want to send pretty stable signals to markets, to businesses, to investors that Colorado is welcoming this kind of investment and effort to develop innovation. This is going to happen somewhere in the country, whether it happens here or not. We want this investment. We want these jobs. We want to become hubs of new emerging technologies, particularly as to the industrial decarbonization credit. Look, it's not a trivial thing for a family to decide to buy a new car or not. It's even less trivial when you consider the time horizons, the access to capital, other factors that a business will have to think about in terms of whether to make a multi-million-dollar investment. That's why we particularly need to have a suitable duration for the industrial decarbonization credit. We did, in the Appropriations Committee, reduce the total amounts, both in the front end of the time period till 2032 and in the back end, again, to respond to legitimate questions about how much of a total investment over the time horizon we're going to make. We believe that we've addressed those concerns. We ask for a no vote on 41, please.
The question before us is Amendment 41 to the Appropriations Committee report. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Amendment 41, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I very much appreciate the comments of my good colleague from Aurora about the necessity to encourage businesses to come and and show a successful track record. I also very much appreciate the reductions in the appropriation. And as such, I move Amendment L042 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed. And there it is.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Please
Thank
proceed.
you. So understanding that a 3-year sunset on these tax credits may have been too extreme, this particular amendment creates a 5-year sunset rather than the 3. So thinking that in 5 years, we would have the opportunity to create that industry base that we seek and have a track record of success that we can point to. I ask for an aye vote on this motion.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. You know, I appreciate the setting forth of a menu of options. I'm going to continue to suggest we have the appropriate time balances in the introduced bill. I was talking to some folks just this week about a part of this bill. The time horizon just to, stand up a new facility in an emerging technological zone might be, 6 years, particularly when we think about geothermal. We've got it to where wind and solar can be stood up 18, 24 months maybe for a utility scale project timeline because that technology is more mature. Here we're talking about technologies that are still developing that we want to incentivize. By analogy, going back 10, 15 years, we used to have a federal tax policy environment where the production tax credit for wind and solar would go like this because Congress couldn't set a consistent policy environment that was really detrimental to investment and to meeting our clean energy goals. So we do want to provide a stable policy environment, believe it or not, for some of the things we're talking about, SAF, geothermal, industrial. We do need to be going out farther than even 5 years for that. I do respectfully ask for a no vote.
The question before us is Amendment 42 to the Appropriations Committee report. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the Appropriations Committee report. Seeing no further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We did do some amendments in finance very briefly. We made some adjustments to the EV part of the bill, actually increasing the amount of lower price point electric vehicles eligible for a credit. General Motors actually is in support of this because it helps them take advantage of market opportunities. We actually struck some sales tax exemptions that were in the introduced bill. Those issues were brought to us by sales tax dependent local jurisdictions. Also, it's easier for DOR to administer a uniform base. We cleaned up some language about how the industrial credit relates to existing enterprise zone provisions, strengthened some language brought to us by environmental advocates about the consideration to be given to DI communities and electrification. In the industrial part of the bill, and again, in the interest of making sure that we're using tax dollars carefully, strengthened some recapture language in 2 of the credits so that if the tax credit expenditures are not meeting their goals, taxpayers are going to have to return that to the state in a subsequent year. We ask for your support of the Finance Committee report.
You say finance, I say finance. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is passed. To the Energy and Environment Committee report, Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this was the first committee where we heard the bill. The very first amendment we adopted that's part of the committee report is annual reporting requirements from the Energy Office to bring information back to the relevant committees. We cleaned up some technical cross-references. We streamlined how the electric vehicle and electric truck parts of the bill are going to work, revolving around a single price point familiar to retailers from federal law, and also because this is easier for the Department of Revenue to administrate. Had a couple of amendments of a technical nature, cleaned up some language in the part of the bill dealing with heat pumps, and again strengthened, we wanted to make sure we had suitably strong language in the sustainable aviation fuel part of the bill. We ask for your support of the Energy and Environment Committee report.
The question before us is the Energy and Environment Committee report. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adoption of the committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that our colleague from Boulder would like to make some general comments on the bill. I then do need to move to somewhat cleanup amendments to the bill, but let's frame the issue first.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please vote yes on House Bill 1272 because energy is at the heart of our climate challenges and clean energy is key to the solution. In our society, we use various means to incentivize behaviors. This bill, as part of the overall package of clean energy tax credits, draws down the costs of clean energy technologies for residents and businesses across Colorado and supports the governor's commitment to reducing and stabilizing energy costs. It complements and builds on the incentives through the Federal Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and helps Colorado residents and businesses maximize their ability to bring federal dollars into our state. Individual elements of this tax credit package ramps up or down over time based on technology maturity, market demands, and other factors. Precisely through the bill, or the bill expands heat pump adoption, the bill would incentivize geothermal, electricity development and generation. It incentivizes industrial emission reduction. This bill provides a tax credit for sustainable aviation fuel. It also incentivizes clean transportation. As you can see, this bill is highly consumer-oriented, but this work to decarbonize our planet requires that we take into account not just the consumer, but also the industries that are available to help support our goals. Equity is at the heart of this bill. The bill places some parameters on who will get access to the EV credits through the MSRP cap for both sedans and SUVs. Additionally, it ensures that the credit is assignable to the dealer, and for e-bike shops and certain industries, it allows them to seek a credit. Ultimately, the bill takes into account our changing economic climate and ramps up and down if the economy is not doing well. This is a well-thought-out bill. It has been well stakeholder with both industry, government, and individual small businesses, non-governmental organizations engaged in protecting and promoting our climate. In conclusion, I humbly ask you for a yes vote to protect the environment by voting yes for this bill.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, as you heard, we've really been working hard to get the details right here. In the vein of continuing to do that, I move L38, which is to the bill, and ask for it to be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment, is it just me or is it a little blurry? Amendment 38 has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This goes to the part of the bill dealing with incentivization of geothermal energy. What we're trying to do here is just frankly make sure that some of the language in this bill matches language in another geothermal bill, actually that we just considered on third reading earlier today and passed with bipartisan margin of 52 votes. That was a bill brought to us by our colleague from Jefferson County, dealt with, the bill called it thermal energy. We want the language in this bill to match the language in that other bill, just so that we have consistent definitions. That's really all we're doing here. We ask for your support of L38.
The question before us is Amendment 38. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Amendment 38, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Representative Weissman.
You know, it's funny, Madam Chair, earlier today, our nonpartisan IT staff were bringing a laptop upstairs. It was intended for Representative Weinberg, but I got it by mistake. So we're ending the day as we began. It's okay, we're all tired. One more cleanup amendment to do. I move L39 to the bill and ask for it to be displayed.
Amendment 39 has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Again, the broad point here is the same. We want language used in this bill to line up with language being used in other legislation in sort of the same thematic space. Here, we're trying to make sure that the relevant part of this bill lines up with Senate Bill 285. Again, this is sort of geothermal related. We just want the language to match. We ask for your support of L39.
The question before us is Amendment 39. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Amendment 39, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. No further amendments to the bill at this point, but I believe that there will be some others, and I'm happy to discuss them.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I had the opportunity to hear this bill in finance and then again in appropriations this morning. As you all heard, this bill was heard in Energy and Environment before it came to finance. And I don't know how many amendments came to the Energy and Environment Committee, but I do know that in finance, there were 8 amendments, I believe that's the correct count, that were brought that day, not in advance, but that day, to the committee. And they were long, and they were complicated. This bill is complicated. And I don't have anything against complex legislation, but this is 97 pages long. It has multiple topics, everything from e-bikes to geothermal energy. In appropriations, 5 more amendments were brought again that day, today. And just now, we've seen 3 more. This is legislating on the floor, folks. This is bill drafting right here. This is not the way to deal with something as complicated as this bill. And what that tells me is if we continue down this path, that we're going to be back here next year trying to clean this up. In addition, not only is this bill complex, it's very complex, it carries a heck of a fiscal note. And I'm not kidding. I appreciate the bill sponsors' efforts to reduce those dollar amounts that are appropriated year after year after year, but they're significant. Don't you think that the citizens of Colorado deserve better than this? Madam Chair, I move to return this bill back to the Energy and Environment Committee.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to refer this back to Energy and Environment, and a division has been called. Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do strongly ask for a no vote. This bill was debated for many hours in the Energy and Environment Committee. Earnest points were made. Some of the points raised there have been responded to by amendment. The bill was further debated in the Finance Committee for hours. Points made there were responded to by amendment. We're talking about saving people money. We're talking about bringing new investment and jobs to Colorado. We're talking about cleaning up our air and reducing pollution, and we think all of that is worth continuing to pursue without procedural delay. We strongly ask for a no vote.
Representative Joseph?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. This bill has been well stakeholdered for several months, and it has already been to 3 different committees, or 2 different substantive committees to be precise, and we ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Wilson?
Madam Chair, a division has been called. I ask you poll the members.
What does that mean? Just go ahead. The question is the adoption of, oh, yes, Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to read further about why this bill is important.
The question before us is returning the bill to the Energy and Environment Committee.
Yes, Madam Chair. Again, as I have previously noted, we are only 11 days till the end of our legislative session. This would just take too much time to bring the bill back to the Environment Committee. Again, they've already made their decision. It was a well-stakeholdered bill. We've made a lot of amendments based on the conversations that we had in the Environment and Energy Committee. So I would ask a no vote on this particular motion at this time.
Thank you, Rep. Joseph. We do need to proceed with the division. So the question is whether or not we send this back to the motion is to send this back to the Energy and Environment Committee. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of sending this back to the Energy and Environment Committee, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Don't stand on the chairs, they have wheels. All those, you may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. The motion to send this back to the Energy and Environment Committee is lost. To the bill, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's an issue that I've been talking about since we had the SMART Act hearings, and one of it is we talk about leaving our children a better world, and we talk about children. What this amendment does is it's going to make sure that we don't use taxpayer dollars as we distribute these credits on batteries, that children are being exploited as they mine these rare earth materials such as cobalt that are used in production of a lot of the materials that are inside of these batteries. We talk about helping children. We need to take this issue serious. I've already said next year I'm going to run a bill that has to do with this. And at the end of the day, if we're really worried about leaving a better world for our children, and if we're really worried about the children around the world, I'd urge an aye vote on this. This amendment is the moral and ethical thing to do for the children that are exploited to mine these rare materials. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I'd like to move amendment L025 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Thank you. That amendment has been moved and properly displayed. Any further discussion on Amendment 25? Representative Weissman.
Madam Chair, we're going to ask for, we're going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. It's not that this isn't a real issue. It is a real issue. The question is, is a state department able to do the relevant certification? We have, for this sort of thing, we have voluntary industry efforts. It is often heard in debates like this that we should have voluntary efforts from the regulated industry instead of government action. I would just observe that here. We do need this legislation to work. At least I'll remind members as to the federal credit, there are domestic sourcing requirements in play there. We wrap around those. That alone is going to start to shift how, at least for the electric car and truck parts of the bill, that's going to shift what's on the market. That's going to shift what vehicles are purchased with credits that we're making available, even without active state effort, just because the federal policy is that substantial. It will start to change location of where these things are built, how they're built, how the materials are sourced. That was the whole point of the federal policy, not just to save people money on new forms of transportation that are cheaper to fuel and cheaper to repair, but also to bring manufacturing back to the United States. And from a federal standpoint, that's a fine thing. For reasons of making this work at the state level, we do need to ask for a no vote.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also ask for a no vote on this amendment. I also want to thank the good Representative Winter for bringing this amendment. I understand his perspective and wanting to protect children and protect children from child labor. We just passed a bill out of this House recently by my good colleague, Rep. Leader, on protecting young people from child labor. And ultimately, on your question, maybe next year I'd be happy to run this bill with you to protect children. But ultimately, I really believe that this amendment as written would violate the intent and purpose of this bill, because we know that cars are manufactured and production are all over the world, and we can't control other government entity and how their child labor regulation. So because of that, I would ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You just stated that a bill was passed in this chamber to take care of children now, and I think this is important to take care of these children now. They shouldn't be exploited this year, nor next year, nor any year. This is a serious issue. There was another legislator I had a great conversation with that said that actually in her district, they're working on building batteries that aren't going to use these rare earth materials. So we're just going to push this down the road? We're going to be okay using taxpayers' dollars, my taxpayer dollars, to give credits on vehicles that have batteries, that have materials that are mined with child slave labor? It blows my mind. It blows my mind. At the end of the day, that blows my mind. And I will cow this amendment, and we'll vote on it on the board. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
I'm first.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We know that most of the mines that have the rare earth metals are in the continent of Africa. We know that those mines in those countries that extract these minerals use child labor. Oftentimes poor children, desperate to survive, paid next to nothing for their work, almost as if they're enslaved to an industry that this country wants because of what we are doing and demanding in this state right now. Now you're going to tell me that because the governor wants this so bad, Polis wants this so bad, the state of Colorado wants this so bad, that we're going to promote child labor in other continents, and that's okay? Because we want this so bad on the backs of poor children in Africa, in South America, and other countries that are destitute and in poverty? We want this so bad that it doesn't matter how we get it, we're going to get it. Now, this is a good amendment. This says very clearly we are not going to have in these third world countries. Oh, wait. Okay, there we go. I'm sure it was you, ma'am. You're looking pretty good up there. So, we want the department to confirm no child labor was involved in the manufacture of vehicles under this, electric vehicles. We want to make sure no child labor was involved in the components in these truck manufacturing products. We want to confirm that no child labor was involved in making the components for these electric bicycles. All right, we know what we're talking about. Because the things that are going to be manufactured to support the governor's end state and the green energy's end state are going to be born on the backs of child labor in these other countries, and that's okay? Well, it's not okay for this country, boy. And it's not okay for many of my colleagues, and I really think you should think hard before you vote for this, particularly when we know the conditions these kids are in these foreign countries that are doing this.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this, and I will say something to one of my colleagues over here that is worried about our ability to track this information if she get off her phone for a minute. In this particular case, federal law and the SEC requires all of us as public companies not to have child labor any place in the world, and we are subject to audits on this subject. And so to say that we cannot keep track of this is a false statement. Every single one of these automobile companies is a public company, and by federal law, we have to adhere to this child labor. So there is no way to say, under any circumstances, this can't be tracked because the federal government will audit you on this particular subject. So this just reinforces that. And to say that it can't be endorsed or enforced is ridiculous.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This should be an easy amendment to vote for. This should be an actually easy amendment to vote for. You guys care about kids? You blame us for not caring about every kid. We're sitting here saying we care about kids. Doesn't matter if they're from Madagascar or China or wherever. I can't imagine my 9-year-old being in one of these environments, flushing metal out of underground brine reservoirs that are so chemically repulsive that it's causing people to be sick, and we're putting children in there? This should be an easy amendment to vote yes for. If you care about children and the safety of children, when you come down here and say we only care about certain types of children, I guess we'll see, won't we? The other thing is that the U.S. needs 10 times more rare earth metals to hit Biden's electric vehicle goals. And we're sitting here introducing a bill that is not going to be able to do that at the tune of $38 million. Do we care about kids, Colorado? Because we're going to cow this amendment, and we'll see. Thank you.
Representative Harstick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For those of us that have been overseas, I find it absolutely astounding of the lunacy to say we can't verify it. It's absurd. We track it in the military, we track it in the Department of State, we track it with USAID. Total garbage to sit here and say, we don't know. What crap? We know exactly where things are at. We know what's going on. We know where child labor is being abused. And for the handful of us that have been over and seen it, don't sit here and tell me it doesn't exist. Vote yes on that amendment.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I've been to some of these places around the world where these children are being used as labor. One of my previous colleagues said something that caught my attention because it was wrong, was that they are paid very little wages. Most of these kids are paid nothing. They are given basically food, and that's it. There is no stronger definition of slave labor on the planet right now than these mines of these rare earth metals. This is literally the definition of slave labor. We actually have better practices with free trade coffee than we do with this. Why would we partake of this? This has been a thing for me for a while too. I would love an electric car, something like that, but I don't understand why we're okay with how they get to us, how this stuff gets to us. There's a bunch of other name brand things that I think fall in the same category, but somewhere we have to take a stand and say we as the United States of America, and then specifically we as the state of Colorado, we've got to take a stand and stand up against this slave labor. To me, this is even like, as a pastor, this is a core for me, is kids that are being used like this, and this is reprehensible. I think this might be a little tight place for the bill sponsors, but I do think that this is a great opportunity just to do the right thing. It'll be a little challenging, but this is an opportunity just to do the right thing, and so I urge an aye vote for this amendment.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, very simply enough, I grew up, born and raised in South Africa. I don't understand why this is not a no-brainer amendment. It's very straightforward that we would not allow children laboring in a pit to get the materials that are necessary for what we have in the United States as a luxury. I don't know why in any way, shape, or form we would allow this. Child labor is a true problem that happens in Africa. The parts that we are using as first-class citizens are being brought over from a different country. If we want to protect everything that we hold so dear to us, especially children, then I think plain and simple, an aye vote for this amendment is in order. For the past 3 months, I've sat in the chamber and I've gone through bill after bill after bill that speaks to the protection of people, citizenry, and now we have a simple amendment that's in place that we're turning a blind eye on. And I truly don't understand it. We fought this for a very long time. Why would we dare stand for, in any way, shape, or form, for child labor to be introduced into giving us first-class luxuries from a foreign country? Even within this country, if we had to mine this material and bring it to us, where is the privilege in that? I don't understand this. Please take a hard look at what we are doing here. This amendment literally stands for the protections of everything that you guys have passed in this chamber. And I ask you to take a look at this closer. Why would we dare allow any product to have anything of slave labor attached to it? We hear it a lot in this chamber of what we need to pass and what we need to do. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to give you just a little bit of history about this particular federal law that exists on this particular subject. It came about because of abuse that a company that you all know, the brand name Nike, was not paying close enough attention to this in their contract facilities. Because a lot of people don't realize Nike doesn't own a single factory any place in the world. They do all of their production through third-party contractors. This also came about because of a woman by the name of Kathy Lee Gifford, who was licensing her product to Kmart, and factories in Mexico got caught in this. So in today's world, not only do we require this as public companies, not only do we require this of our own manufacturing facilities, we require that every contract facility that works with us sign on every single purchase order that they will not use child labor. So that's from raw materials all the way up through final assembly. And we reserve the right in our contracts with those individuals to audit them without notice, literally without notice. We don't have to give them 24 hours, 48 hours. We can go in immediately because we were so concerned as public companies of child labor. So again, I will continue to say that this amendment can't be enforced is absurd. It has been done since the late 1990s by federal law.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm here. I agree with this amendment. I think that this is a yes vote. But one of the things that I would like to bring up is that maybe we should be buying those products from this country. When we mine in this country, we do it climate friendly. We do it as under the most strict rules in the world. We wouldn't have to worry about child labor if we were using the resources that God granted us in this country. This is what we should be looking at. We should be trying to encourage these companies to acquire these products and these base chemicals and case minerals from our country or from countries that we can verify where it came from. So this is an easy one for us to say we are going to do our part. This is an easy amendment to say yes. Maybe it will cause some problems, maybe it won't. But I do think that we should be trying to find ways for us to find these minerals from sources in this country. This country can produce them without any of these questions and without hurting the environment. What's happening in these mines to the environment? We're not even talking about that. This is the country that can do the job. And we don't have to fret about using our children to do it. So yes vote, please.
The question before us is Amendment 25. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Amendment 25 to House Bill 1272, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move L030 to House Bill 1272 and have it properly displayed.
Thank you.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you. This particular amendment, and many of you know, in my district, House District 63, Northeast Colorado, the east two-thirds of Weld County is in my district, also all the way out to Nebraska, 7 counties. Ladies and gentlemen, we produce oil and gas, and we're proud of it. And we need that economic impact and that revenue. And Colorado needs the severance tax and ad valorem credit. Everybody wins, but especially my House district. So no, I'm not excited about the governor's objectives. I'm not excited about the green energy movement. But if we're going to do this, and we want to protect northern and northeastern Colorado, then we will just say that in this particular case, in this amendment, we'll go to page 83 and just say, for the wells, in this case, that are drilled after January 1st, 2024, we'll have this new tax structure. And every other well after that. You open up the production capability of this state, which is still has enormous capability. You can still get what you want. Governor, might not get it as fast as you want, but you can still get what you want, even though this has a huge price tag. And also that applies in the next page, in the next part that says after January 1st, 2024. Then you can start doing this. Simple amendment, vote yes.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I appreciate the representative from Akron bringing amendments in furtherance of what he believes is right for his district. That is what we are all here to do. I will ask for a no vote. I will note that we have been negotiating the details of the severance tax sections of the bill with representatives of the industry for quite some time. We made an amendment this morning that is responsive to that. I will also note that the per well calculation of the ad valorem credit is something that kicks in the future, and that simply from an operational standpoint in terms of how operators are expected to track this and how DOR tracks this, I'd have to think about whether a per well calculation kicking in 24 would even be functional. Again, we talked about that work group from 1391 from last year that's grappling with that kind of stuff. They will continue to grapple with it, and I hope that they'll bring us some recommendations in 25 about whether we look at the well level or the aggregate sort of tax picture of an operating company with severance tax liability or something else, but we'll see where that goes. I personally plan to be involved in those discussions. I think there's room for all of us to stay apprised of that. I do ask for a no vote for now.
The question before us is Amendment 30 to House Bill 1272. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Amendment 30, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Harstock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So hearing this in Finance Committee was really interesting. We dealt with countless bills this session in Finance about tax credits. This bill's got somewhere between $50 to $60 million, depending on what year you want. And we turned down tax credits at a fraction of that for teachers, Department of Military Veterans Affairs, law enforcement, other small businesses, people hurt from the pandemic. Fraction of this cost, we turned people down in this state saying they didn't need it. The teachers one was an amazing one where we turned that one down. And yet we're going to give these massive tax credits out here. So I move Amendment L034 and request that it be properly displayed.
Amendment 34 has been properly displayed. Representative Harstock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, it only makes sense that stuff that doesn't go unlimited. So what we put on this amendment is you get one vehicle, one credit, one shot. Because you know, if you're sitting here riding electric vehicles, electric bikes, electric this, electric that, you're doing pretty well. And if you can't afford one, you know, when I was a kid, we simply rode our bike. It isn't electric, it was leg powered. I rode it to school, I rode it to work, and I pedaled myself getting there. Now I get it, maybe want to go a little bit further, but I used to live in the big city myself. So I know all about getting around in the city on a bicycle. You don't need to get tax credits for multiple bikes and multiple vehicles. You get one. We urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I will remind members of the committee that pursuant to discussion we had in the Finance Committee and work that happened for a week after that, and an amendment that we adopted in Appropriations Committee this morning that we did via the committee report here, there's one bike per purchaser per year. We've seen to that. You know, we're trying to do a number of things at once here with particularly the electric vehicles part of it. We want adoption to proceed as quickly as possible. We want to clean up our air as part of this. In practical reality, I mean, I don't know people who are going to go out and buy 2 cars at once, even with the tax credit. That is not the economic reality of my district. I truly think that is not the economic reality of a lot of districts. I realize that Douglas County is a more affluent place than most parts of the state. Maybe it is there, I don't know. You know, not to veer too much off of the bill, but we were in the Energy Committee until late last night talking about air quality, basically. We have a problem in this state. That's partially the purpose of this legislation to solve that and to solve for other things at once, help people save money on fueling. It's cheaper to put electricity into a car than to put gasoline. Mechanically, it is simpler. It's cheaper to repair that. So we want to see to these things, too. We do want to promote rapid adoption of electric vehicles. I think, in fact, if not in law, that's going to happen on a one per household at a time basis, just given the financial reality of folks in our state. I wish we'd had an opportunity to engage in this discussion before now, because I do believe that making sure we have all the operational details right when we do an amendment matters. I do ask for a no vote right now.
The question before us, Representative Harstock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, we're talking about electric motor vehicles, not just electric bikes. Thank you.
The question before us is Amendment 34. If this is the one you would like to vote for, then please say aye. Aye. If you are a no, please say no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Taggart.
Yes, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 28 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment 28 has been properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Taggart.
Yes, in the Finance Committee, people were struggling with defining an electric bike. The industry has defined electric bikes for us into 3 classes. Class 1, which is a pedal assist, which means if I run out of energy going up a hill, it helps me. Class 2 and Class 3 have throttles. They are not pedal assist. They are basically motorbikes. One of the reasons I think we need to adopt this is we want to be consistent with existing ordinances and even state law that on trails within our cities and within our counties today, you are only allowed to ride a Class 1 electric bike. You are not allowed to ride a Class 2 or a Class 3 because you will endanger people on the trail. So let's be consistent and adopt a definition in this bill that is similar to what other ordinances are across the state and within the state. Thank you. I ask for an aye on this amendment.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do remember the conversation from the Finance Committee. Appreciate the point being made. It's true there are out there in the world, and we have referred to this in statute. I think maybe the bill was, this is my first year, my second year, 17 or 18. A Class 1 bike goes up to 20 miles an hour. You pedal it, there's also battery assist. A Class 2 bike is battery only. A Class 3 bike goes up to 28 miles an hour. That's as fast as any of these are legally allowed to go. My understanding is you can also pedal, although you do have the throttle, and the bike will probably do more of the work for you. At any rate, we did think about this after the discussion in the Finance Committee. The reason we're going to ask for a no vote is really options for the buyer and maximizing the opportunity for the bike shops, who we appreciate are small businesses, to be able to move as many different bikes as they can. We know that the market is taking off as the technology evolves, matures, price points come down, more people start to use these as transportation options. We do intend to facilitate that market with the tax policy. We want to try to facilitate it broadly. The person that I mentioned talking to actually has a Class 3. He decided that was the right thing for him. Class 1 might be right for somebody else. Class 2 might be right for somebody else. We don't want to narrow that. We want to preserve options for the buyer, and we want to leave it as open for the bike shops as we can as well. I do respectfully ask for a no vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect, we are going to put buyers of these bikes in a very difficult situation. If they buy a Class 2 and a Class 3 and are concerned about their safety and don't want to ride on the road, rather they want to use one of the trails, they're going to find themselves in a conflicting situation that they have a bike that is not legal on our urban trails. Why in heaven's name would we want to put that conflict in place? Why are we arguing over this? It makes no sense. If an individual buys a Class 2 or Class 3, they are violating the law, the state law, as well as municipal and county laws or ordinances of getting on the trail. We put the owner of these bicycles in a conflict immediately. To argue this just doesn't, I just don't understand it.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. In this bill, at this present moment, the CEO or the office shall develop standard for determining allowing electric bicycle manufacturers for the purpose of determining the type of electric bike that is qualified for the tax credit. So it is already within the bill. I just think this is too prescriptive. I have faith in the CEO to provide actually the right standards to ensure that communities members are safe when they buy a bike. For that purpose, I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Madam Chair, with all due respect, the CEO of this is going to know that Class 1 bikes are the only bikes that are allowed on bike trails. He or she knows that right now. And for us not to define it is irresponsible. It is already known that this is a Class 1 bicycle that should only be used on trails, and that is by ordinance and by statute. And so that person is going to tell you Class 1. And we don't have to wait for that. We can just put it in and use common sense, for goodness sakes.
The question before us is Amendment 28. All those, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Amendment 28, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. If the noes have it, the amendment fails. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Madam Speaker, I would move L027 and ask to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
I reject the promotion, but the motion is correct.
Oh, I apologize, Madam Chair.
That motion has been made and the amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, ma'am. Colleagues, this is a simple amendment. This is actually amending this bill, moving from the safety clause to an act subject to petition. I would pose to this good chamber that there is nothing of immediate urgency that needs to be addressed by this bill. The safety clause is for matters that are necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, and safety of the good citizens of the state of Colorado. I pose to you that this bill does not address any of those. I would also pose to you that the only health and safety issues around this bill are those of the children who are mining the rare earth metals associated with the battery production for these vehicles. I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. You know, members, there has been a robust debate about the safety clause around this building, at least as long as I've been here, and I think longer. And it is something that I think about. I have a petition clause on a lot with the question, you know, does it need to spring into effect right away? And if the answer is no, petition clause, or I've even done delayed effective date, you know, there might be a reason to not have it come into effect on the petition timing, maybe after that for other reasons, and couple your delayed effective date with petition. At any rate, one of the tax credits in here specifically, electric vehicles, is intended to go into effect July 1 of this year. To be available that soon for this tax year, I've already had people seeing the bill, seeing the news articles about this, wanting to make this kind of upgrade, wondering what this legislature is going to do, wondering what the financial picture might be for them. Again, we want to help save people money on transportation. We want to clean up our air. We want to participate in this transition. Some of the other tax credits do go into effect later. This one in particular is able to go into effect that soon. We know that there are going to be delays in fact, if not in law, although there were just some new rules from the feds dated April 18, I think, about assessing which vehicles qualify under the federal tax credits. We want this one to provide a market incentive for individuals, for dealers in Colorado as soon as possible to wrap around the federal tax policy environment that we're in, because we want that to start July 1 of this year, because we want there to be certainty for Coloradans to save money and help clean up the air. We have a safety clause on for that reason. I do ask for a no vote on 27 for that reason.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you. Well, with due respect, to the bill sponsor. This bill does not address any manner of public peace, health, or safety. It does not. What it does do is, as written, with the ever-shifting sands of dates and dollar amounts created through the amendment process, creates a lot of confusion, and it creates, by the dates in this bill, a situation that has to be addressed right away. That is not what the safety clause is about. That's not what it's for. So by creating a self-fulfilling prophecy in the bill language, that's not what this is for. You have created an emergency in the bill language, and that is not good legislation.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have a question real quick. I know we've been greatly limited to be able to have thorough debate. How much time do we have left?
We're at about 10 minutes left.
Okay, just checking. I also don't understand, are we really seriously arguing that a tax credit is emergent? Are we really arguing that a tax cut, a tax break is an emergency? We need to get that right out of here right now? Is that really what we're doing?
The question before us is Amendment 27, the petition clause. All those in favor of Amendment 27, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L029 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. Amendment 29 has been properly displayed. Please proceed. Representative Wilson.
Thank you. Sections 15 and 16 of this bill discuss oil and gas taxes and severance tax. And what this amendment does is gives the opportunity, again, we're going with the voters, which earlier we saw a little angst against the voters. So this is saying that for these two sections, let's take it to the voters and they can decide how that tax is applied and allow for a reduction in the tax credit assessed on oil and gas. So I ask you for an aye vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks. Thanks, Madam Chair. I will respectfully ask for a no vote. Again, we've been discussing the details of those sections of the bill with some of the very foremost representatives of the industry in question. Because we're talking about the ad valorem credit, which is really, it's a credit against the severance tax, there is not the constitutional Tabor requirement of voter approval for those changes. The entire policy is actually net fiscal negative right now. Again, we've carefully negotiated these details with representatives of the industry. Up to, I had a conversation this morning confirming the results of the amendment that we made. I respectfully ask for a no vote.
The question before us is Amendment 29. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Amendment 29, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Sorry. Yeah, the noes have it. The amendment fails. Any further discussion on House Bill 1272? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 1272 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of, I don't know.
House Bill 1013.
House Bill 1013.
House Bill 1013 by Representative Amabile, also Senators Fields and Rodriguez, concerning measures to regulate the use of restrictive practices on individuals in correctional facilities.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1013. I'd also like to move the committee report from the Judiciary Committee and the Appropriations report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Amabile.
Thank you. So this bill has had quite a journey. It started out with a $20 million appropriation. Then we ran some amendments in committee and got it down to about a $4 million appropriation. And then we ran an amendment in appropriations, and we got it down to almost zero. So that's where we're at today. And I ask for an aye vote.
Awesome. The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor of adopting the Appropriations Committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Judiciary Committee report.
So in Judiciary, we ran some amendments to reduce the fiscal note, and that worked. And I ask for an aye vote on the Judiciary report.
The question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor of the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we had a funny journey, but this isn't a funny subject. The Department of Corrections, in certain of its facilities, uses something called a clinical 4-point restraint. And what that is they strap a person to a bed on their back, and they strap their arms and their legs to the bed, and then they put a chain around their belly, and they secure it with a padlock. And then they leave them there. The longest case that we know about, the person was there for 39 days. Now, during that time, they are let up occasionally to use the bathroom and to eat and drink. But most of the time, they're lying in a tiny little room where they can't see anything. It has a little window so they can tell sometimes if it's night or day. And they're left there for days. And this is not, it's not humane. This is not a practice that anybody feels like is a good one. In the state hospital in Pueblo, they also use 4-point clinical restraints, but they do it a little bit differently. No one is there for more than 4 hours. They check on the person every 15 minutes, and they use a soft restraint, so a restraint that is made out of cloth, not one that is made out of metal. So what the bill asked was for DOC to do it the way they do it at the state hospital.
Members, one second, sorry, Representative. Members, can we keep our conversations down, please? That's great. Thank you. Sorry, please proceed, Rep. Amabile.
So we asked the state prison system to do this practice the same way that the state hospital does it. The only people who are on these 4-point restraint beds are people with serious mental illness. They're people who have a disease.
Representatives. Representatives, please take that conversation off the floor. If it's funny or it's angry, either way, it's too loud. Representative Amabile, I apologize.
Okay, sorry. Let's just all hope we don't end up in a 4-point restraint after tonight. So anyway, that's the purpose of the bill, is to end this practice, and along the way to get some data around what kinds of things we are doing in terms of other chemical restraints and ambulatory restraints and some of the other practices that they use at DOC. what we found out, and the way that we reduced the fiscal note, is that it turns out DOC is actually applying for an accreditation that will require them to use cloth restraints and will require them to limit the amount of time somebody can be on one of these restraints, and it will also limit the amount of days that somebody can be on a restraint. So it will mirror what we are already doing at the state hospital. And they are planning to get this accreditation in the next 4 years. And so the bill just says you have to do what this accreditation requires at a minimum. And I ask for a yes vote on the bill.
The question before us is House Bill 1013. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the passage of House Bill 1013, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1088.
House Bill 1088 by Representative Martinez concerning a program to provide mental health services for veterans who have exhausted Federal Veterans Administration mental health benefits.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
I move House Bill 1088 and the committee reports.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I had to do in this is being able to reduce some of these visits and really getting at the meat and potatoes of what I was trying to accomplish. So the appropriations report is just relying on just having mental health visits for veterans. And I urge an aye vote.
The question before us is the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor of the Appropriations Committee report's passage, please say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there was some significant changes in this that were also addressed in the appropriations report. So I will talk more about the bill in when we get to the bill, but I urge an aye vote.
Awesome. The question before us is the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report. All those in favor of its adoption, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so now I can get into really what the crux of this program is. And so first and foremost, I want to dispel any rumors and misconceptions about what this is. So first and foremost, the VA cannot cut you off from your benefits depending on your amount that you're disabled. But what they have been doing is there's been a policy shift within the last year where if a veteran is deemed stable position by their mental health counselor, then they are being cut off at 3 visits a year. And so that means veterans are going sometimes 8-10 months without receiving regular mental health benefits. So we've been trying to work with our federal delegation to making sure that we can try to get that back. But what's happening now is veterans are getting cut off. So how do I know that? Because I got cut off. And when I got cut off from these, I started asking around, and other veterans were in these same positions. So, you know, for some background, I've been going to the VA for counseling for over a decade, pretty frequently. And then, you know, to get all of a sudden getting told, well, you are in a quote-unquote stable position according to our checklist, and now you are cut off and you cannot be seen for another 8 to 10 months. And I felt that that was unacceptable. So the crux of this bill is just saying, like, trying to fill as a stopgap. So you know, veterans can still use the VA system, veterans can still use those benefits, but really this just fills that gap to make sure that veterans aren't going 8 to 10 months to being able to be seen and avoiding them going into emergency crisis situations. So that is the whole point of this. You know, I've said this before, and I will say this again on the mic, that, you know, if we can ever correct the VA's policy shift in this, and it can go back to what it was, this program is not needed. However, as of today, this program is needed. Colorado can take care of our veterans if the VA has not been doing it, and we will continue to do well.
Representative Harstock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is such an honor to be down here with my co-prime on this. Both of us are veterans, and this is a very sticking point with the two of us that we have discussed at length and several times over cocktails. It's very frustrating when you serve and the VA says, oh yeah, it's part of your benefits, and then all of a sudden you get out and it's going to take forever to be seen. And that simply isn't right. And there are a significant number of veterans that need to be seen more than just a few times. The VA, for a whole variety of reasons, hasn't done that. We've pushed here at the state level to get a lot of these things through. Part of it is there's not enough providers that are out there. And so in that spirit, I have an amendment that we're bringing forward, and I move L003 and request that it be displayed, please.
That has been properly moved and is now also displayed. Representative Harstock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I just mentioned a minute ago, providers, getting enough of them out there so veterans can be seen, especially down in the rural communities. You know, up here in the city, it's not that difficult when you've got the big VAs that are over there in Colfax, and we've got some more out there in Lakewood. But when you're out in rural Colorado, or even away an hour from the main metro area, it can be cumbersome to get up to see the VA, get an appointment, and be seen even if you have an appointment. And then you're missing a lot of time away from work or whatever it is you're doing. The purpose of this amendment is to expand the number of people that can see you, can help you, that you can work with to overcome whatever you're dealing with at the time. And that can be varied. Veterans have kind of some unique issues, and having people that they can access to help them is something that we as a society owe them. And encourage an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the bill, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You switched it up on us. Again, in closing, with this bill, we had to cut out a lot of these pieces in this, but really we wanted to focus on getting the 4 mental health visits a year for our veterans where they choose to do it in their area, and making sure that they get the care that they need and deserve and have most assuredly earned. And we urge an aye vote.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good bill. Vote yes.
All right, members, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1088 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1088 as amended is adopted. Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 12.
I'm going to pause you just for a moment. I was very excited to hear your bill. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 23-1269.
House Bill 1269 by Representative Michelson-Janae, also Senators Bridges and Gardner, concerning efforts to promote clinical stabilization for youth involved in the behavioral health system.
All right, Representative Michelson-Janae, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1269 and the Appropriations and Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee reports.
All right, to the Appropriations report.
In Appropriations, we adopted an amendment to remove the general fund impact. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Representative Michelson-Janae to the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee, we adopted an amendment to continue the extended stay beds that were started in the Public and Behavioral, Senate Bill 137. Senate Bill 137. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Michelson-Janae. Oh, Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my co-prime sponsor here for allowing me to join her on this bill in understanding the great need that we have for our kids that are facing a lot of needs. These are considered high acuity, so some very significant mental health needs. This will help us hopefully bring some of our kiddos home who have unfortunately been placed in a lot of times out of state, out of home placements, and so this will bring them, we hope, many kiddos back to our communities and closer to their homes. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my co-prime sponsor for joining me on this bill so that we can be the longest name on the board when that happens, which will be third reading. And also, this bill is very important because it will also help where we have children boarding in hospitals, staying overnight in hospitals, staying overnight in Department of Human Services offices. This will help by making sure that they have a place to go with appropriate levels of care. I ask for an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is, Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please vote yes. We haven't had a board buster yet, and we need one.
All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1269. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the 1269 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of House Bill 1147?
House Bill 1147 by Representative Kipp, concerning provisions relating to the adequate training of motor vehicle drivers and in connection therewith, creating an enterprise to educate potential drivers and reimburse third-party providers for a portion of the cost of administering driver examinations, creating a system to allow third-party providers to verify financial responsibilities of applicants, setting limits on the fees that third-party providers may charge, providing translation services for driving examinations, and imposing a fee on instruction permits and driver's licenses.
Well done, Mr. Schiebel. Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move HB 23-1147 and the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Report, the Finance Report, and the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Report, Representative Kipp.
In the Appropriations Report, they approved their appropriation, which is essentially already included in the bill.
All right, members, any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Representative Kipp to the Finance report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Finance report, we basically did some cleanup to the bill that we did not do in the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government report. So we basically cleaned up those amendments.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance report? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to run amendment L009 to the Finance report, the Finance Committee report.
L009 has been properly moved. Please ask that it be displayed.
And ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. It has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please proceed, Representative Wilson.
This amendment would add kind of a more fair and balanced members to the governing board for this bill. The original version had a lot to be desired and left out some key people. So I ask that for an aye vote on L009.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, and I appreciate the idea behind the amendments. What we really tried to do was have a board that was not too large, but that was representative of all the various stakeholders who would be taking advantage of this bill. So I appreciate it, but I do ask for a no vote.
Representative Wilson.
The original outline of the board would have allowed the board to be all appointed from one party. So I would ask that we make it more balanced and an aye vote on 009.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L009? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of L009. All those in favor say aye. Division has been called, and we're going to stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question is the adoption of Amendment L009. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L009, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may also raise your hand. You may be seated. Amendment L009 is lost. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? All right, seeing none, the question, Representative Wilson. That was to the Finance Committee report, correct. All right, all of those in favor, did you wish to speak? Okay, all right, all of those in favor of adopting the Finance Committee report, say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. Representative Kipp to the Transportation Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Transportation Committee report, we revised the bill a little bit from the way it was originally introduced because there was a miscommunication between the drafter and I regarding the geographic factor. And we also made some additional amendments that we thought would make people more amenable to the bill.
Is there any further discussion on the Transportation Committee report? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L012 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L012 has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please proceed, Representative Wilson. And actually, before you do, members, I would really appreciate it if we could take the volume down a little bit. And if you have exciting conversations that you need to have, you should certainly feel free to take those off the floor. Representative Wilson, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment makes the real-time reimbursement from the state for each person who takes the test from a third-party provider. It sets up the reimbursement for the individual, not the driving school. This amendment makes sure that kind of the idea behind this bill is to make sure these people get reimbursed, and this makes sure it happens directly. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment, L012. Thank you.
Representative Kipp.
And again, thank you to my good colleague for the recommendations on this bill. Frankly, the reimbursement to the individual does not work for people who are struggling to be able to afford to take the test in the first place. So we need the payment to be essentially done up front for the individual. So I appreciate the idea behind the amendment, but I do ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L012. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L012 is lost. To the committee report. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The Transportation and Committee report is adopted. Representative Kipp to the bill.
Thank you. And, you know, I am pretty partial to this bill. This is one of my favorite bills this session, honestly. And the reason behind it is this was brought to me by a constituent. I have a constituent whose son was trying to get his driver's license. And because, sorry, it's a little loud in here.
Members, please.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Hard to hear myself talk. Which maybe nobody else wants to either, but that's all good. At any rate, what happened during the beginning of the pandemic in 2020 is the Department of Motor Vehicles stopped offering driving tests to individuals, the physical ones. You can always take the paper ones or the online ones, but you can no longer get a physical driving test at a Department of Motor Vehicles location. So now, all of the driving tests that are offered from private providers at whatever rates they happen to charge. This has made the driving tests and achieving a driver's license and getting to a driver's license really hard for people. Some people, it's put it out of reach for. So there's a lot of reasons that we need this bill. This bill makes it more financially reasonable for a person to be able to get a driver's license. It caps the cost of the first test at $25 and subsequent tests at $50. It also works on the issue of geographic access. So the geographic access issue has really been difficult because we've had stories of people driving, frankly, hours or having somebody else drive them because they don't have their license yet, right? For hours in order to get to a location that offers a skills test. There are also language issues in terms of interpretation, which we're trying to address in this bill. And so those were where we started. And then there's another bill that's coming through in the Senate that is allowing for all
Members, please don't make the mom voice come out. It is,
Ooh.
yes, it is too loud in here. If you have a conversation, you need to have it somewhere else. Thank you. Representative Kipp, please proceed.
Very kind of you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. So what happens is right now, if you are a young person trying to get a driver's license, if you're 16, you have to take a 30-hour driver training program in order to be able to get your driver's license, and those cost money. And that's also been another barrier for folks who are trying to get a driver's license. So what we are trying to do with this bill is also added to the bill is to make sure that anybody in Colorado will have access to a free online 30-hour driving course. And the bill coming from the Senate is going to raise the age for people who need to take this course, and we don't want people to be delayed in getting their driver's license, because the earlier you learn how to drive, the better driver you're going to become when you're at home, when you have the support of your family. So let me tell you how this is all going to be funded. Obviously, we have budget challenges here in Colorado, and there was not room in this year's budget to make the Department of Motor Vehicles take this back in-house. So what we're doing is we're going to put a small fee on top of every driver's license and driver's license renewal to pay for an enterprise. An enterprise is a government-owned business, and the job of that business will be to fund those things that I've just talked about. So we're improving access for drivers, for anybody to get a license, to be properly trained in order to get a license. We're improving geographic access. We're also improving language access, because there's something called a pocket talk device that our private providers might like to have access to in order to communicate with people who are non-native English speakers. And it's kind of like a phone that you can talk into, and then it comes out in another language. So that improves the language skills. So those are the basic components of the bill. I do want to make just a couple of statements. It is really important, not only for our workforce, for our kids, for our economy, and for anybody who has car insurance, to make sure that this bill passes. If you get hit by somebody who is driving around because they were unable to get a driver's license, they are, guess what, uninsured. So we all pay for those uninsured driver's rates. We need our people in Colorado to be able to get driver's licenses so they can get jobs. We have a commercial driver's license shortage in Colorado. If people can't get a commercial driver's license until they guess what? Their first regular driver's license. There are numerous workforce issues associated with this. Privatizing the whole driving test thing has been, frankly, difficult. Oh, and I forgot to mention one thing. In addition to the Department of Motor Vehicles not offering these tests anymore, as a bonus, they actually charge people a $15 failure fee for failing the test. So if you go and take the test another time, you have to pay a $15 fee. That is ridiculous. We don't think that people should have to pay a failure test for something that the department isn't even doing anything about. So I really urge an aye vote on this bill. I think it solves a lot of problems that were brought up by this privatization of our driving tests in Colorado.
Is there any further discussion? Who's doing it? Representative Catlin. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
And also with you.
Thank you. Members, I'd like to move, nope. I coached somebody about don't say I'd like to move. I move Amendment 011 to House Bill 1147 and ask for it to be displayed.
The amendment has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please proceed, Representative Catlin.
Thank you. What we're trying to do here is before bonds are issued on this new idea, that they're going to have public hearings in 4 different geographic areas of the state before issuing the bonds. I think the people of the state should be able to see what they're wanting to do. And we want to, before executive, insert General Assembly and the. But this is something that should be important to all of us. This is a new operation, a new idea that has the ability to bond. I'm more in favor of having DMV do their job rather than third parties. But if we're going to do it this way, I'd like to see us do it in a way where the people of the state of Colorado are aware of the bonding that's going to take place in a new venture. Please vote yes.
Representative Wilson.
We discussed this in committee about the different areas and how they do it differently. And one thing we found is that some of the rural areas still conduct the test. So the DMV decided to end doing the testing during COVID, and they found that it was reasonable. It did not cause a lot of damage. People, many people get their driver's license, their time and their testing through a third party anyway. So this just makes sure that those rural areas have a say in the makeup of this, because some of them still do the test, and it's there's not a company in their area, a third-party provider in their area, so this still, we should address and discuss with these individuals how we're going about this to make sure their needs are met also. I ask for an aye vote on this.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L011? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L011. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you. So this is another plan to grow government again. We, as legislators, I think we all would agree with this. We get a lot of complaints about the DMV. This is going to make this so much worse. So I also looked it up. Director Ferrandino does not want this back at the DMV. He's made this clear. He testified against DOR. This additional fee of at least, and I say at least because there's never a stopgap on this stuff. This creates an additional fee of at least $6 per driver's license renewal. And this is kind of arbitrary because it hasn't been means tested, which I believe puts more of a burden on low-income families. Why would we charge an extra $6 to hurt people that don't have that $6? The department sets reimbursement rates for driving schools, and those reimbursement rates can only increase with inflation, with no regard for increases in operating costs. A lot of these little driving schools are also mom and pop kind of schools out in the rural areas specifically. This is gonna hinder them. It's gonna hurt them. I believe this really does impact the rural communities at a much higher level, much more disproportionate level. We need more driver's education, not less. This is kind of a thing for me. I live in Colorado Springs, and I actually think it's worse than Denver, just personally. We need more, not less. These unrealistic reimbursement rates will put small driving schools out of business. This is a theme that we say regularly around here. This will put small businesses, this will put mom and pop shops out of business. I don't understand why we want to do that. And also put such a negative context to this that I don't think it will help in developing or bringing in more schools. We're already seeing, before COVID even, we were seeing DMVs were struggling to find staff to conduct driving tests, and here's some basic reasons, right? And these are common sense. I think we would all know this. Women do not always want to be alone in a car with the men to conduct these tests. Tests conducted at the DMV are done in students' cars with no additional safety measures for the testers. This means the testers don't have the little brakey thing on their side, and which horrifies me, having taught 3 children to drive. Staffing shortages experienced by counties statewide will create longer wait times, not only for driving tests, but also for all other services provided for at DMVs. I don't know about you, but DMV is not a place it's not an in and out kind of place. There are no dedicated staff for driving tests at DMVs. They work this in their rotation. Here's another thing that I don't think we're processing when we try to localize it like this, that the tests at the DMV only provide tests in English and Spanish. That is a problem that can be fixed by voting no on this bill. Drive Safe, this is a big one too. Drive Safe driving schools already provide free driver education courses and tests to all SNAP recipients in Colorado at no cost to taxpayers. This eliminates the financial barrier for driver education and testing throughout the state. In fact, I took a little clip of something here. It says, Drive Safe partners with the Colorado Department of Human Services to provide free state-approved online 30-hour driver education and permit test to SNAP recipients within the state. Anyone from anywhere in the state of Colorado who is or whose family member is a SNAP recipient can sign up for free for this service. Just since this was launched in September, there's been over 500 plus students across the state who has used the service. I think that's significant, and this will hinder that. It'll cut into that. Drive Safe partners with 30 small, predominantly rural driving schools that provide the state approved online 30-hour course at a nominal cost of $20 to $35. The SNAP people are free, and $20 to $35 after that. These are important opportunities and resources that were not taken into account with the institution of this bill. Driving schools provide wraparound services and were chosen 70% of the time over going to the DMV before COVID. Let me read that sentence again. This one's a big one. Driving schools provide wraparound services and were chosen 70% of the time over going to the DMV before COVID. 70% of people were choosing private driving schools before COVID. That's unsustainable for the DMV DOR. This also adds inefficiencies to getting people a driver's license, which would seem to be, I mean, to me, all you have to do is walk in the DMV once and say, let's come up with any other plan. Just any plan. You know, anything but standing at the DMV. The insurance requirements are a further barrier to obtaining a license in this context. 90% of all people use cars. It is not our place to ask for insurance to verify unless the customer uses their car. We're doing some things here that really are counterintuitive when it comes to, well, quite a few things, but specifically time, efficiency, common sense, and intuitively, I think we all know that. And so with all that, I would like to move Amendment 010 and have it displayed.
Did you say 010? Okay. The amendment has been properly moved and is now displayed. Representative Bottoms, please proceed.
So the amendment basically does this. It says that a member is not eligible to serve for more than 2 successive terms on the governing board of the adept enterprise. And again, I've argued this a few times before in this session, that I really am a term limits kind of guy. I think it's successful anywhere it's tried. And so I'd like to Urge an aye vote on Amendment 010.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you so much. Once again, I really appreciate the amendment from my colleague from El Paso County, and I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment. You know, this board is a very bureaucratic board that will be watching over this, and like I mentioned earlier, the appointments. Just want to go over the some of the board members. The appointments are as follows. The executive director shall appoint one member who represents the executive director and who is chair of the governing board. The Speaker of the House will appoint a representative. One member who is experienced providing translation services and administering programs that assist individuals whom English is not their native language. One member who represents third-party providers. The governor shall appoint one member who represents rural areas and that are underserved by third-party providers. The executive director, the governor, the Speaker of the House, and the President of the Senate shall make the initial appointments to the governing board. The term of the office members of the governing board is 4 years. So this amendment would reduce that to 2 years so that maybe we could get a little change up in there and maybe get some different members running this program. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L010? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L010. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment L010 is lost. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1147? Seeing none, the question before us is the, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is pretty dangerous to our small businesses, our mom and pop companies. This bill probably could have been run Wednesday with the I Hate Business bills, but there are 160 of these private driving schools, 90 of which provide driving tests, and it's the most common way to get your driving test done. This bill increases your driver's license renewal by $6. $6 to subsidize other people to get their driver's license. The DMV actually ended this on purpose. It was not an issue. And then we just had this whole bill about EV and bikes and all that stuff. This bill will help 30,000 people get back on the road every year. It is a huge, and that was by the DMV themselves. It imposes unrealistic reimbursement rates on driving tests for private companies, the vast majority, which are small mom and pop companies, which we've already said. It'll put driving schools out of business at the time when we need driver's education. Some of that's been covered. So with that, I offer amendment L016 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L016 has been properly moved.
I move amendment L016 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. The amendment has been moved and is now displayed. You can proceed, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is for individuals who are taxpayers applying to the bill, not undocumented individuals. We have a special license for that, and this would reimburse the drivers who basically are taxpayers. So I ask for an aye vote on this.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you. We do want our roads to be safe for everyone, and we do want to make sure that everybody who pays into this is also able to benefit from it. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was here, and I think it was in 2019, we passed the bills to help undocumented people get driver's licenses that have a banner across the top of the driver's license so that we could hire them in agriculture and they would be able to have be able to use insurance, and our vehicles would have insurance on them. So I think this is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Winter.
Thank you. I also stand supporting this amendment. My good colleague that just spoke, he's correct. This is a very important amendment. In rural Colorado, we have workers coming into work all the time, and this is something that is definitely needed to protect the producer and make sure that not only they can get around to do that type of work, but the insurance steps up and covers it. So thank you very much. Urge and I vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L016? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L016. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment L016 is lost. Is there any further discussion? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment 015 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L015 has been properly moved. And is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had a lot of discussion about the housing industry and affordability and all that. This would this would benefit the low-income individuals and make this benefit apply to them only. Make a reimbursement for a driving examination unless the individual taking the driving examination lives in a household with an income that is not more than 200% of the federal poverty level as determined by most current federal poverty guidelines issued by the United States Department of Human Health and Services. So instead of doing this for everybody, why don't we do it to the people who need it most? I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you so much for bringing this amendment. We actually, considered something like this, but the logistics behind it make it incredibly difficult. And I just want to point out that it's not just people who are living in houses of poverty who cannot afford to get driver's license. One of our own colleagues said that their child was charged basically $750 to do the whole driving school package. Now, don't get me wrong, our driving schools in Colorado are wonderful. They're great small businesses. They do a fantastic job educating kids, but we just need alternatives. And if this bill comes over from the Senate and passes, we're going to have a lot more drivers training and education available for a lot more students. So I really urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really think we ought to be helping those that are most in need. We ought to have that reimbursement for the folks in the lowest income levels or income brackets. So that's what this amendment does. It's helping the poor folk out there. And I'm all about that, so I'm not sure why we wouldn't embrace this amendment. I'm sure going to vote yes for it.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment L015 is lost. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you. Esteemed colleagues, you know that I stand up for small business. I walk in this Capitol every day as a small businessman, as a cattleman, and as a rural legislator. And this is one of the things that I hold dear. Small business is 60, 70% of the businesses in any town or city. Now, there happens to be, since COVID-19, a lot of these small driver's license companies now. They're out there working in the space. They're providing a service. They're doing a good job. They're meeting a demand that's out there that actually the DMV was not doing very well. Even before COVID, the wait time to get these tests, even in my home county, they only did them 2 days a week, and you had to make an appointment in rural Colorado, and there was only one driver tester. Now, if you run this bill and vote for this thing, which I don't believe in the scheme of creating enterprise zones to fund things, which is a way just to get around state government appropriations. Enterprise here, enterprise there, let's create an enterprise everywhere. I don't believe in it. Just a scheme. Smoke and mirrors, so we can do more stuff with the government and for the government, and you can extort more money out of the taxpayers. You know, we got this, we talked about, and I don't know the specifics on the increase, but yeah, it's going to cost more money so we can put $8 million in this enterprise. I don't think people want to do that. I wouldn't want to pay more for the driving fees. But here's what really bothers me about this, esteemed colleagues in this chamber, is there are businesses out there right now that are doing this, and you're going to hurt them. The bill sponsors, by doing this enterprise, is going to hurt these small businesses. They've already said it. But who's listening? I'm listening. When the Department of Revenue comes to the committee, and how many times have we been in a committee and a department has come in and testified and we've said, oh no, get out of here, we're not listening to you. We got our own plans, even though you're the department that does this? Are you kidding me? In almost every committee I've sat in 4 years, when the department comes and testifies, we listen. We try to support the departments. That's what we do here. But maybe not today. Maybe not this Friday night with this bill. Maybe not in committee. I don't know how this thing got out of committee. I don't understand it. I don't think it should have. And I don't think it should get out of this chamber. So vote no, and let's do what's right for Colorado and the departments that have to even deal with this. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't fit in rural Colorado, I'll tell you that. And if we need to take care of it, we'll take care of it. But these little companies are out there doing the job. And this bill's going to hurt them. I stand up for small business, and I stand up for the department, and I don't even know why we're doing this right now tonight.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to talk about the $6 a little bit more. And my concern about the $6 is that we're passing a fee on to individuals, on to seniors, on to low-income families that can't afford that additional $6. But in addition to this is the second bill this evening in this second reading where we take money, in this particular case from individuals. In the last one that we listened to, we took it from the oil and gas industry to pay for a new program. If we feel strongly enough about a program, then let's put the expenditure out there and talk about the expenditure. Let's not rob Peter to pay Paul. To take the money from an additional fee from seniors and lower income people that are renewing their license to pay for this program is wrong. It should stand on its own. It should go through the proper channels and the proper committees and be approved for the expense that is over $5 million. And then it grows from there. Please, let's not keep passing bills where we rob Peter to pay Paul. That just does not make sense.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was trying to wrap my mind around this bill here. You have the adept enterprise, which is created, and it takes the $6 driver's license fee to fund this, and then it's able to make the reimbursements to the different third-party vendors or county or whoever happens to be administering the test here. And so that led me to ask the question about what is the actual reimbursement rate? And so I'm reading off of one of the pre-amended versions of the bill here, but the legislation doesn't set that the legislation doesn't set that reimbursement rate. The legislation just says that the ADEPT board has the ability to set that reimbursement rate. So I was looking through the fiscal note here, trying to see if that could lend a little bit more light on the subject. And on the most recent fiscal note at the bottom of page 4, it says that it's assuming 142,005 driving exams are conducted annually for an average of $70. So I did a little bit of quick math, and 142,005 driving exams at $70 for the reimbursement rate is almost $10 million. And when I look at the fiscal note here, I don't see $10 million on here. I see a little bit less than that. So that leads me to believe that that $70 million reimbursement rate is probably going to be at the top end of the reimbursement that is paid back to these providers. Now, the providers are getting money from two sources. They're getting whatever they're being reimbursed through ADEPT, but they're also getting a fee from whoever they're administering the test to. So on page 12 of the pre-amended version of the bill, it talks about, they can charge the student $25 for the first attempt and then $50 for the second attempt. So for that first attempt, you're looking at a maximum of maybe $95, assuming that the fund has the ability to pay that full 70% or $70 that was estimated. And then, of course, that led me to ask the question, is $95, so the 70% or $70 that's budgeted in the fiscal note, is the $70 plus the $25 for a total of $95, is that enough to cover the operating costs of these third-party entities that are providing this driver's training? And did some asking, did some looking, and unfortunately, I don't know if that's enough money to cover these costs, because depending on what part of the state that you're in, it looks like the costs to administer a driving test can be up to $120. So if the entities that are providing this driver's training are only getting reimbursed $95 for that first attempt, $70 from the state, $25 from the students, and their operating cost is $120, which it is here in the Denver metro area for a lot of these vendors, that seems like it's a deficit. And so I wonder how these third-party drivers training vendors are going to be able to remain solvent and stay in business and continue to provide this if they're getting reimbursed less than their operating costs are to be able to provide these services. And then the second concern that I had was on page 13 of the pre-amend, where it's talking about how these dollar amounts can be adjusted. And it talks about how the department can promulgate the rules to adjust the maximum amount that can be reimbursed and or charged to account for inflation or deflation, which is a good thing, but my concern is that inflation alone may not give a full picture on the operating costs for these third-party driving instruction vendors. So if you have a situation where fuel costs go up, insurance costs go up, the actual operating costs outpace inflation, which I think we've seen fairly recently, especially in this particular industry. Now you've set up a situation where these third-party driving providers are falling even further behind. They're not making enough money through this fund to be able to just cover their operating costs in many parts of the state, and the legislation doesn't take into account enough factors to be able to adjust for any increases in operating costs when it focuses solely on inflation and doesn't look at other industry factors like cost of fuel, cost of insurance, and a variety of other issues. So for those reasons, I can't vote for this because unfortunately I think that the ultimate result of that will be fewer driving instruction providers, and if we got fewer driving instruction providers, I don't see that as accomplishing the end goal of the bill, which is to make these services more available to the community. And so for that reason, I can't vote for this legislation.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the first reason I can't vote for this because I'm tired of growing government here, and this is a $5 million, almost $6 million program that's already getting taken care of by private industry and the private sector. So why would I want to support something in a government program that's already getting taken care of by the private sector? It's going to compete with the private sector. That's the first issue I have. I'll turn to page 10 here, because I want to talk about this adept enterprise, because people think enterprises in Colorado are kind of like Gucci purses or Michael Kors purses or something. They're fashionable. We got to have them. The adept enterprise shall reimburse from the fund, this near $6 million fund, in accordance with the rules adopted by the department pursuant to section 42.25706, a third-party provider that administers a driving examination, a third-party provider seeking reimbursement from the adept enterprise shall apply for the reimbursement in the form and manner specified in rules adopted by the department. Oh, wait, that's the department that said they didn't want it in committee. But now we're going to tell them, yep, you're going to do it. So now you got somebody coming over here asking for a reimbursement. Third-party provider shall not charge an individual taking a driver's exam for an amount reimbursed under the subsection. So they've got this subsection where now they can't charge an individual. And here's the subsection. The adept enterprise shall determine the reimbursement amount for the third-party provider based on the amount the third-party provider charges for the driving examination, which charge must not exceed any limit established in the rules adopted by department. So now